little loud. Let's bring it down. Okay. So, 24... No, Cacowards. Come on. 2024. Alright. Oh my gosh. Give me that window capture. Check this out. Don't worry about my basic profile, alright? We're not gonna worry about that. Can dismiss that for now. So, anyways. Yeah, let's lower the volume a little bit more. And let me change my Twitch category. Alright. Alright. Beautiful. Okay. Thank you for the heads up, Natasha Nightmare. So anyways, Cacowards 24. We got this ballin' golden Caco demon. And we've got so many things. We've got the SB Awards. We've got... Oh my gosh. Alright, hold on. Invocation. In December of 2003, a 22-year-old aspiring education major was watching the Spike TV Video Game Awards and thought to himself, this is a disgusting commercial for AAA developers instead of a celebration of games. I could do better. A year later, the first annual Caco Awards were posted to Doom World, and while I wasn't able to secure Snoop Dogg, I was able to kick off a celebration of the Doom modding community that continues 20 years later with no sign of slowing down. Sure enough, shots fired at the Jeff Awards. I'm here for this. This is the content I crave. In December of no, we already did that. Truth be told, the Doom modding output had slowed significantly by 2004, and I was convinced that the first Caco Awards would likely be the last. But I was pleasantly surprised in 2005 to be doing a second annual ceremony. Nothing fills me with greater joy than to be proven wrong in this instance. In the past 20 years, Doom modding has exploded in popularity, likely surpassing even the heyday of the mid-late 90s. I used to keep track of released projects in a raw text document, and now the staggering number of WADs requires a detailed spreadsheet with over 100 entries for judges to document their thoughts. True to the aims of the first ceremony, the Caco Awards continue to be a community-focused celebration of the incredible output of amateur mod makers. What started as a simple continuation of the 10 years of Doom, Top 100 WADs, has exploded into an all-encompassing event covering everything from multiplayer to speedrunning while expanding the number of projects worth recognition. Rereading the original Caco Awards makes them feel very quaint. 10 short descriptions of great maps have become several dozen, and you know what? I think we're all here for it. None of this would have been possible without an eclectic group of dedicated community members who have never been paid a cent for hundreds of hours of their free time to write long-form articles about the great amateur work of the Doom community. 20 years ago, a younger me assumed I would grow out of this eventually, but I've since realized that no one ever needs to outgrow their hobby. Maybe some of you will win a Caco Award, many others won't. What really matters is that you feel like a part of a community that welcomes you. I will continue to experiment and make fun maps and projects to share with each other. As long as Doom World exists, the Caco Awards will continue to exist. The camaraderie of the old internet still thrives in this small corner of the web, and thanks to the efforts of people who believe in this mission, we can ensure it never dies. People like Paul Magyar, who protected the doomworld.com domain name and transferred it to members without asking for any compensation, or the team of longtime members who are currently working to ensure the site stays solvent and maintained for years to come. Thank you to everyone who has helped make the Caco Awards an event of cultural significance, to all past award winners and future newcomers, and to all the members of our community who are no longer with us. Enjoy reading about the best of what our community has to offer. I can't wait to read the 40th annual Caco Awards in 2044. Scuba Steve Browning. Wikipedia does have a Caco Awards article. Check this out. Hell yes. Anyways, let's see. We got a lot. We got a lot. Look at these guys. So, that's the start. Here's the Lifetime. The ESPY Award for Lifetime Achievement, Andrew Linguisa Stein. In 1998, I sent an email to Andrew Linguisa Stein because I was interested in hosting my Doom TC on his newly crafted website, Doom World. I believe his response was something akin to, Scuba Steve, before you start asking for help on your new Mega Cool and Whatnot project, make sure you have something to show first, screenshots, map downloads, etc. Keep in mind, we've already seen thousands of upcoming projects that actually never got done. A year later, Ghostbusters Doom would join Doom World's hosted sites, and I would begin a 25-year relationship with the community centered on the video game Doom. During that time, I have written hundreds of articles about people and their contributions, but I have never had more difficulty than trying to write about Andrew Stein, an online friend I've never met, who was directly responsible for building the community that defined so much of my life. Pro tip: to defeat the cyber demon, shoot at it until it dies. And trying to condense Linguisha's contributions into a single article is simply overwhelming, so I think it's best to differentiate between his contributions as a content creator and his tenure as the webmaster of Doomworld. For over 2 decades, Linguisha has been the frontman for all things Doom, and his ability to read the cultural zeitgeist has led to numerous works that pierce the collective consciousness of the internet. Pro tip: don't believe everything you read on the internet. Sometimes it's just a meme created by the Doomworld administrator. That's right, readers. The modern pro tip meme was created by Linguisha and has become so ubiquitous that people believe it's based on a real game pro tip. Ask Reddit. Yeah, alright. That's interesting. Let's see. Let's get things biggened. Alright. When John Romero released his first new map in decades, Linguisha scrambled to produce the very first physical Cacoward right before the awards launched. In fact, it can be argued that the entire existence of Doom Eternal and Doom comic-inspired protagonists can be directly traced back to Linguisha and the 10 Years of Doom feature, which was a thinly veiled excuse to post scans of the then largely obscure comic book. I'm sure the check is in the mail, but first, let me take a selfie. Insta-Doom might be the greatest example of Ling's ability to identify a trend and capitalize immediately on the popularity. Linguisha intentionally set out to win the Mock Award with Insta-Doom's companion meme wad, Selfie Doom, but learned the following day that major publications like Huffington Post had written articles and linked readers to Doomworld, which resulted in the most concurrent visitors in the site's history, 9,847, trying to access the forums and subsequently crashing the site. Despite all this notoriety, there's still something fascinating about Linguisha's output as a content creator. He's far more interested in the technical minutiae of Doom and the underlying IdTech 1 engine. Selfie Doom was clever, but Ling spent far more time explaining how the WAD was created in the vanilla engine. It required uncovering the purpose for 2 unused MISC bits in Dehacked, how to create randomized weapons frames, and solving the dilemma of tall sprites repeating over themselves vertically, which necessitated hex editing entries, which led to the discovery that Final Doom had been broken since its release in 1996. In the early aughts, he experimented with ACS minigames and with Doomtress and Action Doom's Doom Racer, and even made a Half-Life 2 gravity gun in Z-Doom simply because members of the ZD forum said it couldn't be done. He used his knowledge of Doom's internal clock or ticks to create a map that takes a Google years to complete. When John Carmack released the source code to Doom in 1997, Linguisha was the one who contacted him and convinced him to place it under a GPL license, forcing port authors to share their changes with the community. Probably his most important creative work to date was his deep research into Doom's source code in order to thoroughly test and document every known quirk regarding the player movement, which he dubbed the Doom Movement Bible. I don't claim to understand any of it. You'd have to be some kind of astrophysicist to figure this stuff out. Burger Becky. Look, all the signatures. Everything I've written is more than enough to warrant recognition as a tentpole of the community, but that's not why you're here. That's not why any of us are here. This website exists because of a single person's dedication to the ideals of community building. If you want a glimpse into what really matters to Linguisha, read the 2018 Cacoward Invocation. In a rare moment of vulnerability on the internet, Ling spelled out exactly what Doomworld means to him. Doomworld is an independently owned and operated website. It is intended as a long-term, not-for-profit educational, social, and historical resource. It is committed to treating all people with respect. It will never be sunsetted or deprecated or paywalled, and it does not vacuum up your personal information, much less sell or profit from it. If you despair for the future of the internet, consider that Doomworld continues to exist and thrive in the spirit of discovery and camaraderie in which the internet was first conceived. And there are still thousands of spaces like this one out there just waiting for you to find them, or to build them yourself. For over 25 years, Linguisha has guided Doomworld in a direction consistent with his moral beliefs and at his own personal expense. Like many of our millennial and older cohorts in the community, Linguisha and I grew up in a completely different internet, and I think we believed, incorrectly, that we were witnessing a panacea of human interaction. Sure, it was raw and crude, and unfortunately sexist and homophobic, more on that in a minute, but early internet forums like Something Awful, where Linguisha, unsurprisingly, was a prominent early member, and its spiritual progeny, Doomworld, believed in building real human communities where people feel accepted, and those who can't play well with others aren't welcome to participate. While Doomworld exists as a time capsule of what the internet was like before social media, Linguisha wanted to make sure that the website's climate and culture changed with the times, something he could only do as the webmaster. Return of the King. It's easy to overlook just how profoundly lucky this community is to have someone in charge with this level of dedication. When Doomworld was founded in 1998, it was hosted by Telefrag, which later became Atomic Gamer and was part of a wider array of games covered by their network. After 5 years, Linguisha stepped down in 2003, probably because, like many of us the same age, we were finishing college and thought, it's time to grow up. Note, no, don't. However, when Atomic Gamer shut down in 2015, Linguisha, who had never really left, worked tirelessly to preserve the site, anomalous for a time when old sites were shuttering and taking their combined knowledge with them. But maybe just as important, 2015 was a time of social upheaval on the internet, and Linguisha intentionally inserted himself back into the website he created to ensure that one of the earliest forum rules, please do not be a jerk, was still the website's foundational culture. Maybe that meant users couldn't make the same jokes on the forums they could during the heyday of the internet, but it was more important that every community member feel comfortable being themselves and expanding the pool of people who just want to make friends on a forum and talk about Doom. And that's why an increasingly diverse group of bozos can still log on to the same ancient web forum devoted to a 30-year-old game to this day. Andrew Stein's Doom accomplishments are impressive, but it's his values and morals, coupled with an unwavering dedication to the site he founded, that make him the perfect selection for the 2024 ESPY Award. His commitment inspired other stakeholders in Doom World Survival to step forward and work to save the community website that has been a fixture in our lives for longer than some of you readers have been alive. One day, I'll be able to thank Andrew personally for his commitment to the niche hobbyist forum, which became my second home, but until then, I'll be left asking the question, who will replace him? The answer is nobody. He is irreplaceable. Who can ever hope to fill his shoes? They're impossible to fill. No one ever will. But isn't that the point of a thriving community? Our camaraderie doesn't stem from a single great man, but the foundation they laid and the culture they fostered. Doomworld will carry on with the help of many great members who believe in the same ideals, like it always has, with or without Linguisha. But in no universe does such a community exist without Andrew Stein's initial leadership. By Scuba Steve. Timestamp Ling at QuakeCon. Let's give it a quick look. Presumably that was Ling. It's kind of hard to tell. It could be the clap. It could be the hands. Linguisha's the hands. Anyways. Let's do what we always have to do. This is a bit more somber. Let's pause the music real quick. A sky may be. A truck driver, computer tech, artist, photographer, level designer, and modder, Kent Carson, known as Looney Tuner, or Mortisstein, lived in Florida and eventually settled in Michigan. Kent got his start in Doom level design after suffering a back injury, when he decided to create the Looney Tunes Doom partial conversion as a Christmas gift for his brother, including making a box using a Windows 95 computer with a Corel 5 and Windows Paint as his only tools. Some 20 years after the release of LTD, Looney Tuner said, "Dear God, what was I thinking?" with a big chuckle, as he was certainly known to have a grand sense of humor. In the early 2000s, Kent was an active member of the newdoom.com forums and was a fun guy to deathmatch with and just hang out with. He was one of those guys that always had a funny story to tell or would offer solid advice on any sort of computer problem. Looney Tuner also had plans for the design of Looney Tunes Doom 2, but that fizzled out in the mid-2000s. In 2001, he designed a deathmatch map called Hunted One for New Doom's Wad in a Week contest, but he was unable to complete it on time and released the level after the contest ended. In 2019, he suffered a heart attack and battled with pneumonia, and after recovering, went into retirement. In 2020, he suffered another heart attack and made a full recovery after triple bypass surgery. Prior to his passing, he was working on a large Aztec-themed map for Doom 2 with lots of traps, custom textures, and 3D floors, with plans for new sounds, enemies, and weapons, but unfortunately was unable to finish it. He also maintained a page for his projects and textures on Doomwad Station. Kent was known for his love of family, friends, his dog Aurora, and the great outdoors, and his generosity and helpful nature. He was known to never back down from a fight, and was vocal when facing injustice, and when he knew he was in the wrong, would be the first to put things right. Somewhere in the halls of the fallen Doom Brethren, there walks a man with long white hair, listening to Emerson, Lake and Palmer, and laughing with great mirth, raising the spirits of those around him. By Doom Dude. Kent Looney Tuner Carson, February 20th, 1962, November 1st, 2023. I struggled to come up with an introductory sentence to this because so much of what made Tiberium Soul who he was is not quantifiable with words alone. Tiberium Soul would regularly hop in on Discord calls and tell us endless details about what he was working on. It was all very ambitious, but I think ambition is what he loved. The prospect of things getting more complex and challenging didn't bother him. Tiberium Soul focused on the little details modders usually don't bother with. What made guns work, what calibers they used, and whether they could function in the real world. It was an infectious enthusiasm that got people excited. I saw it time and again, where his imagination and backstory for his characters and in-progress mods hyped a crowd up. It was a feeling and a vibe, first and foremost. Tiberium Soul looked up to gameplay modding giants like Wildweezer, Caesar, and many others. His first major project was Tiberium Dune, which evolved into Insanity's Requiem. He was proud to wear his inspiration on his sleeve, so Insanity's Requiem has a witty, trash-talking protagonist like Devil May Cry, fast and brutal combat with tactical weaponry inspired by Call of Duty, and deep lore akin to Resident Evil. It was all earnest in a way that so many people struggle with. I'd often be dropped into impromptu Discord streams where he'd showcase his latest work, including early aspirations for a commercial game, and the next big update to Insanity's Requiem. One of Tiberium Soul's last contributions was the voice of the friendly NPC Marine in the latest version of Brutal Doom, a role he was extremely proud of. Tiberium Soul always tried to push himself and wasn't afraid to dream big, and I know he inspired many others to do the same, like Cardboard Marty. Sam, Tiberium Soul Sneed, September 7th, 1994 to May 29th, 2024. Those with a penchant for oddball 90s wads are sure to remember the name of Bob Reganis. A rising star back in the early days of the CompuServe scene, Bob was a bit of a polymath, releasing a series of experimental wads with unusual premises, ample puzzle solving, and quirky graphical placements that, even in a scene as experimental as ours was in 95 and 96, easily managed to make his project stand out above the rest. Anyone with any interest for wads of this era need to just boot up something like Jailbirds for a few seconds to immediately want to begin exploring this somewhat crude but highly engrossing world Reganis has laid before you. Beyond that, Bob was also one of the earliest community's musicians, contributing excellent music to several early episode replacements such as Killzone and Perdition's Gate, not to be confused with a Megawad. Obviously, though, the author's magnum opus and most well-known project is the System Vice's partial conversion, which is discussed in greater detail in the Missed Cacowards feature. Even if his activity only spanned a few years, Bob kept tabs on the wider Doom community for a time afterwards, and through email contact with Graza, approved of the re-release of his older works on the It Games archives, where they've been enjoyed by countless many ever since. While Bob passed away in 2022, we unfortunately only got wind of this recently, but we nonetheless wanted to extend our condolences to Bob's children and family and light a candle to one of the Doom community's earliest, truest indie stars. Farewell, Bob, and thank you for the sights and sounds. By Dynamo. Robert Reganis, March 16th, 1956 to November 6th, 2022. I was greatly saddened to find out about the passing of Drake O'Brien, which happened a little over a year ago by now. Among the various tributes paid to him, I suppose it makes sense to relay my own story with O'Brien's creations. When I was still a kid, sometimes in the early 2000s, I got my hands on a CD containing Doom 95, which came with the first two Doom games, as well as Final Doom. I had already played some Doom custom levels in the late 90s, courtesy of various CDs my dad had lying around, but the Doom 95 interface made it extremely easy for the first time for me to launch into the game on my own and check out all the levels it had to offer, including these new 64 maps. I still distinctly remember checking out Evolution by Idclev and stumbling through map 27, Mount Pain, and, as I tended to do at the time, I immediately started exploring the map with IDDQD and idclip. And that was when curiosity turned into amazement. Here was a very large indoor section, which eventually gave way to an even bigger outdoor section, a sort of hellish moat with windows that allowed you to catch a glimpse of the terrain that lied beyond. And of course, the star of the show, the eponymous mountain, a structure unlike anything I had ever seen in Doom before, menacingly stood over the horizon, abuzz with activity, thanks to its animated flame texture and teleporting auras surrounding it, and beckoning the player to come closer, which, through the power of idclip, I sure did. Let's see. Okay, I'll check the image. Yeah. Oh, let's not forget the CDs. Yep, Doom Sonari. Ah, it's in Italian. Okay. It may be easy to take it for granted nowadays, but as I sat there, I realized I hadn't played a level that was quite like this. I'd played large levels with different locations before, such as the city levels in Doom 2, but here was something that felt more like its own self-contained world, transcending the confined limits I had previously associated most Doom maps with, and feeling more like an experience straight out of an open-world game. From the huge interior halls to the large underground tunnels, the moat, and finally a large, hellish cave near the end. It was the very definition of a journey chock full of adventure, and it made Map 27 and Map 28, which I took to be set inside Mount Pain itself, among the first evolution levels I ever saw to completion. The other two maps by O'Brien I only discovered much later. They are similar in premise, starting off inside large buildings before emerging out into the even more impressively large-scale exteriors, but they each take an entirely different theme. Map 20, Central Processing's decaying military installations are still a sight to behold. From the computer room with blinking monitors that feels like it was abandoned in a hurry as the demons invaded, to the dark, desolate hills full of barbed wire as the path is laid towards the large demon temple looming in the distance. Administration Center's memorable stained glass textures, which we now know originate from O'Brien's real-life trade, dot the interiors of that level. Perhaps the most Spartan of O'Brien's buildings, but he more than makes up for it with his majestic, unnerving finale, fighting off a demonic onslaught in the base's outer perimeter. Hi, Mr. Meaner. Thanks for dropping by. With just 3 released maps in his career, O'Brien nonetheless established a successful and recognizable blueprint for his levels, cementing him as one of the pioneers of the adventure map. It would be hard to claim he was ever underrated. After all, he got to experience one of the highest honors any Doom modder circa 95-96 could, being a part of an officially licensed product by id Software themselves. But over the years, there certainly has been a forgetful, dismissive attitude towards what made his map so great in the first place, and I am glad that in more recent times a lot more people, both for nostalgic reasons or simply by experiencing his maps for the first time, now regard him as a key influence. We salute O'Brien, a master craftsman who climbed to the very top of Doom modding's Mount Olympus, and in the face of the gale of the world, remained there until the very end, as the echoes of his works will continue to reverberate throughout our rivers and valleys, inspiring countless modders for years to come. By Dynamo. Drake Numina O'Brien, October 10th, 1950 to October 10th, 2023. What do you mean October? God damn. That's a little, well, rest in peace Drake, rest in peace Robert, rest in peace Sam, and rest in peace Kent. It's always sad to read this section, but it's important to do it, and I hope I did it justice, everybody. Let's move on to some lighter fare. I think we did our part. We did our observations. Anyways, Miss Cacowards 2. Miss Cacowards Part 2. We've done this song and dance before. Every year, we keep hearing about how a certain WAD has not been featured, whether it was overshadowed by bigger releases, or maybe it just slipped our radar entirely. For this 20th Cacowards anniversary, we've all put on our Explorer kits and magnifying glasses and dived into the archives, bring you all a fine collection. 34 articles to be exact, of the WADs that should have been in the spotlight but never got their chance. That's as many articles as level in a Doom 2 Mega WAD with some added extra. From WADs all the way back from 1994 to legacy gameplay mods that inspired some of the mods we know and love today, to the multiplayer classics that took the competitive community by storm, and let's not forget the unmistakable single-player classics, we got it all. Grab your favorite drink, sit back and relax, and enjoy a trip down memory lane by Terminus. Bury My Heart Knee Deep by Squeeba, 2018. 2018 was a great time for the Doom community. Things were evolving, incredible releases were coming one after the other, and on the tail end of the year arrives a silent banger by the name of Bury My Heart Knee Deep. This map follows the roots of the Metroidvania genre, games that are focused on guided non-linearity and utility-gated exploration. They usually contain one giant sprawling map where you have to make your way through the main path or forge your own. Wearing the skin of an Episode 1 level, this behemoth of a map is built to test your exploration skills and puts to the test how good you are at finding secrets. The map is gigantic in any sense of the word. There's almost 1,000 enemies to slay, dozens of optional areas, and no less than 64 secrets to try to find. There's so much to explore, so many little things that you can't currently access until you have the right keys, weapons, or items, e.g. rad suits and light amps, and coming back to them will reward you with valuables, a good fight, or sometimes both. For example, the rocket launcher is a valuable asset in this level as it can either help unlock ammo or health caches, or save you from a tough spot in a battle. Rockets are very limited in quantity, and the choice of what to do with them lies with you. According to the author, you can beat this level without finding a single key. There's so many optional areas that it's basically impossible to find them all in an initial playthrough, and it is recommended to try it again a couple more times after your initial victory. The freedom this map provides in forging your own path and having multiple ways to achieve the ending is truly an incredible feat of replayability. As a fan of the genre, I've put well over 4 hours into this map in an attempt to 100% clear it. Was it hard? No doubt. Was it worth it? Absolutely. Would I do it again? Without a question. Come on. Where's Bury Me Into the Shores? At Terminus. Immoral Conduct. Corey Whittle, 2003. Let's make this clear. Immoral Conduct is a patient zero of modern gameplay mod as we know it. That might sound like a pretty big call if you're too young to have been there for yourself, but it's the simple truth. It wasn't the first, but if you name an element common to your typical gameplay mod, scores of weapons, gratuitous gore and visual effects, alternate firing modes, reloading, new gameplay elements, it either spawned or was refined within this specific kill box, ideas and innovations scattered around like so many shell casings. A good chunk of this was on account of Edge. Years before decorating was so much as a fleeting thought, Edge implemented a plain text actor definition method of its own called DDF, Doom Definition File. This gave the comparatively few modders that ventured into this playground considerably more elbow room than past iterations of DHacked, and author Corey Whittle used this extra space and ability to the hilt and indulged his inner, hey, wouldn't it be cool if, harder than anyone really had before. Look at this thing. The end results are gleeful, experimental cavalcade of chaos that stretch Doom's gameplay in strange and often hilarious new directions. Automated turrets can be placed to do the work for you. Shotgun guys have been given the same shotgun as the player and as a result have become the deadliest monsters to ever walk the earth. You might open the door to a tough encounter and find that it's already been taken care of for you by a friendly NPC. Remote explosives let you blast bosses from across the map. Every nascent engine feature is explored and manipulated. The entire Buffalo is used. A lot of this might sound a bit, yeah, so what, from a modern perspective, because other modders took strong inspiration from IC, improving and iterating on its ideas and building upon this living, bleeding blueprint as they went. Without DDF and without Corey showing off its full potential in Immoral Conduct, the sadly unfinished Dawn's Challenge, and creating interest in building similar plaintext modding systems for other ports, the modern era of Doom, and indeed of a certain subgenre of indie games, might look extremely different. But that's not a timeline I'm willing to consider. Instead, I can only tip the hat to the harbinger of a very strange remix culture and all the gleefully wild experimentation it ushers forth to this day. From Kinsey. We love it when people shout out the gameplay mod community. I've got to play this sometime. British Blood Pack Season 11 by the British Doom League in 1997. Oh, you can tell this is going to be some classic nonsense. Were you to fire up a server browser for multiplayer Doom in the early to mid-2000s, you were more likely than not to find a jam-packed deathmatch server running British WAD Pack Season 11, better known as Brit 11. The successor to Brit 10 entered the scene toward the end of 1997, but truly hit its stride after the turn of the millennium. It featured a powerful set of MIDIs to punctuate the howling custom death sounds and ambient effects, defining the kind of mean-spirited attitude that would propagate through Doom multiplayer level design for years to come. It is worthwhile to note that the deathmatch maps commonly played today were built off of the lessons learned in the 90s, and Brit 11 was one of the first quality sets to expound upon the importance of non-linear flow. 5 bite-sized maps allow for close-quarters chaos, letting the players feel pressure from early nearby spawns, but always letting them have a fair shot at gameplay. Even still, chaos was rampant, with many of the spawns allowing for a quick weapon pickup to get right back into the action. If you hadn't had your fill of a Doom Guy massacre by that point, there's even a 6th map that acts both as a credits showcase for the rest of the set, as well as a truly claustrophobic Spawn Fragger's paradise. This set of maps, fit for both duel and deathmatch sessions, also presented a tasteful visual design that gave the impression these levels were not simply just thrown together, but gave off an air of being made with care and purpose. The backdrop of metal and brown brick allowed for excellent visual acuity, letting the player pick out their opponent's often bright-colored marines swiftly. That, along with the sprinkling of spawns at every corner of these maps, essentially ensured you were always finding an opponent to chase at any given point. A direction of open design with only a door or two inside areas meant that there was little ability to truly camp at any part of these maps for an extended period of time. Every time I connect to a Brit 11 server, I'm taken back to a time where players were more than eager to jump right into the chaos as fast as possible, and duking it out with the rest of the server to secure a shot or two with a BFG. Another thing that all the Brit 11 maps did very well was making it so that the BFG or plasma rifle were in places that posed a distinct danger for the player going for them, be it a lift that catapulted you right into the open of a high-traffic area, or located at the end of the hallway that you had to fight your way back out of due to other players wanting the weapon for themselves. This really made dominating a map difficult, which in turn made it immensely rewarding. With the advent of client-server architecture and multiplayer source ports, server hosts threw up anything and everything for players to jam on. A few level sets in particular stood out, and more importantly, stood the test of time. Brit 11 more than just showed us a replayable formula of well-crafted deathmatch WADs that emphasized organic flow through their arenas. It was also just damn good fun. By Zanero. Demon Eclipse by Amuscaria from 2006. For being one of the Doom community's most prolific artists, whose contributions have been essential in the success of so many WADs, it's surprising to realize Amuscaria only has 2 released projects under his belt. Today, the most well-known one would certainly be Hellforged, the incredible partial version that won a Cacoward back in 2019. But that project was itself a reboot of Amuscaria's previous Megawad, Demon Eclipse, for which the 2 episodes were completed in 2006, with a 3rd planned but sadly never seen the light of day. So, what is Demon Eclipse all about, and how does it stand the test of time? Released at a time when GZ Doom map sets were not nearly as common as they are today, Demon Eclipse features many new textures, ample use of 3D floors and scripting, a completely revamped arsenal, and an unprecedented amount of new foes with all new custom graphics. The episodic structure of Demon Eclipse is not merely a callback to the first Doom. Each episode feels unique, thanks largely to having an entirely separate set of weapons for both. While the first episode sees the player traverse demon-infested tech bases, the second takes the fight to hell itself, with the weaponry being wholly substituted with demonic artifacts of various kinds. Even things like medikits and armor are replaced with setting appropriate equivalents. The inspiration from Heretic, Hexen, and Blood is particularly strong in the second episode, but never to the point of carelessly inserting stock assets from those games like previous partial conversions had done in the past. Regardless of which episode you play, the 2 biggest strengths become evident before long: excellent level design and a great custom bestiary. The levels are grand in scope while remaining firmly rooted in familiar Doom settings, with GZ Doom effects tastefully enhancing the scale of toxic refineries and military installations in the first episode, and volcanic caverns and unholy temples in the latter. The monsters are great to fight and quite well balanced, introducing baddies that have become staples of GZ Doom mods and beyond, such as Psybruisers or Annihilators. Indeed, some of these foes would later show up in high-profile projects like Valiant or Eve Eternity. More than just a period piece, Demon Eclipse is worth your time now every bit as much as it was when it was new, from Dynamo. Check this out. I better play this. This sounds like it's right up my alley. It's GZ Doom, it's modded, we got custom enemies. It sounds like my kind of jam. Rush, Archie and Demonologist, 2013. There's a certain beauty and simplicity. Regardless of era, many of the most popular, influential, and often replayed map sets are those which prioritize fast, fluid, and immediate action delivered in a concise, easily digestible package. No frills, just Doom, straight into your veins. Released in 2013, Rush by Archie, with special guest spot by Demonologist, is a now classic application of this principle to the slaughter genre. In its own time, the concept of a full slaughter experience was both authentic yet also surprisingly easy for a broad range of players to simply pick up and play, was significantly more unusual than it is now, and in hindsight, there's a case to be made that this bloody little joyride of a WAD has had more lasting impact than many may realize. Presumably named for the guiding philosophy behind its gameplay design, and also perhaps because of much of it is evidently built over a speed map skeleton, the mantra of Rush is simple. Don't hesitate, don't overthink, just charge forward, attack aggressively, ride the wave of adrenaline, cut loose with everything in your arsenal. Leave the rationalizations for the Meat Wagon Squad. The WAD presents a generous and varied spread of period-specific slaughter and slaughter-adjacent vignettes, all tuned to emphasize the speed, energy, and primal bloodletting joy of the style, rather than the sense of oppression or esoteric tactical puzzle-solving elements which are often hallmarks of the deeper, darker end of the genre pool, don't I know it. With the likely exception of the suitably ominous and climactic final destination, most of the set's many battles blaze by very quickly, especially if played with a mind toward brazen aggression, as is obviously intended. That said, it's important to note that many of the setups readily allow a more cautious, defensively minded playstyle as well, both providing pressure release valve for those players who may want or need it, while also capturing some of that more deliberate wargamesy spirit of the formative years of the Slaughter style. Initially something of a cult hit, over time Rush has garnered considerable popularity with genre aficionados and more generalist audience alike, and in retrospect has come to serve as a notable gateway into the challenge-oriented realm. The cultural value of this is easy to see. Not only do Slaughter and adjacent niche/special interest styles themselves continue to flourish more than ever, the bombastic spectacle that these styles embody has since been widely embraced in the creative consciousness of the community, such that it's now common to see Slaughter segments employed for gravitas and excitement in general interest projects, even at the highest levels of production value and visibility. The real legacy of Rush is its genuine harmony of accessibility, immediacy, and crucially, genre authenticity. If you're newer to Doom, or just to the broader challenge-oriented scene, this map set will teach you everything you need to know to get a strong start as you begin delving into this kind of content without grinding you into the dust too much. Likewise, even if you're a seasoned old hand at this sort of thing, it's still a blast to play, even to this day, by Demon of the Well. Pleiades by Roger Rittenauer, 2000. Perhaps the most lovably quirky auteur of the 90s, Rittenauer has already received his accolades for the 1998 releases of Phobos and Earth. Oh my god, these are so good, by the way. But his final release, Pleiades, represents the definitive edition of nearly everything he ever made. This sumptuous 11-course dessert includes the 4 maps from the Phobos alongside enhanced editions of all 4 of his standalone maps, and 3 all-new ones. Rittenauer's emphasis was always on the sense of adventure, and rather than simply rebundling them, he strategically adjusted and updated each map's progression and effects using the best of Z-Doom's features that were available at the time, including silent teleports, short swimming sections, story text between most maps, and perhaps most memorably, the spacewalk required to enter the Mir station. Though the enhancements are tasteful and well executed, they go to show how limited source ports were at the time, and classicists will be happy to note that the map set feels old school in the truest sense, with the advanced features being the thinnest icing atop all the delightful jank of 90s design. Yo, check that out though. Yo, look at that. Hell yes. Look at this guy, that's great. The overarching narrative plays out as a series of individual missions, but there's nonetheless something special about the sum of those parts. The whole campaign is bound together by the spaceship Pleiades. After you escape isolation on a distant planet and retake the demon-infested vessel, it appears in nearly every map as you use it to reach orbital stations, dilapidated space cities, a reimagining of hangar as an interstellar airport terminal, and more. Over time, the ship gradually turns from a haunted derelict into a warm splash of home, and you'll find yourself ready to defend it with unexpected ferocity when it's threatened. The soundtrack, which consists largely of classical composers, Bach, Pachelbel, Pink Floyd, etc., ends up making the separate movements of each map feel like a symphony, inspired by 2001: A Space Odyssey and bound together by the isolation and vastness of space. Pleiades showcases the best of what Rittenauer is capable of in his own style, adorable, familiar realism and campy high adventure, with a signature emphasis on specialized one-off textures and decorations that turned every map into a unique environment. By Not Java. Diabolus X from RV 2018. I remember this one. This one was big. For a wide assortment of reasons, you don't really see a lot of original texture sets in Doom mods. They're not completely absent, as things like Back to Saturn X ably demonstrate, but for the most part it's edits of existing Doom assets or mashups of various old retail games, which works well enough for free enthusiast mods, sure, but it can get exceptionally samey and dull. At some point your brain just stops registering Duke 3D textures. So an entirely new texture pack getting dropped from on high is always a cause for excitement, and doubly so when it's so well demonstrated. Diabolus X was an environmental artist playground, with creator RV, who has priors in the actual games industry, coaxing a little piece of the corrupt neo-renaissance setting of the modern, well modern-ish Deus Ex games into GZ Doom. The corporate tower the level asks you to climb is utterly gorgeous, utilizing a relatively modest handful of UDMF features to fully articulate its artificial sterility, neon lights bearing gratuitous kanji reflecting off freshly waxed floors. Using the requisite air ducts to clamber past locked doors and security force fields, environmental variety is rife. Your path takes you through cubicle farms, kitchens, laboratories, executive suites, and the occasional external area overlooking the distant megalopolis. It feels like a lived-in environment, and the texture resolution prevents it from looking too out of place alongside Doom's bestiary, despite a very different visual style. Diabolus X is not a long level, but its extravagant setting, fun fights, and a decent chunk of optional content make it worth visiting at least once, taking in the sheer vibes of its neon-tainted future, and witnessing 2 fascinating things for yourselves. It illustrates what GZ Doom can do in the hands of a professional who knows and appreciates all the ways it can be made to sing, and let's be honest, what Celico and Beyond Sunset have been quietly inspired by and riffing on over the last couple of years. A lot of my recent exploration of older Doom mods has been trying to find the origin point of certain trends, and this might be one of the most recent and most influential spawn points on account of it inadvertently affecting the industry from which it kinda sorta came. A hobby project by a professional, inspiring hobbyists to go professional, with commercial games rising up like prodigal daughters returning home. If only more people paid it forward this effectively. By Kinsey. This is a classic. I ought to play it on stream sometime. Jump Maze Series. James Cyber Esquivel and the Jump Maze Community 2009 to 2020. This missed Cacowards should stand out among others at least a little bit, because it isn't a contentious snub or of a map set proving its worth later, or the responsible parties missing out on a mod that flew under the radar. The lack of any awards for Jump Maze stems from long-running ignorance of an entire successful, albeit niche, genre. First released in 2009 by Cyber and his mapping squad, this Sandrona mod and map set combo presents players with obstacle courses, jumping sequences, and movement-based challenges. Monsters are rarely present, and only as extra spice, not the focus. It was followed by Jump Maze 2 in 2013 and Jump Maze X in 2020, plus several community mapping projects complementing the official trilogy. Damn, that is a lot to miss. The concept of empty puzzle maps is widely accepted and appreciated nowadays, but back then the genre spoke to a much narrower audience. Perhaps surprisingly for the modern reader, most of it resided in the online multiplayer space, among players already intimate with the harsh skill requirements of deathmatch and capture the flag. People already familiar with the limits of SR 40-50 and jump length who spent their free time mindlessly running back and forth in idle mode and CTF maps while chatting with friends. Why not put those skills to the dedicated test, eh? Check this out. Technically, it was not a novelty. We already had 2006's ZD Race and Ice Race, Z Damon's Parallel Track Racing, and we had rocket jumping, a genre Cyber himself subscribed to. It was the marrying of those concepts that perfected the formula, though. Rocket jumping is mechanically hard and filters newbies without mercy. ZD Race is simplistic and limiting in its parallelism requirements. If we use simple jumping and up the difficulty from just zooming around in perfect SR50 lines, we get magic. And, based on demand, Jump Maze 2 introduced massive support for racing instead of SP puzzle solving. Players could compete directly and get ranked, all sorts of stats would get shown in the HUD, and most importantly, they got persistent record keeping. That's right, servers would remember your times, and you could spend all your free time grinding runs to depose the local record holder without the hassle of sending demos to an archive or whatever. Finally, Jump Maze X was a product of a mature community that needed increased challenge, like a polished DLC that once again filters the newbies, but fine-tunes the fundamentals for the true fans. So how is it possible that such a gem was overlooked with such consistency? Well, I don't think Scuba Steve knows what a jump maze is to this day. And when I took over the MP section, I heard of it at some point, I tried it, and then I abandoned it out of fear its specific physics would interfere with my finely attuned rocket jumping muscle memory. How banal, how absurd. How is it possible no one ever kicked me in the ankle over this? And if you don't believe me, go watch these amazing videos and showing some past tournaments and record compilations. And be sure to notice how many people seem to hang around in the runs. Just like rocket jumping servers used to be, Jump Maze is a hangout for friends, and that is a mark of longevity. By Dio. I've heard of these. I've seen Decino play them, but me personally, I've never played them myself. I'm just not that good at platforming. Regular viewers will see. Will know. Asylum of the Wretched by Ian G. Myers from 2000. Originally released in 2000, Ian Myers' Asylum of the Wretched was something of a curiosity in the community of the time, a PWAD leaning so single-mindedly into the horror aspect of Doom's proprietary action sci-fi horror blend that it almost felt like a different game entirely. Contemporary reactions were, by and large, somewhat nonplussed, and the WAD has all been largely forgotten by history. Yet a few longtime devotees of the grim and ghoulish have always kept the black candle burning for this macabre little gem. And had my heart not long ago been burnt to cold ash and poisonous salts on so many Stygian altars, it would surely warm at this chance to tell of it again today, now that there's more of an established cult of the strange and eerie in Doom fandom. Dark, desolate, and suffused with dread from the first timorous heartbeat to the last choking gasp, Asylum is the cautionary tale of a nameless prisoner, attempting a desperate escape from the titular edifice of degradation and madness. Who you are, why and how you came to reside in this place, and the nature of the wider world outside of the Black Bastille's walls are questions that are and shall remain unanswered. But never mind, I think you'll be too busy trying to survive to be pondering such things anyway. And I do mean survive. Myers' opus is meticulously framed, paced, and balanced as a true survival horror experience, a style largely heard of in Doom at the time, which even today is rarely invoked and even more rarely realized. Initially unarmed and severely weakened from injury or torture, from the outset you're made to feel like a hunted animal, relying primarily on wits, evasion, and thoroughly irrational hope to carry you through as the asylum's gauntlets of ordeals. If you're brave, observant, or perhaps just lucky, you might find a few meager weapons to help you temporarily fend off your jailers, or are they your fellow inmates? But such windfalls never last long. You're always the hunted, never the hunter, and you'd be wise to think only of escape, always escape. Just pray it's not a fool's errand. Despite its age, the map's design is deceptively clever and obviously quite carefully planned, offering more layers than may initially meet the eye, while never losing touch with the overriding focus on horror. A stark, clear main path forward is presented to the player, and while it's well placed and nuanced in its own right, with plentiful, starkly contrasting moments of panic and creeping dread, it's also not the only path, and going off script at many points will lead to interesting variations of the tale. There are, for instance, actually several ways to reach the outside, and indeed even more than one ending. The interior of the prison also holds many secrets of its own, some of which hold rare supplies, but which may in turn uncover horrors of which you'd otherwise remain blissfully ignorant. Though it's a fairly short experience, the unrelentingly oppressive atmosphere and creative array of frightening vignettes make it a viscerally impactful one. However the story of your escape ends, smoldering in the moat, drowned in a blood gutter, trapped and mauled in the main block, lost and set upon in the kennels, whatever, it's not one you'll soon forget, and if you're anything like me, one which will leave you wanting more. Demon of the Well. We got page 2. We got page 2, everybody. Mayhem 2018, Purple and Orange by Various. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We have 2-in-1 special. Mayhem 2018 is in fact two sides of the same coin, split into two projects with the focus on the primary colors purple and orange, you mean secondary, paying close homage to two very popular projects we all know and love, being Violence and Orange is the New Star Tan. But let's not assume that this project is just a carbon copy based off an idea that was already executed before. No, sir. Both WADs are packed with custom changes to both the arsenal and the bestiary, offering homage to the reference projects while still keeping a fresh touch. Orange, being the more aggressive of the two, brings to the table intense, action-packed levels that complement the orange theme, such as crimson oceans, barren landscapes, caves, and temples. The combat eventually reaches slaughter territory by the latter segment of the WAD. The aggressive gameplay might remind some of Tangerine Nightmare, another orange-themed WAD that was very popular around the time. On the other hand, Purple pays a closer homage to Violence by having the exact same weapon assortment and familiar layout progression of great tech bases and otherworldly biomes that are often non-linear, emphasizing the atmosphere while still keeping the fresh, fast-paced action going on at all times. To make things more interesting, both the WADs feature a rapid-fire rocket launcher as an addition to the arsenal to help clear out some of the more monster-heavy sections the player may end up facing. The fact that this project manages to keep its unique and memorable taste while paying close tribute to two well-known, award-winning WADs really does blow my mind, and I always find myself coming back to this WAD if I want to play a fast-paced map where I can just blast away. Hold on, what do you mean Violence never won an award and Orange is the New Star Tan was never finished? Excuse me? Not if I can do something about that. Says Terminus. Violence, AD 79, 2015. While I can't finish Orange is the New Star Tan for J. Mikkel, it would be an honor and my pleasure to tell you guys about one of the most memorable map sets of the modern era. That would be Violence by AD 79. With just 4 maps and a little under an hour of playtime, Violence became an inspiration for many WADs that we know and love today. Replacing any shred of the colors green and blue with a beautiful bright hue of purple, Violence was one of the very first WADs to base its whole aesthetic around unique colors, taking inspiration from the likes of Valiant's first episode and Stardate 20XD6, while still keeping its own fresh touch. The maps are all coated with 4 colors that quite contrast each other. The aforementioned bright purple that cannot go unnoticed, with gray, brutalist concrete years before brutalism took hold of Doom mapping, all highlighted by deep red pillars and liquids, and yellow borders as far as the eye can see. All of that package of fun is coupled with a synthwave-style soundtrack, which perfectly captures the cool and smooth vibes of the theme presented. From the limited color palette sprouted 4 levels of surprisingly different themes, but all of them share a fast pace and varied approach to combat. The first map gets you used to the theme and style, as well as the beautiful weapon sprite replacements. The second, Sinkhole, starts bearing some teeth by having a mean centerpiece encounter. Map 3, Offshore, is an open-spaced non-linear map that can be approached from multiple angles and has you alert of your surroundings at any given point. Closing off the WAD is a map that shares its title with a map set in the largest of the bunch, which puts all its cards on the table in terms of combat, and while being a linear experience, it sure doesn't feel like one considering the complex layout of the level. Since Violence's release, alternate color palettes have become much more popular. People started experimenting with changing the usual palette of Doom and birthed some incredible projects, followed by, and we see this phenomenon happening up until this day, with WADs like Spectrum Descent and Simulacrum. Violence's color palette shines like a beacon of inspiration to any mapper who's ever wanted to break the norms of Doom's usual color scheme, and it perfectly delivers what it set out to do. While we're on the topic of color-coded map sets, this by Terminus, Tangerine Nightmare, the French Doom community. I guess they're fresh, I don't know. Tangerine Nightmare, in sheer contrast to Violence, takes a more medieval setting, with orange being the main color of presentation, complemented by various shades of red, brown, and black. The levels have this faux non-linear feel to them, having a sprawling layout but ultimately one path to take at all times. The relation of the themes to the title is more about the nightmare part than the tangerine. While orange is indeed the main color of choice, the locations are all sinister, filled with demonic walls, crumbled geography, and boiling hot lava. To add more flavor to the medieval theme, many monsters have had a bit of a facelift, with some new sprites to accommodate the theme, although their behavior stays the same. None of the mappers is a stranger to aggressive gameplay and enemies jumping at the player when they least expect it. For example, Map 04, Ville Noire, has enemies sniping at you constantly, forcing you to lock into your surroundings at all times. On the other hand, Map 6, The Forgotten Land, is an adventure map that uses all sorts of traps and surprises to always keep you on your toes. Ending strong with Map 8, Pandemonium, is a daunting cathedral chock full of enemies in the first half, followed by a rock climbing sequence where you need to clear enemies as fast as possible while the monster spawner keeps spewing them behind you. If you don't move fast, you will get overwhelmed. We all know by now that the French Doom community knows how to make beautiful and engaging maps, as seen with the many projects before this release. Trois Heures d'Agonie series, and even afterwards, such as this year, Les Gars qui ont fait Doom. The guys who made Doom? There are many prominent mappers in that corner of the world, and when they come together for a community project, the outcome is expectedly fantastic. Maps that stick to a unique color theme are a dime a dozen, but it's important to give a nod to some of our all-time classics that have since become a great inspiration, and Tangerine Nightmare is a timeless classic that definitely withstands the test of time, by Terminus. Grenades and Stuff by Caesar, 2004. Oh, check this out. Fist, pistol, shotgun, super shotgun, etc. You're most likely beyond familiar with Doom's iconic arsenal. In 2004, the thought of expanding beyond that had only been touched upon in edge mods like Corey Whittle's groundbreaking Immoral Conduct. Many prolific weapon mod creators, such as Wild, Weasel, and Daniel, still primarily used Dehacked. It was a win-some, lose-some approach. Authors were forced to work within the confines of Doom's 9 weapon slots, repurposing monster frames and the like to make the most of what they could. With some ingenuity, Zazer, with credit given to Wild Weasel in the mod's text file, was the first to officially break past the weapon slot barrier with Grenades and Stuff by reaching into the pockets of other Doom Engine games for material. Interesting. Check this thing out. The technical aspects of Grenades and Stuff are just as interesting as its featured arsenal. It creatively uses Z-Doom's then newly added Decorate-coded monsters to drop weapons and ammo for other Z-Doom supported games like Heretic and Hexen. These weapons are ultimately skins with no behavioral changes, but they're integrated seamlessly with the rest of the mod's weapons. For instance, when killed, the Revenant now drops the Scorcher, a cleverly reskinned version of the Cleric's Firestorm attack from Hexen. Coupled with changes to the base Doom weapons, such as replacing the BFG 9000 with the ridiculously cool Vortex rifle, or my personal favorite, the shotgun on steroids, the entire lineup feels so cohesive that it's easy to forget where the new weapons originated from. So, did Caesar create the perfect grenade launcher in 2004, and have we been chasing after it after all these years? I wouldn't say so, but Grenades and Stuff still serves as a brilliant time capsule, marking a period in time before Decorate was upgraded to create custom weapons. It's not perfect. The weapon graphics are all over the place and wildly inconsistent, but it's not supposed to be. The focus was on making the mod fun to play, and the weapons of Grenades and Stuff feel fresh in their presentation, cleverly remixing and recontextualizing bits and pieces to create something new, by Cardboard Marty. Mars Doom, Berthold Beckschaffer, and Thomas Locum, 2000. I sometimes like to begin reviews with, you've probably never heard of this one because I like to emphasize the value of hidden gems. But even I had never heard of Mars Doom until we were brainstorming candidates for this list and Dynamo brought it up along his early archaeological picks as the one with the anime girl escort missions. To which the only possible response was, what do you mean there's a WAD from 2000 with anime girl escort missions? Yeah, what do you mean? What? Oh, beg pardon. Like Doom Millennium, Eternity, and others, Mars Doom was one of many early partial conversions too ambitious to ever see completion. But the developers released what they had in this as-is version with 8 finished maps and 1 placeholder. The result is utter brilliance and complete nonsense. The Dehack nearly rivals Batman Doom for creative left-field complexities. Touch-activated barrels, mana-combing missiles, turret enemies that you can activate and deactivate with a switch press. These guys thought of everything. And in surprisingly clever combat and environmental puzzles, you get total insanity, with every map presenting a new and different set of obstacles and challenges. The aforementioned anime girl, Eileen, really is the star of the show, as you have to find ways to keep her alive through 2 missions in order to exit the maps. After she unceremoniously disappears into the midst of vaporware, it only gets weirder. Each of the final 2 maps takes place in a new world with new enemies, seemingly unconnected to previous outings and appearing out of the blue with no explanation. The delirious roller coaster ride appears to end mid-plunge. What happened to Eileen? Where are you now? Why are all the Marines trying to kill you? Will you ever get home? But the unknowns are likely more interesting than the answers would have been. And this tripped-out odyssey that I'd never heard of before, with its dangling commas and suggestive ellipses, is now my favorite WAD from the first 10 years of Doom. By Not Java. Damn, that's high praise. Beautiful Doom by Jekyll Grimpane, Agent Ash, 2008. The idea of not trying to reinvent the real, but to polish it and make it pretty, was a bit of an outlier in the modding space back in 2008. With the sky being the limit, many Z-Doom mods were going all out, taking advantage of being able to create custom weapons, classes, and whatever else was possible. This was before aesthetic-focused projects like Smooth Doom were made, so going out of your way to preserve Doom's core gameplay but enhance the visuals would constitute a design challenge and an exercise in restraint. Unlike its more bombastic, crazy cousin, Brutal Doom, which borrows a lot of visual flair from Beautiful Doom, players like myself back in the day were content in calling the experience vanilla, even with all the fancy bells and whistles Beautiful Doom had to offer. Wow, look at this. Writing this in 2024 is tricky because Beautiful Doom has changed quite a bit since its initial release. The earliest available version, dated 2011, and the most recent release from a couple years ago have many things in common: alternate monster death frames, wonderfully rendered torch sprites, and visual effects such as the imp forming a fireball in its hand before chucking it at you, or the Lost Souls' new flame effects. The latest version incorporates gifty Smooth Doom monster animations, high-definition sounds, and smooth weapon animations courtesy of Per Christian, and even 2 sets of alternate weapons that are entirely optional and toggleable in-game, even in the middle of a playthrough. All aspects of the mod can even be enabled or disabled in the options menu, making it easy to customize how modern you want the game to feel. It's hard not to admire Jekyll Grimpane's restraint in curating an enhanced, mostly vanilla experience, especially with Z-Doom's advanced capabilities. At first glance, Beautiful Doom is the Doom we all know and love with some eyeliner and lip gloss, and that's not to its detriment. Beautiful Doom's greatest strength is offering plenty of eye candy that doesn't stray too far from what we know and love, like Cardboard Marty. I mean, it sure does look, pretty. Look at the shell casings, the blood, the shading on the JPEG. That's what you like. That's what you want. Beta 64 by Anthony, 2018. The Doom 64 mapping landscape was an entirely different animal in 2018. Before Night Dive's remaster brought some much-needed mainstream interest to Doom 64, custom content flowed at a trickle, and frankly, this committee was not paying much attention to it. Between that and the fact that Beta 64 was incomplete at the time of its release, conditions were perfect for this masterpiece to slip under the radar, to miss out on the recognition it deserved. Thankfully, we're able to rectify that now. I hold Beta 64 as the pinnacle of Doom 64 WADs, 31 maps in a sort of elevated midway style, simultaneously nostalgic and innovative, where Antony plays on the themes of Doom 64, the sprawling and inscrutable layouts, even the look and feel of the architecture, but with each knob turned up 1 or 2 clicks. Antony's mastery of lighting and color means he gets tremendous mileage out of the vanilla textures, and is able to usher the player through distinct chapters. Dark, clinical labs, gloomy underworld castles, a weathered stone and flesh wasteland, and finally the burning brimstone at the heart of hell. The scale of these locales is immense, not just the scope of the playable spaces, but also in the looming towers and demonic cities stretching far beyond. And the combat unfolds in tighter, more hectic arenas, liberally populated with Doom 64's most beloved elemental of pain. Beta 64 set the standard for every Doom 64 map set that has followed, in part because it shifts gears so effortlessly. Clever scripting means that maps redesign themselves on the fly. Others are feasts of 3D architecture with fully functional bridges, corridors that crisscross over each other, and pits where you fall into a room directly under where you just were, despite none of that technically being possible in this engine. There's a map where you can repeatedly toggle which key is required for a certain door, and another where you have to keep finding new angles to shoot a switch that repeatedly repositions itself. At times, you'll be fighting through a series of unfolding combat challenges, and at others, you must explore and discover the secrets of a trap-laden labyrinth. But the standout of the entire WAD is one of the secret levels, a network of nukage canals and moving catwalks choked with a thick radioactive haze, where being outside for any length of time means an assured, agonizing death. Antony alone does for Doom 64 what the Way It Did team did for Doom and Doom 2, carrying the visual language of the original game in new directions. And now is perhaps the best time to jump into Beta 64 with a new version spearheaded by STYD051 having just given it a second life, rounding out the map list, fixing a host of bugs, and finally bringing it to the Doom 64 remaster by Suiba. Then we've got Z-Demon CTF, Leximax, Earthquake et al., 2004 to 2005. Monumental, inspirational, foundational. These are just a few of the choice words to describe the impact of Z-Demon CTF on multiplayer Doom's history. For the first decade of Doom's PvP life, you had your choice of map sets to play deathmatch on, and occasionally a cleverly implemented community game mode like Death Tag. By 2004, there came a meteoric impact on the form of Capture the Flag support on Z-Daemon, accompanied by a groundbreaking 10-map WAD. This became front and center for the Doom community multiplayer experience, defining both casual and competitive play for many years to come. Players were thrust into a completely new environment for Doom, featuring teams of Red Marines facing down Blue Marines in a quest to accomplish the most captures of the enemy flag. Sounds simple in concept, doesn't it? Try slipping past multiple players armed with super shotguns or rocket launchers. The challenge in the execution was an enormous draw, with each of the first 10 maps being the first stabs at depicting what a Doom CTF map should look and feel like. Even today, multiple Z-Demon CTF maps feature prominently in best of or most played compilation packs. The first set of maps was very quickly followed by an additional 10, doubling the map offering within just months of CTF's debut and a major multiplayer source port. Barely a year later, the third and final official pack came out. It is this combined set of 30 maps that dominated the public server listing for years. Moreover, each of the map packs had iconic arenas fashioned by multiplayer community veterans. Apart from Leximax and Earthquake, who led the different segments of the ZDCTF project, you'll run into maps by Exel, Ralphus, The Ultimate Doomer, and more. The variety of the maps allowed for players over the years to hone their skills and develop their playstyles as well. To say ZDCTF was just a public spectacle would be to do it a grave injustice. As old-school clans would swarm public servers for impromptu scrimmages full of spectacle, so too would they begin to mold the first shapes of a competitive CTF format. Simply put, Z-Demon CTF was the catalyst of competitive, team-based Doom that players and teams would use to sharpen themselves against each other for years on end, where such maps were leveraged season after season in leagues like the International Doom League. It's difficult to say what could have happened were the maps not of the quality that they were on release. However, it is easy to say that even today you could load up a server hosting ZDCTF with a big group of friends and have an awesome time. For those of us in our teens and young adult years during the heyday of Z-Daemon, it was captivating and awe-inspiring. Nowadays, it's a portrait into the past, where publicly accessible multiplayer Doom was at its hottest. And while more modern map sets have expounded further on the CTF formula, it is impossible to deny the titanic influence of Z-Demon CTF. By Zanero. Please pardon me while I go use the restroom, and then we'll continue with pages 3 and 4. Be right back. Alright, thank you all for your patience. Let me bring my mic a little bit closer. I went hard as hell at the start. Now my throat's a little scratchy. You know how it is. When you gotta do a dramatic reading of a big section, you gotta pace yourself. To that end, I actually brought a little bit of a smoothie. Co-op Build by Dylan McIntosh, Toke, 2005. Potentially Coop Build, but I think it's co-op. Newer community members may not recall the life and times of Dylan McIntosh, better known as Toke. Though only active as a mapper for about half a decade, he managed to become a bit of a household name in the multiplayer scene, releasing the wildly popular BFG Fragathon OMG maps, the one-on-one deathmatch mainstay Moo 2D, and contributing to the legendary UDM3. During this time, Toke began working on his most ambitious project yet, an experimental megawad geared towards cooperative play, rich in seldom-before-seen intricacies and de-hack changes. Tragically, his work was cut short after he was killed in a car accident in 2006. I still distinctly remember the sincere feeling of grief that gripped the multiplayer community in the immediate aftermath of his death, and I recommend you check out the Toke page Bad Co set up to commemorate his life and works. Alright. Let's give it a look-see. Pardon me as we do the moment of silence once again. Toke Memorial Site, Dylan James McIntosh, January 14th, 1983, August 19th, 2006. Please hang in there, guys. It gets better over time, it always does. Wish there was something I could do, more I could do. IRC reformatted excerpts of Toke's consolation regarding Thunder's death. Doom history. Toke got Doom 2 as a birthday present when he was 11. He had some cool parents, I'd say. Soon after, he began playing the game multiplayer with his friend at school, Cody Cups, known as Ganja. After 3 months, they finally figured out how to get setup.exe to connect. He had not set Com3 and setup.exe, and their first deathmatch game was Doom 2 Map 1, with monsters. The team played co-op for 2 years, then switched over to Duke 3D Deathmatch. In 1999, when he got internet access, Toke came back to Doom. After doing some reading on the internet, he came up with his own keyboard-only config. He made it onto IRC Telefrag #DoomRoom and found out about DoomServe, and then after making it onto DoomServe, he played his first internet Doom game against Fodders on Doom 2 Map 32. He had expected to do well due to his improved keyboard config, but didn't, and quickly took Fodders' advice on changing to use mouse plus keys. Toward the end of 1999, he was playing Doom Online and beginning to make Doom maps. On DoomServe, he began to meet people who would be his friends and Doom comrades for years to come. In addition to Fodders, he met Disciple X, Jasty X, Schizo X, and NC, among others. And he met Niv as well, although that meeting was brief, as Niv showed up, kicked everyone's ass, and left. When CS Doom came out in May of 2000, he came to meet many of the European players, such as those in Clan NM. Adam H. and Adam W. especially got his attention, and enjoyed observing and participating in the Doom clans that were starting up at the time. I, Badco, first met Toke in the summer of 2001, on the weekend of August 11th, when his parents drove him up for a LAN party at my apartment in South Riding, Virginia. It was on that Monday Walden and Toke tested Toke's latest WAD under construction, VexDoom.wad, and got the infamous runningbody.zip demo in which spawn points that were too close to walls made for havoc with the respawns. Toke finally frags Walden, and Walden transforms into a running corpse with no respawn ability. Toke stayed involved with Doom over the years, taking a few breaks due to life circumstances, but always returning to pick up more or less where he left off. He was involved in various projects and things right up until the day of his death in August 2006. In general, Toke went to a bunch of LANs, hung out on IRC, got to know a whole lot of people, and made a number of WADs and participated in Doom-related projects. He also occasionally annoyed some people, but was universally respected by everyone as a talented creator of good-flowing deathmatch and co-op maps. Toke was a naturally talented creator of deathmatch WADs and unique co-op WADs. His maps are very original and have a natural appeal to players of all skill levels. Co-op build, Mu2D, Vex Z-Daemon, OMG maps. More details about Toke's projects and WADs will be posted here in the near future. Pictures. Previously unreleased pictures from my 2001 LAN party, where I first met Toke, are below. Click the images to view them in full size. Right, this was from the mid-aughts, so we moved to different pages every time. So, yeah, everybody. Let's remember Toke for a little bit. For pics from my 2003 land, see the August 2003 land party documentation page. The accident. South Post Oak Road is a narrow, north-south rural road with numerous blind hills. It is narrow such that two vehicles approaching one another must take care and pull off toward the sides of the road in order to effect the pass. Near the southern end of this road, 19-year-old Wayne Dickinson had a heated argument with his girlfriend and parents. He was a habitual abuser of a drug called Xanax, which in its normal legal use is a prescription medication used to combat anxiety. He had recently taken 2 large doses of it called bars to get high. In a fit of rage after the argument, he took his mother's 1992 Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme without permission and began driving northbound at a high rate of speed on South Post Oak Road. He had no driver's license at all, and the vehicle was uninsured. Vehicle forensics would later reveal that the speedometer was maxed out at the top of its indicated range of 100 miles per hour, 161 kilometers per hour, and the vehicle's actual speed is likely to have been in excess of this. Toke had just picked up his friend Joshua Hollingsworth at his house and was returning southbound along the same road at about 40 miles per hour. He was driving a white 2002 Oldsmobile Alero. They were starting out on a trip to drive about an hour north to pick up a new truck Toke had just bought for an online auto parts business he was starting up. Toke had a known reputation among his friends for being a safe driver, and both vehicle occupants were wearing their seatbelts. The two vehicles impacted near the top of the hill at about halfway between West Hickory Drive and West 101st Street South. It was an extremely offset head-on collision in which the leftmost areas of the vehicle's front ends impacted one another. Toke's passenger, Josh, reports that their vehicle was as far right as was appropriate on the narrow road, and the Cutlass Supreme is believed to have been in the center of the road. The driver's area of Toke's car exclusively bore the force of this impact. The car spun 90 degrees and was flipped up onto its right side, and was pushed back from the point of impact. The Cutlass Supreme was driven by Wayne flipped 4 times, end over end, and smashed into a telephone pole. The driver's side of Toke's car was demolished by the impact, distorting the structure of the car and pushing the dashboard and steering column several feet into the passenger compartment. Both airbags deployed. Josh reports that the onset of the accident was very fast, with no time to notice or even recognize an oncoming vehicle. For the purposes of human perception, the onset of the accident was instant. Josh was initially rendered unconscious from the impact. When he regained consciousness, he tried to talk to Toke and take his pulse, but could not tell if there was a pulse due to his own heart rate being high. Josh crawled out of the car through the hole in the where the windshield had been and sat down. He had a broken foot and cuts and bruises. He did not find out the foot was broken until 2 days later. Wayne was able to get out of his mother's Cutlass Supreme despite being extremely injured. He had a crushed pelvis, ruptured spleen, both kidneys and bladder, internal bleeding, both legs broken. One leg was all 3 bones, the other was just the lower leg, crushed foot, broken wrist, broken arm, same side as wrist, head concussion, 3 to 4 broken ribs, a collapsed lung, and cuts and bruises. He was crying for his mom and begging for help. Josh recognized that Toke was probably dead and that Wayne had basically killed him. He got up, hobbled over to Wayne, and kicked him in the head. Jesus Christ. Wayne appeared to be knocked unconscious as a result. Josh had resorted to the kick because he did not see a rock lying around nearby, and later explained that he was trying to get about a $200 kick and was only able to get about a $100 one. The neighbor in the area arrived at the accident scene in about 10 minutes, and the paramedics arrived in about 30 minutes. The accident was in a very rural area. Wayne was airlifted to the hospital, and Josh went by ambulance. Experienced drivers may already be aware of these details. This type of head-on collision is the most severe type that can possibly happen in terms of the driver's chances of survival, and most especially in this case, Toke's. In this accident, Toke's car was relatively stable in its position and direction on the road. The impact of the other vehicle delivered an extreme amount of force onto the driver's side of Toke's car. The relative stability of Toke's car on the road contributed to the transmission of the force of the impact directly through the car structure, effectively holding the car in a more stable position, while the force distorted and compressed the left side of the car. The other vehicle, due to the unstable nature of a vehicle moving at high speed, had some of the kinetic energy from the impact redirected into movement in other directions instead of being transmitted as directly through the vehicle structure. It's like if you could kick a car hard enough to really damage it, it would be easiest to do the most damage with your foot if the car were sitting still with its parking brake on, extremely stable. If the car were flying past and you kicked at it, you would likely knock it to the side a bit with your kick because it's unstable and easier to push away from you while it's flying along. In that event, some of the energy from your kick is directly translated into force that would move the car sideways, causing the tires to slide sideways along the pavement, because the car has less traction and stability at a high rate of speed and is easier to push around. I believe that the effect of this accident on Toke was that he did not know what happened and for all practical purposes died instantly. The forceful deceleration caused by the impact knocked him unconscious, and he died very quickly due to the force of the impact of the steering wheel. At the time of this writing, late August 2006, the driver of the other vehicle is still in the ICU of a local hospital. He is expected to be charged with things like DUI, driving without a license, driving without insurance, and possibly vehicular manslaughter. Two notable threats were made on the doomed message boards. A memorial music video, at least named for Toke and posted in the forums. Memorial video compilation made by Yarda. Contains triggers. Toke's funeral. Pictures from the funeral have been made available by Ganja and are available for download here. Zip files contains pictures with maybe triggering for sensitive people, including one discrete image of lying in state. Quasar attended the funeral and made the following post and thread of Doom World. I left from Shawnee at 10 a.m., driving down I-40 amidst the indescribable beauty of Oklahoma during summer. The drive took 2 hours exactly, and I made one wrong turn in Tulsa thanks to some confusing Google Map indications, but I was able to get back on track fairly easily. I arrived at Southern Hills Baptist Church at noon, which was an hour before the service started. At first I was a little regretful for showing up too early, and I went in and signed the guest book after a couple of minutes. One of the funeral directors ran into me and asked if I wanted to sign the casket. His friends and family had already covered most of the lid with heartfelt messages. I added my own after reading a few of the others and trying to get my hand to be steady. It said something like this: Dylan, all your friends online miss you very much. We will never forget you. James Haley. Just knowing that he was inside, resting peacefully as I wrote these words, was a powerful but painful experience. The casket was brown and made of wood, and it was surrounded by bouquets of flowers, including a top spread with red roses. A sign, apparently made by his sailing friends, sat nearby and said Dylan James McIntosh, Waves of Life, or something similar to that. Please forgive me for losing track of some of the finer details due to my emotions, and had pictures of him sailing. On 2 screens of the wall of the chapel, his picture and name were displayed by projectors. Some of his family members were the only ones present right then, so I took a seat further back of the chapel to avoid making anybody uncomfortable. Not very long after, a man who looked incredibly like Dylan but much older came into the room. It was his father. He talked to a few of his relatives and then noticed me and came over to me. I stood up and shook his hand and introduced myself, and explained how I met Dylan. He thanked me for coming and we shared a few more words. Then he informed me the family was going to leave for lunch. I went back out into the foyer and sat on a bench for a while, and one of the funeral directors talked to me for a while. After not very long at all, people began arriving, so I went back into the chapel. In very little time, almost the entire chapel filled up, and I estimate there were at least 200 people in attendance, with about equal numbers of friends and family. Some jazzy rock music started to play softly, and I later learned this was music from one of his favorite CDs. Once it was time to begin, they changed the music to his favorite song. Unfortunately, I don't know the name of it. Then his family filled in. After a moment of silence, the music died down, and the 2 screens up at the front started to display a life story picture slideshow movie which detailed Dylan's life in a somewhat reversed order, starting with the same pictures that are on his tribute website, and then going on and on. I think there were probably 100 pictures at least. Many of them were funny and made people laugh, while others made tears. I don't think there was a dry eye in the house after the first few. Many of the pics were of Dylan with his pets and doing many of his favorite activities, which included skiing, snowboarding, water skiing, and sailing. After this finished, the Reverend Rick Watson talked for a long time, reading the obituary word for word and then adding much more of his own material, largely humorous anecdotes from Dylan's life. After he finished, family members and friends were invited to speak. 4 or 5 people spoke in all, and each had different light, humorous tales to tell. One of his friends did break down after telling us about how without Dylan he wouldn't have his job with computers or know anything about them. His father spoke for the longest and had 5 different stories to tell, mostly about some of the antics of Dylan's younger days, like when he sent up a model rocket stuffed full of firecrackers and accidentally set a soccer field on fire. After this was finished, prayers were offered, the casket was opened, and we began to file out one row at a time, stopping to speak with his parents. Dylan held a ratchet in one hand, a suggestion to his father from a friend that should be buried with one of his beloved tools. When my time to stand came, I moved out of the aisle and slowly walked in the procession until I came to the front. After taking a moment to look at Dylan, which was really hard to do, I turned to his mother. She took my hand and I introduced myself to her, saying, "It's very nice to meet you," and taking a moment to say a few of the things I had earlier said to his father. He had actually already told her some of these things and reminded her when she almost confused me with somebody else. I told her these words: he had many, many friends online, and we all miss him. But I will be sure to let everyone know how nice this was, and she thanked me. I then shook his father's hand again and left the chapel. I attended the graveside service as well. He was buried in Memorial Park Cemetery, which was old and incredibly ornate with a statuary and monuments. Dylan's casket was taken up to the gravesite and set down. Then his family was guided into the tent. Another prayer was offered, and then his family placed dozens of single red roses atop the casket one by one. Big red balloons were released to symbolize letting go. And then everybody just talked for a while. I waited for a while to be respectful, and then left quietly and made my way home, although not without leaving many tears along the long path. All in all, it was an incredible and deeply touching experience, and I am so glad to have had the chance to represent our community there. I didn't know all there was to know about Dylan, but what I did know about him I really liked. Soon we will move on, the shock and pain of the loss will fade, but like I wrote on his casket, we will never forget him. Among the items he was buried with were his dad included a ratchet with a 10mm socket. His friends included things such as a fresh pack of Camel Special Lights, a white lighter, driver's licenses, part of an old shirt, the business ATM card, business name 138 Enterprises, some candy Toke always ate, firecrackers, and pictures. Ganja's put his driver's license, an acid bath tape, and an unopened copy of Doom Shareware. Additional site credits: Cody Cups for accident details and funeral pics, Quasar's funeral discussion unabashedly stolen from the Doomworld forum. That took a turn. Apologies if it got way too heavy. I didn't think it would quite be that intense, but I thought it was important once I started to just keep going. Let's carry on learning more about Toke's legacy, shall we? For co-op build, though, the tragedy meant the PWAD now remained technically unfinished. Available only in early drafts, Toke had been testing in multiplayer servers with his friends, technically not intended for public consumption, as evinced by its placeholder map names and its intermission screen asking people not to host their own servers until it reached a more final state. But even in such a state, co-op build has become one of the most played and celebrated co-op megawads ever. Toke's brilliance ensures that this early draft represents an extremely creative, practically endlessly replayable set that went on to establish many standards for similar WADs to follow. I remember like it's yesterday joining a Skulltag server circa 2007, watching a group of players break out of a marine-guarded prison cell on the first map, pounding the relentlessly approaching guards with shotguns and machine guns on their way to freedom. The overwhelming opposition alone was more than I had seen out of virtually any WAD up to that point, but then things became interesting. In order to actually escape, the map relies on a series of timed switches that are nearly impossible to achieve for a single person, requiring multiple people to sit by the switches and coordinate their presses to advance further. It may seem simple in retrospect, but this design choice prevented the kind of experience often seen in WADs like Alien Vendetta, where more experienced players would blitz through the map and leave everyone to sit by and observe the piles of corpses. No, in co-op build, everyone has to partake in the massacre. The maps are jam-packed with enemies that by themselves preclude any kind of victory possible by a single person, but then actions have to be coordinated, whether it's in the combat itself, through switches, or by getting unruly players to line up in order to form a bridge that another person can then walk over to unlock the following portion of the level. And then there's the comedic aspects. One of the levels is a very long corridor with cyber demons at the end that periodically fire rockets your way. There are small alcoves filled with monsters that you can use as hiding spots if you clear them out. But the most fun part of the level is, of course, taking shelter and watching the rockets splash into your friends' faces because they weren't quick enough to get out of the way. Given co-op build is meant to be played in cooperative, with infinite lives and infinite ammo, there undoubtedly is a certain mindlessness to it all. But is it fun? Heck yeah. If you manage to find a server filled with players, join up and relive the magic of non-stop cooperative slaughter like it's the mid-2000s all over again. From Dynamo. Unwelcome by PlusW 2018. Unwelcome is a dream, a strange, beautiful, at times painful one, and though you struggle to remember the details after you wake, you know it has changed you. The meaning, as with most dreams, is up for interpretation, but Unwelcome's obsession with eyes is clear. You are perpetually opening them, perpetually seeing as if for the first time, perpetually waking. But in this place, eyes are also a threat, and a physical danger. The wall of eyes that meets you on the title screen is a warning. Don't even trust your own. Unwelcome asks you to use your eyes in new ways, to understand that although this WAD may look like Doom, the same basic textures, weapons, and enemies you know so well, it's not quite what you think it is. The desaturated colors are the first sign, squeezing virtually everything you see into a narrow spectrum, a soupy darkness, so that the vivid splashes of magenta and teal can punctuate both the staccato notes of combat, a muzzle flash, a spurt of blood, as well as the map's puzzle elements. Progression is almost always linked to some sort of binary system reflected in the WAD's two signature colors. In Map 2 they represent two sets of barriers, only one of which can be opened at a time. In Map 06, magenta and teal are those zeros and ones of a digital combination lock. In many others they are simply denote the two keys that are required to reach the exit, or two wings of a map split down the middle. Color will guide you as long as you're paying attention. Monsters appear in fits and starts, a handful here, a nail-biting ambush there, and then a lengthy period of wandering, searching, discovering. Conveniently, almost all of Doom's monsters and projectiles incorporate red or blue-green in their design, remapped here as magenta and teal, meaning that as soon as they appear they stand out clearly against the drab backdrops. So fights are more black and white, literally, with the real threats highlighted and your deadly purpose laser-focused. More than anything, PlusW has created a piece of impeccable atmosphere. Their bespoke soundtrack is a mix of ambient sounds juxtaposed with whimsical rock songs, flowing back and forth into one another. They feel almost inappropriate, too light and airy against the grim starkness of the map set's visuals. And that's the thing about dreams, isn't it? Unwelcome exists in that wonderful crossroads where nothing really makes sense and yet it's all exactly as it should be, by Squeeba. Hard Doom, Ariel and Ghastly, 2008. Oh, we had Beautiful Doom, we had Brutal Doom, now get ready for Hard Doom. Those of us who were active in the late 2000s may remember the explosion in the popularity of Realm 667's Bestiary, and the ensuing flood of R667 monster replacement mods, with names like the Doom Monster Randomizer or Scaliano's 667 Shuffle. You know well what to expect going into most of these. At a superficial glance, Hard Doom may seem like yet another in a long list of randomizer mods with little to set it apart from the others, but a few key differences have made it an enduring staple on Skulldag and Zandronum. First of all, Hard Doom was among the very first mods of its kind to be built with multiplayer in mind. Scaliano's 667 Shovel and most of the others were meant as single-player experiences first and foremost, with a lot of the code not being client-sided and thus causing severe problems in hosted servers. Of course, the name itself describes what Hard Doom is all about. It is meant to be hosted on map packs that are a little too easy when played with many people, either due to relaxed encounters or just a monster count that's far too low. But, with significantly powered up monsters, even unassuming maps can quickly become serious challenges that weed out the more inexperienced players and could, for example, prevent the first half of Demon Fear or Scythe from being completed in 2 minutes. Yeah, this looks like a shit show, in the best way. What sets Hard Doom apart from many of its contemporaries is the long development cycle and attention paid to balance and visual treatment. The latter is mostly thanks to the work of the late Ghastly, who implemented some very nice particle effects for the various projectiles, weapons, and power-ups. Even while considering the age of the mod, the visuals hold up quite nicely and almost never compromise readability on the altar of pretty graphics, an all too common pitfall some other gameplay mods ran into. As a historical note, it's also interesting to know that some of the popular R667 staples, such as the databus, actually started from Hard Doom due to Ghastly's work on the bestiary and the mod. While it obviously won't be a perfect fit for every map, Hard Doom walked so that mods like Supercharged today could run, and that is certainly worth celebrating, by Dynamo. Castle of Evil by Stanley Stasiak, 1994. Castle of Evil, released in late 1994, is a sprawling epic of a map from an era when such outings were rare to non-existent, sporting 4,400 lines, 47 secrets, and a head count approaching 500. It would be considered a sizable undertaking even today. An adventure map of the highest caliber, it is aggressively non-linear, packed with secrets, and yet surprisingly intuitive to navigate despite the complexity. It took me well over an hour to unravel in its totality, the experience of which reminded me of playing the more substantial outings in exploration-focused works like No End in Sight or even Lost Civilization. While perhaps crude in comparison to later works in the same vein, I think it is fair to categorize Castle of Evil among the first or even as the first true mega map, given its scale and the time investment its completion represents. Despite its age, Castle of Evil is a surprisingly airtight production, with nary a soft launch, broken action, or HOM to be seen. It is also a visually striking work, with Stasiak placing a particular emphasis on harsh directional lighting and impressive vistas. While misaligned textures are a ubiquitous issue, as with most maps of the period, the geometry itself is astonishingly sophisticated, boldly non-orthogonal, and often dizzyingly vertical, while in various rooms and outdoor spaces are well composed, both in forms and in terms of aesthetics. More impressive still is the sheer complexity of the layout itself, interweaving different height levels deftly, and showing off areas far in advance of the place in the map's progression as an enticement to further advancement. The action is serviceable, a drip feed of opposition obstructing travel through the tight warrens of the map's depths, more threatening in their cumulative attritional effect on the player's health pool and ammo reserves than in direct action. This apparent mastery of the craft on Stasiak's part belies the strange fact that Castle of Evil is his only known work, making it a one-shot wonder of the highest order. In this way, the map is a true child of the early 90s, an exemplar of the wild experimentation that in part defined the era, a sui generis work of genius truly without precedent nor follow-up. A half-forgotten testament to the skill and ambition of someone to whom Doom was merely a passing fancy. Despite its obscurity, it is a landmark work, and certainly worthy not only of remembrance, but of appreciation on its own merits. Spider Silk by Zanzan Zawavea. Oh, and Omniarch wrote this one, by the way. Spider Silk, which takes place in a surreal dungeon, is like a hallucination of something that is Doom, but not quite. It's as if a time traveler slightly tweaked the original game and its developer's design doc. There's a lot more RPG in the aesthetics here, and then the PWAD scene developed naturally from that point. Partly it's the strange jazzy MIDI by ZZZV themselves, partly It's the way it mixes stock Doom assets with expressive custom textures and decorative rock skull sprites that evoke other games of the era. Partly it's the odd monster changes, like how Caco demons are fragile but spit more projectiles, and how some of the archfiles... No, I'll let you see that for yourself. I've always loved Spider Silk because it shows how exceptional work often comes in small packages with a lot of love and care, or bold play in every design choice. For example, there are the architectural set pieces at the heart of many areas. Some are recognizable as something, like the Skull Throne. Others are abstract shrines or weird contraptions that have only oblique function to the map's gameplay, which invites you to imagine their real purpose. There are the caves that just exist just because ZZZV felt like it'd be cool to run around picking up lots of bonuses without fighting anything. There are the strange, rowdy encounters after quiet stretches that use spider masterminds like casual enemies. As you play or replay, maybe the strange abstract geometry that contorts around itself and occasionally features real-world constructs like bedrooms, an early example of the increasingly more popular liminal doom philosophy, starts to take on a more specific meaning to you. In this way, Spider Silk feels like it was built in a far-flung alternate realm, one not quite of this earth. Of course, that's long been ZZZZV's stock in trade, an intermittent traveler to worlds most of us can't access, bringing back the good shit, like, hey kids, look what I got, from Baja Blast Road. Rocket Space Jumping by Earthquake, Time of Death, and Morrison, 2007 to 2016. You've probably heard of rocket jumping, right? Point rocket launcher at feet, press fire, make like a ballistic missile. But wait, point at feet in Doom? Surely not. You'd be right about that. Not only is it almost impossible to aim down in Doom, the explosions also don't give you any upward boost. However, here comes Z-Doom with its fancy physics and enabling not just a Z-axis boost, but also jumping a little to make it count for more. And the players noticed, and they made maps, and they discovered how insanely broken the new mechanic can get, and they loved it. I'll skip the rest of the history lesson this time. After several years of advancing the knowledge about what's possible with Z-Doom physics and running, and R-jumping, Earthquake stepped up to the plate and gave us Rocket Space Jumping, a culmination of what was known about the genre in 2007. A gigantic set of structures, hanging in the void of space, daring you to traverse them, teleporting you back to a previous checkpoint upon failure. It wasn't the hardest or trickiest of RJ WADs even when it came out, but it was a playground like no other, non-linear, multi-objective, offering jumps and routes spanning from the basics to the extremes, and that was pure heroin. There was just one issue. The best R-Jump map was unfinished and had no exit, and Earthquake seemed MIA. Hence stepped up the best R-Jumper of that era, Time of Death, and gave us RJ Space 9F, the most well-known iteration of the map. He simply added an end section that required using the two bonus weapons designed by another R-Jump prodigy, Morrison. A plasma gun that generates a rocket explosion with every cell, and a BFG that constantly generates archvile blasts until the big wall hits, leading to the literal flying across the vastness of the map. Those mechanics obviously allow designing vastly more difficult jumps, so the exit was a prize only a few could hope to reach. R-jumping is inherently extremely demanding. As a newbie, you won't be able to perform the simplest jumps for hours, lacking the necessary timing and aiming. It is frustrating and demoralizing. You can train forever in a bunch of tutorial maps, sure, but there was also RJ Space, a hangout place where masters of the trade would polish their most complex tricks, but newbies could train the most basic steps. This led to a wonderful environment where techniques were patiently explained and skill was passed on like nowhere else. The tranquil and meditative atmosphere of those days feels so romantic and happy that I almost don't believe my memories. Then nearly 10 years later, Earthquake returned bearing a surprising gift. Out of nowhere, RJ Space 31. Entire map reworked, made bigger and prettier, vastly more challenging, with crazy new scripts and challenges. Its final form is wonderful to behold. The one caveat, it is ball-bustingly hard, and those of us who are used to spanking the V9F version around have not been able to properly consume knowledge scraps from And those of us who are used to spanking the V9F version around have not been able to properly master V31 to this day. In fact, it is so hard it created a fork in the road, with newbies no longer being able to hang around and consume knowledge scraps from lounging experts. In the end, both V9F and V31 became staples, like the People's Cut and the Director's Cut, and no RJ map came close to the popularity of the Space Playground. From Dio. This is a part of Doom community that I'm not familiar with. Neo Doom by Daniel, 2006. Last year we spotlit Neo Doom as part of the Dude Eternal feature special, and it was during the writing for that dawned on me that Neo Doom had in fact never been featured in the pages of the Cacowards before. I was admittedly quite surprised that the popular Megawad didn't make the cut, so I went ahead and asked the ultimate authority on anything Cacoward related, Scuba Steve. He diligently went through his notes and told me that Neodoom was not even marked anywhere in the document, and the conversation was actually the first time Scuba had ever heard about it. Huh. How telling of the decentralized nature of the Doom community that one of the most popular WODs on online source ports never even made headlines for the Cacowards committee back in the day. But better late than never, right? Well, if you've read last year's feature, then you already know it comes with a custom soundtrack. You already know it comes with controversial custom monsters that the so-called vaccinated edition removes, and you already know it's just a nice adventure, especially in co-op. But what is Neodoom? Released at the tail end of the early source port wars, Neodoom was one of the most ambitious megawads of the time, deciding not to embrace one port over the others, but instead embracing all of them. Indeed, the various custom monsters in the original version will show up differently depending on which port Z-Doom, Doom Legacy, or Doomsday Engine is chosen to play it, an oddity that I don't think has ever been replicated elsewhere. Ambition isn't limited to the technical aspect, as the 32 maps are often huge and wildly varied in themes. Neodoom starts off in tech bases coded in the Darkening 2's texture pack. Speaking candidly, these are some of my favorite early tech-based maps out of any megawad, striking that perfect balance of brisk action and smooth progression where even the larger maps will not take long to get through. Things take a turn for the massive, starting with a dam level at map 8, and then embrace that aspect with the somewhat infamous city levels. These look great even today, non-linear playgrounds choked full of monsters to explore at your own leisure. Just maybe try to avoid going the UV max route for them, as they're much more fun to play if you just try to get to the exit as soon as possible instead of clearing out every single building by yourself. Unless you're playing in co-op, of course, where it's an absolute blast to clear them out with 8 to 16 players. The last episode is the most varied of the bunch, with an underground base in a frozen wasteland, a demonic tropical island, a massive hellish canyon, and then the somber final confrontation. The Vaccinated Edition is the way to go for greater compatibility with modern source ports, but regardless, you're bound to find something you enjoy in at least one of Neodoom's episodes. So long as big maps are your thing, that is. From Dynamo. Altitude by Tourniquet 2017. A work caught between legendary releases, an estranged cousin of Miasma on the one hand, and slightly scruffy grandfather to Mutabor on the other, Altitude is perhaps Tourniquet at his purest, manifesting as it does the extreme verticality, transforming geometry, non-linear progression, and tight yet spontaneous action that define his body of work, without the grandiosity or aesthetic virtuosity cladding its peers. It is comparatively raw, a masterwork of design clad in a deceptively humble range of stock textures. Structurally, the map is fairly standard key and hub setup, with the player only being required to explore around 2/3 of it to exit, though the actual mechanisms of progression make this hard to notice at the act, unconventional yet intuitive as they are. The map's verticality is most apparent at this level. In the course of progression, the player will make many a dizzying leap of faith, crawl precariously about the exterior of the decaying megastructure that the level takes place in, and plunge over and over into the unknown with no obvious way back to familiar territory. In this way, the map is equal parts exhilarating and disorienting to explore for the first time, leaving a strong first impression. It's hard to appreciate the sheer craft on display here in a single run, with the map's true beauty only really becoming apparent through repeated exposure. From the ingenious way many of the map's encounters unfold, seemingly unassuming spaces, shifting suddenly in unexpected ways to entrap the player in tourniquet-based combat puzzles, to the alien yet familiar feel of its setting, a towering edifice of industrial might built atop something much older, its innards rotten despite an outward appearance of order, yet to the sheer beauty of the geometry itself, equal parts organic and brutally industrial. The inspired nature of Tourniquet's choice of MIDI likewise becomes only more apparent with time. Yakfak's charmingly eccentric and oddly titled E1M1 SAS, providing a perfect audio backdrop to the player's own meandering, semi-crazed path through the map, a cornerstone of the Altitude experience. While undeniably overshadowed in the public eye by its preeminent cousin Miasma, Altitude should not be overlooked, for it is a work every bit as impressive as its peers in its own oddball way. It is almost a demake of sorts, an exemplar of its author's unique style, the beauty of its design laid bare by minimalist presentation and the limits of the vanilla executable. In short, Altitude is Tourniquet distilled, from Omniarch. The Scientist 2, Roland van der Velden, 2005. In 2001, Thomas van der Velden released a seminal work, Revolution, which helped define how megawads treated the very concept of a Doom world. Locales that are grouped enough to feel real, but abstract enough to still be fully within the realms of what we understand Doom as being. Coupled with a direct, often narratively oriented approach, Revolution thus worked brilliantly, whether you tackled it as one long continuous journey, or piecemeal by focusing on the minutiae of each map's unique themes and settings. It turns out, however, that Thomas's family did not just have one mapping genius among them. His brother Roland van der Velden first released Scientist as an 11-map episode replacement in 2002, later expanding it to a 20-map megawad in 2005 under the name of Scientist 2. Much like Revolution, Scientist 2 wastes no time in presenting the player with believable, lived-in locales. A construction site, a bustling city, an abandoned reservoir, an ancient church secluded deep into the woods. The progression between each map remains fairly consistent, and through overcrowded, with demons, bars, and warehouse conveyor belts, everything is made to feel alive. Thematically, Scientist 2 is split between 3 episodes. The opening city portion, following which the player takes the plane to reach a snowy Siberian military complex, until finally reaching the Outer Lands, set amidst mysterious ruins, dried-up bogs, and marble fortresses, all while chasing the eponymous scientist, who in his madness has opened the gates of hell before the world. Each setting is going to have its faithful adherents, but for me personally, it is the back end of the megawad that ultimately proves most inspiring. The hollowed-out giant faces on the plains, the statues of elephants, the ornate towers. There's something about these places that whispers to your soul. A land at once decadent and beautiful, with these ancient ruins and halls now occupied by the scientist's minions as you gear up to the final, surprisingly climatic confrontation. Equal half cult classic and earth-shattering innovator, Scientist 2 is exactly the kind of WOD that can and will make a person fall in love with Doom modding. And hey, if you need to rekindle that love, there's always a 2023 follow-up to relive the journey anew. From Dynamo. Okay. Dark Tartarus by Lihanchi, 2012. Look at this. Thanks to co-op build and Drown in Blood, co-op slaughter became fully established as a popular subgenre on Doom Online source ports. More entries would later follow and become stars in their own right, such as Invasion UAC, Destination Unknown, and Shogun Trogan. However, Dark Tartarus' release in 2012 presented yet another revolutionary shift. Initially released as a set of 32 maps, it later expanded to 43 as part of the Dead to Night expansion, which also overhauled the initial batch of maps. That made it by far the biggest megawad of its type, but unlike its progenitors, Dark Tartarus has proper ammo balance and is also playable in single player, and has even been appreciated by some speedrunners. Throughout its entire runtime, Dark Tartarus is an exercise in boundless creativity and eclectic chaos. The very first map has you soar through a sea of enemies while you race to the middle of the eponymous arch bridge, the middle of which is the only safe spot from the lethal gaze of the pale humanoids. And on this very first map you will be faced with over 1,000 enemies on UV, setting the stage for future challenges, even though, unlike many other hard PWODs, Dark Tartarus attempts to be balanced for lower difficulty settings as well. For example, on HNTR, the enemy count drops to a mere 170, radically altering how the map is played. Make no mistake though, for some maps, will be quite the challenge no matter what skill level you choose. Many of them rely on a central gimmick. For instance, the hilarious BFG charge has you brazenly shooting at pinkies and cyberdemons while on a massive and fast scrolling floor, while scrambling to collect all keys needed to exit. Extreme Caution features cyberdemons trapped in clusters of barrels, which you should be careful not to destroy while fighting the nearby enemies. The appropriately named Revive Station is set in a facility where switches activate monster launchers that quickly populate the playing field. But what's even cooler about Tartarus is that the maps do not rely on gimmicks, prove no less memorable. Map 06 is called WoW Finished, and pays tribute to one of Doomworld's most infamous maps, while the awe-inducing Map 29, with its towering skyscrapers shrouded in darkness, is a sight for the ages. Tracker music is used throughout for that fun, bouncy feel it so effectively provides. Whether you like hard WODs or not, Dark Tartarus is one journey that will certainly leave an impression. From Dynamo. I played the first map and was like, why the fuck did I download this? And it's only now that I am remembering why. It's because of Map 29. Decino played that one. But I forgot the file name. It's like Tartara 5? Now I know. So that's my little story about Dark Tartarus. System Vices by Bob Reganis, 1996. Yo, check this out. Even most award winners become obscure eventually, but it's the near misses, once household names but never quite written down, that face the greatest risk of being forgotten entirely. Bob Reganis' time with the Doom scene was short but eventful, and this partial conversion from 1996 was both his magnum opus and his final release mapping project. System Vices is memorable for its unnerving clash of tones. It's cartoony in a way that was already nostalgic when I first played it in the 2000s, but at the same time oblique, surreal, and sometimes sad. The text file informs you that it takes place on the planet of Sverre, an alien murder utopia whose inhabitants derive pleasure from killing and creating confusion. But then it immediately walks that back by telling you that nothing is as it seems, and it's up to you to determine what the game's reality is about. Despite the map set's puzzly, often bewildering nature, all but one of the maps are short scenes with under 100 monsters, and the whole set takes maybe 60 to 80 minutes to play if you're quick to the punch. In that short span, it packs in quite a range of tricks that were cool for the time, including fake room over room, deep water, jumps across enormously vertical spaces, and a map-to-map narrative that revisits locations being rapidly overhauled by violent upheaval. I think Raganest really meant it about figuring out the story for yourself, because the constant backdoor perplexity of the level design with its fake walls and mandatory secrets, combined with the slightly bizarre homebrew textures and reskinned enemies and items, really makes you wonder what you're looking at. To my eye, the map set drops recurring hints that the real villain is you, that the backstory about the savage inhabitants is a lie, and the people of Sverre are simply trying to defend themselves against a marine invasion force of which you are the vanguard. But that's only my interpretation. It's different from KMX's, and possibly Raganest's too. What's really cool about System Vices is that it has the pervasive atmosphere and nagging questions to make you want to suss out the truth for yourself. Why not Java? Compelling. Very compelling. Daedalus, Alien Defense by Team TNT, 2003. The OG missed Cacoward. When I first began compiling the Cacowards back in 2004, the process was far less streamlined. In fact, there was no process at all. Daedalus was simultaneously released on Doom's birthday in 2003 alongside the feature 10 Years of Doom, so when the first Cacowards landed a year later, Daedalus was simply overlooked. Today we'd never allow an oversight so egregious, but I was 21 and probably drunk. As a sequel to the earlier masterpiece Icarus Alien Vanguard, Daedalus was the swan song of Team TNT before the old guard fully disbanded. Original Icarus mappers Ty Halderman and Gary Gosson returned for one last project that would require the longest development time of anything TMT had ever previously attempted. They decided to utilize the newly released Z-Doom source port and would spend the next 4 years incorporating every new feature into the mod. I really want to play this one, I just want to say. In hindsight, I think it's clear that Team TNT was overwhelmed by their desire to build a 32-level custom replacement for Doom, as they had done numerous times before, but were now burdened with the increased development time needed to properly detail and script the hub-based Doom adventure project. Ty Halderman routinely reminded players that they were building something completely different from traditional Doom megawads, referring to Daedalus as a thinking man's Doom. Contemporary opinions on Daedalus were love it or hate it, as many players found the maps difficult to navigate and boring to play, since they had become accustomed to classic TNT firefights and were confused by the slower, methodical combat. Like many older projects, I'm not sure Daedalus holds up very well. It's cryptic and labyrinthine, even by 2003 standards, but the Cacowards have evolved since the inaugural session, placing more significance on interesting and creative endeavors. Assault on Taitenga may have put Z-Doom on the map, but all successive story-driven, scripted WADs can trace their lineage back to Daedalus. It is a fascinating conclusion to the story of Team TNT and their willingness to try new things and push themselves to incorporate untested designs and gameplay. After all, this was 2003, and no one had ever attempted a cinematic puzzle WAD before. The very concept of a missed Cacoward was enshrined in the very first celebration 20 years ago, so it only makes sense that we make it official. But don't take my word for it, here's some testimonials from Daedalus release thread. Linguisa. This is the greatest day of my life. Use 3D. Hell yes. There goes my modem for the next 2 hours. Fletcher. Daedalus rocks my bottom. From Scuba Steve. Junko by Fizz and Togos 2010. Junko, aka Generator Adventure 3D, is the remake/spiritual successor/sequel to the equally obscure Capri, or Crappy, by the same authors. To say that these are cult wads probably stretches the truth more than a little. They were not widely played in their own time, and very few people seem to remember them now. Yet in its own time, there was very little else on the PWAD scene quite like Junko. Now, in the far larger and more multifaceted scene of 2020X, well, there's still little else quite like Junko. Placing you in the shoes of a lowly janitor aboard a corporate space freighter mere moments from a raid by scurvy space pirates, Junko is perhaps best described as a classical adventure game, delivered in the idiom of Doom. While the game uses primarily stock assets, the design and feel of its world is quite distinctive. Though you'll mainly be exploring a seemingly primitive alien planet, during the course of your misadventures you'll also be dipping in and out of the spacefaring shipping lanes above, marooned on a yacht-sized asteroid, plunged into a sinister and suspiciously familiar netherworld, and any number of other oddly surreal scenarios, which feel as though they're wedged into the janky little liminal space somewhere between the wall of the sleep and the fourth wall. Very few Cacowards, past or present, place such a heavy emphasis on pure exploration as the driving force of the experience's Junko. Its sprawling maps are connected in a hub-like structure a la Hexen, but where that game's level arrangement is fairly straightforward, Junko's different levels are woven together in chaotic, sometimes unpredictable knots, with many of its main progression nodes, such as the massive planet map, containing myriad different entrances and exits to different points on other levels, which in turn entwine in equally convoluted ways with levels deeper in a given progression string. While the different maps may vary widely in terrain and tone, some being starker and more traditionally Doom-like, others more whimsical with tongue-in-cheek scripted sequences and gamey vignettes, all share a marked sense of vast expanse and of quiet isolation, underscored by most of them lacking accompanying music. Playing with your own chill mix on board is quite recommended, incidentally. Monsters are present in several of the levels, but in very sparing numbers, and generally come off as being almost as lost as you yourself will typically be. I don't suppose we can air guitar them to death. Alright. The experience of playing, then, is to simply pick a direction and start walking. See what you can find. Enjoy the peace and quiet, the sense of zen. The game's structure is complex, robust, and yes, opaque enough that there really is not much of a sense of canon route or a right or wrong way of exploring. Every method of movement and traversal is on the table. Even sticking to what passes for the beaten path can turn into quite the odyssey, but the inquisitive and resourceful adventurers can uncover more, so much more. For most players, it's very likely to reach the game's ending while having only seen a third or so of its content, perhaps less. Can you discover how to take your journey further? By Demon of the Well. I want to stream that. I gotta stream that. Absolutely. Yo, what the fuck? Kill Frenzy. Roakites and Thavarian, 2012. Kill Frenzy was a bit of a sleeper hit, released during the jam-packed heyday of the multiplayer modding scene in the late 2000s, with a more recent version, dubbed Super KF, released in the late half of 2012. Kill Frenzy aims to flesh out the intense verticality of Doom platforming in epically scaled slaughter arena/racetracks, brimming with dangers of both environmental and demonic kind. It leverages tricks and features from Xandridom that, among other things, allow for the player to jump to incredible heights on their own, and even further with rocket boosts made less hurtful, which leads to some fantastically cool bouncing around. Throw that into the mix with potentially many other players racing to the finish, and you got a recipe for delicious platforming mayhem and aerial combat. Each level presents its own unique threats and hazards, with progression not always what it seems to be. Apart from the bottomless pits below, be sure to watch out for enormous Indiana Jones-style boulders or barrels packed full of TNT that threaten to take you out along with your fellow competitors. Each level offers its own memorable gimmick or two. After all, you never know when you'll have to hold out against waves of monsters while an enormous slow-moving rocket breaches a wall you need to progress fast. The authors had replayability in mind, and the mod even provides a New Game Plus mode that puts a dramatic twist on some maps, like filling them with water. You get extra intermission stats for deaths incurred, or a step count, adding even more metrics to obsess over and or brag about. The overall tone puts the tongue firmly in cheek, most glaringly with the kill spree announcements of yesteryear, when all players to ever step into online deathmatch were bombarded with Z-Damon's Unreal Tournament-esque spree callouts or Skulltag's Quake 3 style medals. Everything else, Kill Frenzy mockingly turns to 11 with wacky calls like Chaintacular Kill and profoundly overdramatic narration by none else than Rot King's deep melodic voice. It does not stop with a mere wicked sick at 30 kills, mind you. New calls scale well into the hundreds, making you giggle with glee at the excess. Kill Frenzy took what made jump maps popular and added a new school flair, while still maintaining the tight movement and momentum wrangling skill that makes them so appealing to runners. To today's readers, Kill Frenzy might invoke a hybrid vision of the rocket jump wads of old mixed with Skull Dash, but make no mistake, Kill Frenzy was experimenting with a new vein of co-op speedrunning that mixed the wacky with a hardcore. A missed Cacoward is well deserved, and perhaps it is only the lack of exposure and a fairly demanding skill floor to have a good time that prevented it from becoming a household name. From Zanero and Dew. Doom City by Seamus Young. You thought we were done with tributes? We are not done with tributes. Doom City will forever be my greatest map of all time. Despite 3 decades of increasingly more elaborate, intricate, and beautiful maps, There remains something so quintessentially pure and wholesome about the original Doom Cute adventure and its 10-minute runtime. Doom City has been honored in the past, placing 70th on Doom World's top 100 maps of all time. However, being shunned by Linguisha and Saib as one of the top 10 maps of 1995 leaves a small void in my heart. Everything about this map is simply delightful. The custom mini-track, composed by the author as well, is a fittingly snappy, upbeat song which never gets old. The new artwork blends seamlessly with the city motif, and the short runtime means the map never overstays its welcome. Attempting to describe this map feels more akin to giving directions around your hometown than critiquing a level for Doom. The 7-Eleven, you betcha. What you'll want to do is head past the Stop and Shop, and it's right on the corner across from the Integra Bank. You can't miss it. If you see the Burger Hut, you've gone too far. Once you've played Doom City, it becomes your adoptive neighborhood. With the passing of Doom City's author, Seamus Young, in 2022, it feels bittersweet to recognize one of Doom's most prominent maps without the author ever knowing just how cherished this map is within our little slice of the internet. I'll never forgive myself for procrastinating and not reaching out and asking about details referenced in the TXT file that had to be removed to fit within Doom's vanilla limits, crosswalks, stoplights, and road signs. Doom City is one of the foundational pillars of what has become colloquially known as Doom Cute, using Doom to adorably render real-life objects using sectors and textures. The simple, rectangular gas pumps seem quaint by today's cute standards, but in 1995 the custom textures made them come alive. Even something as simple as transparent mid-textures were co-opted to create the appearance of grocery store freezers with depth, a trick repurposed in prominent WODs to this very day. The ingenuity on display in Doom City is just wonderful. So join me, won't you, in celebrating Doom City as one of the honorary Missed Cacowards? I know a little bar just down the street across from a convenience store where we can grab a drink, and everybody knows your name. Seamus Young, big figure in the old internet. Not well known in this time, but I know. That one was by Scuba Steve. Weasel Presents Terrorists by Wild Weasel, 2012. You duck in a cover, the gunfire of the non-specific terrorist faction following not too far behind you. There's an army of them out there, and only one of you. Taking a second to catch your breath, you ready your weapons for the upcoming battle, reloading each of your impossibly large array of pilfered armaments. Who are you? John Rambo? John Matrix? John McClane? In Weasel Presents Terrorists, you play the role of action hero John, some guy with a pistol. Wild Weasel carved out a particular niche with his gameplay mods, combining character, creative writing, and realistic weaponry. Unlike the massive Agent Diaz mod that preceded it, Terrorist flexes Wild Weasel's writing skills in a completely different way, relying on humor and action movie tropes to embody the feeling of a grizzled hero trapped in an impossible situation, combined with a tongue-in-cheek, self-aware presentation. Machine guns, grenade launchers, sniper rifles, the weapons on display are pretty grounded, complete with Wild Weasel's stellar knack for sound work and weapon feedback. Even if the roster of weapons on the surface isn't too much to write home about, Terrorists features a simple upgrade system where weapons gain better statistics, accuracy, power, recoil control, etc. the more kills you get with them. You can also find a wandering hostage who drops a free weapon upgrade after rescuing them. These upgrades can change the weapon's appearance, adding foregrips, magnified sights, or in the revolver's case, a whole carbine conversion kit. Radical. I remember that happened in Vanquish 2, I think. That's not a Doom map, but... Well, it is a Doom map, but I'm not talking about the Doom map, I'm talking about the video game. That was released right around 2012, so I wonder if there's any cross-pollination. Anyways, there's no way I could write this and not note the clever use of William Shatner's Tech War sprites for most of the new enemy roster. These poorly paletted, digitized actors are half of the charm of Terrorists, and I seriously couldn't imagine this mod without them. It also comes with probably one of the most extensive help menus I've seen in-game, detailing the colorful backstories of all the titular terrorists and the glamorous expository weapon details you'd only find in a Wild Weasel project. Weasel Presents Terrorists is a distinctive, cheesy, endearing, and most of all, a fun ride as you blast through the legions of Mr. Falcon's minions from Cardboard Marty. I almost called him Mount Falcon. That sounds wrong. Because it is. Oh. Elysian by Death Destiny. Elysian was destined to be overlooked. It's presented as a 25-hour speed map, which greatly belies the craft and inspiration put into it. It's an atmospheric curveball by an author who grew a rabid fanbase for hardcore combat. But over time it has proven to be Death Destiny's most enduring map, as my friend and fellow writer Maribo would attest to. I have her to thank for my replays of it in 2022, which made me fall in love with it even more, and hopefully I can pass on that favor to you. At the outside, you're greeted by a console message in the observation room that your journey inexorably returns to. Outside the windows are sheets of acrid rainfall, or acid rainfall blanketing an expanse of mountainous terrain. The MIDI, which is fittingly unnamed, sounds warm and gentle at first with its soft flute and harp motifs, but it spends very little time before becoming conflicted and lost, plagued by something. Welcome to Elysium, a UAC mining facility. Enjoy your stay. Warning, hostile presence detected. Control area seated. To override, shoot left switch. This may allow access from unregistered teleports. Facility analysis. Sector A, 15% power, 800 kilogram yield. Sector B, 100% power, 3300 kilogram yield. Sector C, decommissioned for storage space. Detailed facility information stored to system database. BFG 9K security, yellow. Use right switch to activate off-world teleport. Unknown hack detected. Unknown interface is now required. Interesting. Death Destiny setups, even in his pure combat-oriented maps, have a strong sense of choreography, a musical rhythm in the way that instant pop-ups rise and awoken enemies teleport, like ghosts flashing away. It's a sense of choreography that is slow and steady. As you play the mournful MIDI, its constant pattering of triplet notes plays over you. In this, a sad vision of a scarred wasteland, where someone now lost was trying to reach out to you. Recurrences carry a lot of the experience of his rhythm. It doesn't feel accidental that there are two separate versions of the reactor that houses keys, one that is clean and operational, and one that is dark and hell-infested, each outfitted with different versions of a similar combat set piece. It hardly feels like a mistake that a certain console construct, which has the same type of resource stockpile behind it, appears in multiple areas. The variations between these moments form much of the experience's bittersweet character. During quiet moments, under the harp arpeggios, they might lull you into a drifting state. By Baja Blast Road. The creator of Umbra? That Baja Blast Road? Yeah? I'm interested. Okay, Baja Blast Road. You got me interested. Yeah? Alright. Alright. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Yeah, okay. Let's see, is there... Nope, no there's not. Alright. So that's the feature. Missed Cacowards, too. Very good stuff. Very good stuff. And now it's time for the main event. And then more main event. And then more main event. And more main event. And more main event. We are like 10% of the way through. It's going to be a fun night. Alright. Top 12, page 1. Austerity by Big Old Billy. Wait a minute, Big Old Billy. I was checking your maps the other day. How did this pass me by? What you mean? I was playing... Alright. Whatever. Austerity. Big Old Billy. I want to learn about this. Doom 2, vanilla compatible, 7 maps. Big Ol' Billy is a mapper widely known for his strong theming, subtle retroism, panache for embodying a familiar spirit in novel forms, and ability to blend anarchic whimsy in classic, rock-solid Doom. Austerity, then, represents both a departure from and continuation of Billy's idiosyncratic body of work, as it is both stranger and more essentially doomy than any of its antecedents. Despite its use of the thoroughly modern OTEX and bevy of dehacked modifications, Austerity is one of the most sincerely retro works I've played in years, harkening back to an era in which weird was the norm, and when tabletop-inspired dungeon crawling was the most common school of design. Like Nihility, Infinite Teeth, and Alpha Accident from years past, Austerity presents itself as a sort of alt-reality successor to the original Doom, picking up on those aspects of its design left on the cutting board as the franchise and the genre in general marched on. And like the aforementioned works, it does so partly by expanding on the design philosophy and tonality of its source material, and partly by leveraging mechanics introduced in our timeline's Doom 2 in truly novel ways. UAC Texas. A public-private partnership. Oh, Big Ol' Billy, are we getting polemical? I'm interested. Austerity's world is one of tricks and traps, labyrinthine and twisted, filled with strange monsters who defy decades of accrued expectations about how Doom is supposed to work, evil eyes that spit an endless stream of lost souls hide among their more benign kin, unkillable, cackling flame spirits that bring the dead to life wander the haunted halls, ready to burn anyone foolish enough to approach, foul, gyrating bone serpents, immobile but capable of quickly dispatching the unwary, wait in ambush, In these depths, combat is more attritional than acute, broodingly oppressive as opposed to frenetic, with a few set-piece encounters usually serving as either as nasty surprises or climactic confrontations. Exploration of the set's regular non-boss maps, which are truly non-linear in layout, forsaking the more common keypath setup, is thus a tense yet intriguing experience, leaving the player suspended between dread and a potentially fatal curiosity about what strange new discoveries lie in wait around the next corner. Beyond the mechanical, though, Austerity is also a demonstration of the talent for which Big Ol' Billy is best known, theming. Despite its exclusive use of the now commonplace O-Tex, Austerity is every bit as original and coherent in its aesthetics as B.O.B's previous works. Like its siblings, there is a certain deliberate scrappiness in the texturing, evocative of older works from before the advent of modern editors and clean texture banding pioneered by BTSX, which, in its stark contrast with the modernist realistic sensibilities of O-Tex, produces a very unique look. And that's without considering the novel combinations of textures B.O.B. uses to mirror the Phobos Deimos Hell progression of the original Doom. True to form, Austerity's visual storytelling is also on point, retelling Doom's broad tonal narrative with a dash of Billy-ish flair, leaning more toward whimsy or even satire than the equal parts parodic and grimdark sensibilities of the source material. Rounding out the set's presentation is its entirely bespoke soundtrack, composed by none other than Billy himself, which perfectly underscored the experience, at first imparting a sense of curiosity tinged with urgency, before gradually descending into stranger and more somber tones as the adventure goes on. A true example of Big Ol' Billy's unique style, Austerity is a synthesis of themes and threads of design that run throughout this extensive and distinguished body of work. If one is to begin a descent into Billydom, then Austerity is the best possible entryway. I cannot believe I missed this. I am so glad I heard about it. Obviously, I can take a guess between the public-private partnership and the name Austerity as to what this is about, and I'm excited. I like that. Formless Mother by Treehouse Minis. Jesus Christ, look at this! The Formless Mother breathes life into you anew. From tomb to womb, a blood-bound pilgrimage downwards, inwards, through cave and cloister, vein and village, cataract and catacomb, pit and pulpit, towards the source of all that bleeds and screams, Mother. Along the way, endless wonders. Your eyes meet an uncanny subterranean biome, warm, pulsing flesh twined in harmony with cold, unfeeling stone. At each new turn, a grander and stranger vista stretches out below, beyond the limit of vision, stirring a fevered sense of curiosity, trepidation, but also fascination. A dusty, dripping cavern gives way to a buried city of sinew. At its hemorrhaging heart, a carnal cathedral, the gateway to a great cystic citadel of towering labyrinths, yawning abysses, caustic lakes, synovial sepulchres, a sight to see. Your ears meet a darksome susurrating ambience, the murmuring of stillborn angels, the whispering of blood-borne demons, warning you back yet spurring you onwards towards the final embrace with her, Mother. Along the way, countless dangers. Your mortal shell meets a bountiful crimson cosm of savage assaults. Throbbing abominations swarm eagerly around you in vast chasm-vivisected vaults and a chaotic danse macabre, and sway evilly around you in close, confined, clotting chambers in an intimate waltz of violence, fueling a grinning lust for carnage, annihilation, but also exaltation. A feast to savor. Your valor meets an ever-growing challenge, an ever-rising spectacle, an ever-mounting death toll, and an ever-waxing hope of release, of rebirth. This is her will, Mother. So stay the course, do not falter. Slay, pray, slay yet more, drink it all in. Diablerie and domination, ecstasy and excoriation, divinity and desecration, entropy and exsanguination. On your bloodstained journey outwards, homewards, away from your last embrace, with all that writhes and dreams. Salvation, or is it? Is this your will, Mother, from womb to tomb? The Formless Mother breathes life into you anew. From Demon of the Well, look at the detailing on display here. Jesus Christ. That's ridiculous. Is this a Beksinski reference? Dog, is this a Beksinski reference? I'm gonna lose my shit. Also, OmniArc wrote this one, by the way, lest I forget. Sleepwalking by Ravendesk. Doom 2, MBF 21, 3 maps. I played it and I knew. It's a cold mid-December night. Snowdrifts are piled high in your cozy little city. You've done your evening routine and gotten yourself all ready for bed, but something outside is keeping you awake. You get up to check what's going on and find that not only do you have some surprise guests, but the rest of the city's lit up like a Christmas tree. While the outdoor sections are covered in snow and idyllic in feeling, peculiar alien tech structures begin to replace the houses and buildings that should have been there. Gone are the local library, the bar, the amphitheater, and in their place are constructs that may or may not have a mind of their own. They're certainly familiar with something called the BFG and don't believe you're fit to handle some problems without it. Sleepwalking feels miraculous not only because it's so good, but because of how it keeps subverting expectations. A picturesque bedroom scene jumps right into bloody but lighthearted slaughter, which, starting with the second map, is staged in complex layouts that rival any non-linear megamap out there for intricacy, grandeur, and gorgeous scenery. Sleepwalking's overpowered arsenal has immaculate polish, but it refuses to take itself seriously, sharing more with the buffed guns of the junk food series than anything else. This arsenal greatly disrupts the usual rhythm of combat. For instance, the super shotgun firing 2 full sets of pellet bursts means that archviles, which normally force you to seek cover, can be done and dusted in only 2 shots, and the rapid-fire rocket launcher sometimes makes barons feel like fodder. All these buffed guns accompany action that veers between crude mindless fun but also sophisticated high concept. Humor and fourth wall breaking is sprinkled around like snowfall. Certain playful messages, like the one telling you to find a BFG, may or may not be the handwork of one memorable character who shows up throughout this experience. Dreamlike is used a lot as a descriptor of WADs, but here, for obvious reasons, it doesn't feel perfunctory. In Sleepwalking, the quirky fourth wall breaking and the playful tone shifts channel dreams in a way you don't see very often. The miracle is how, through all of the carnage and all the twists and turns, Sleepwalking remains singularly elegant and graceful. By Maribo and Baja Blast Road. I have to give my own props here. This one definitely deserves the gold. Map 3 for me is the Sleepwalking experience, though obviously the end of Map 2 deserves its spot, and Map 1 is just fun. It's just fun. Map 3 is crazy though. Map 3 goes hard as fuck. So good. Props to Ravendesk. Bitter Dream by 11 Dead. Well, would you look at that? Doom 2, MBF 21, 10 maps. Color void settings are a dime a dozen nowadays, but like any good aesthetic theme, there's plenty that can still be done with it to make it feel revitalized. Bitter Dream's central hook is the split between soft aquatic blue and livid red, representing 2 universes colliding catastrophically and fragmenting around each other. If you've played the map set, its name calls up striking images of places where you can see patterns torn into the sky, the stars themselves split along jagged lines of blue and red. But the idea doesn't actually end there. It weaves in all sorts of narrative threads. 2 main universes implied to be just 2 among many in the multiverse, and you'll witness skies of raining blood, machinery that seems to power and destroy the stars themselves, color and light and darkness without end, human devices and civilizations lost and adrift in wavered pocket dimensions. The player is a pilgrim of sorts, part of the cycle of death and rebirth somehow. The most interesting thing about the map set from a gameplay perspective is that the red universe will burn the life right out of you, so you have to watch what skies you're traveling under at any given time and be careful where you tread. This works well as the driving gameplay gimmick of the map set. It starts out as a minor quirk as you gradually get used to the idea, but by the second episode, the red skies are completely pushing your shit out in full force, and you're managing rad suits across sprawling archipelagos of ruined, unraveling cities, taking shelter where you can and scrambling when you can't, mounting your little one-human rebellion against the hostility of existence itself. The combat is fierce and frenetic in these later maps, but as in any Skillsaw Core map set, not so intense that you can't handle the gimmick or appreciate the beauty of the scenery. Though cosmic horror is now common, Bitter Dream manages to bring out a feeling of isolation and loneliness, of being lost in something big and terrible, in a way that still feels fresh and surprisingly well executed. And yet there's more hope here, more celebration of clinging to life than you might expect. The maps and their incredible soundtrack offer the full spectrum from despairing to uplifting. And you may find that after you've at last stared into the disco ball at the heart of the universe, the dream may not be so bitter after all. I sure hope not. That's from Not Java. Pirate Doom 2 by Darch. Doom 2, MBF, 32 maps. Darch's latest map set is a treasure, though it's hardly buried. The veteran of the high seas and the Ministry of Gothic Metal Noir sailed into port one day in March with his skull and crossbones flying high, proclaiming 32 new maps worth of glorious plunder and booty. And if you're going to wave your booty around like that, it had better be some good booty. The Doom piece is real. Luckily, if you haven't heard it muttered by every gog-swilling ruffian and squawked by every shoulder-perched parrot, Pirate Doom 2 is both substantial and well-rounded. This full-length sequel has nearly twice the maps to wet your gullet as the original Pirate Doom, but don't expect long hauls and duck-swabbing tedium. The Megawad focuses on bite-sized scenarios that only take a few minutes to play, and then the whole thing is such a quick and jolly gallivant that it'll be over in the blink of an eye patch and you'll almost wonder where it went. But because the maps are so varied and full of character, with a few longer and more dramatic forays to anchor the story, or horror, you still get the feeling of going on an entire grand adventure, traveling the world and seeing all there is to see, a real tale to tell your grandkids about. PD2's basic hardtack and jerky is a lighthearted motley of ships and harbors and wooden stone pirate fortresses, but there's quite a bit more to the classic pulp theme than you'll initially realize. From forbidden temples to lost underwater cities, from a mishap in the belly of the whale to a volcano with an entrance to pirate hell, and from a mysterious lighthouse in the dead of night to a flying ghost ship. Every reveal feels larger than life, like something being narrated in a storybook, and then, suddenly, there was a... But just like its predecessor, the greatest thing about Pirate Doom 2 is that it's so whimsically silly. Exactly what you want and expect from a mod that turns a pixel art demon shooter into a game about cartoon pirates. The whole thing takes itself about as seriously as a carnival volunteer playing Johnny Depp playing Jack Sparrow, but there's some real craft to that, a balancing act where it never gets either too hammy or too straight-faced to keep being fun. Part of what keeps the tone as finely honed as a sailor's instincts is all the art. It's such a colorful game, and it feels so lively and animated because everything is constantly moving. Flags waving in the wind, gulls shuffling on dock pilings, crabs scuttling, parrots and buzzards flying across the horizon, fish jumping, sea creatures drifting past underwater windows, fireflies dancing, clouds wafting across the sky, moonlight glittering on the ocean, coins gleaming. Whatever age your inner pirate may be looking at, it's a great way to forget your woes. I mean, heck, life is tough when you've only got one eye and a hook for a hand, and take a voyage to somewhere fun for a while. From Not Java. Forsaken Compound by Ivy Magna Pinna. Huh, interesting. Haven't heard of you. Look at this. Forsaken Compound consumed me this year. Above all else, its vibe grips you and doesn't let go. I love E1M3 Dread Experiment's menacing intro and its macabre mood, the way the walls grin at you, the way once pristine surfaces are engrunged with slime, and the way hellish entities are infesting the power generators to form smiling constellations of faces. E1M4 Dead Man's Station outdoes even that, the way the electric poles jutting out of the central building flash on and off, on and off, with a constant thrumming rhythm, is an indelible picture I can't shake like many others from the set. It's a frenetic image that reaches into my psyche somehow and just yanks at it. In Forsaken Compound, you'll find a strong grasp of level design, plus that intoxicating mix of personality and intentionality. There's clever secrets, and there's crafty progression that regularly has you crisscrossing over the highest tiers of areas you've already cleared out, which would in later releases become the author's signature. There's good pacing, and combat intensity and monster density are quite deliberately switched up from map to map. But even the lower key pacer maps have strong identities thanks to how each level is defined by its own distinct visual motifs, like the dark cave map full of funny, creepy marble faces that glare at you in awful ways. Continuity between levels is very fluid. My favorite touch there is how designs recur across the episode, but in different ways, as if constructs are transfigured according to what form of decay plagues a given setting. Classic Doom fans certainly will have fun here, but this WAD appealed to me more because of how unfamiliar it felt. That comes partly from its eclectic mix of influences, major ones being the 10x10 project, Source Games, and the iWads. I also loved its preference for gritty, idiosyncratic texturing, along with how these decisions stay internally consistent throughout. And my book, Forsaken Compound, is an all-timer. Alright, now it's time for this. Wait a minute. Are you telling me Sigil 2 didn't win a Cacoward? No, that's crazy. That's ridiculous heat. Taking precautions. Haven't had enough of UAC's Texas branch? Felt like the final map of Austerity wasn't quite it. Months after Austerity's initial release, Precarity saw the light as a massive 1-hour-long map set in the same universe, same resources, same everything, to serve as a final hurrah to this incredible episode and to Big Ol' Billy's Year of Doom 1. This map doesn't pull any punches, so neither should you. Austerity and precarity, oh, I'm down. Sigil 2, Double the Pain. One thing we have to be grateful for is that John Romero still loves this game after so many years. After several beloved releases to the modding community in the 2010s, fans were eager for 2 teased follow-ups to the legendary Sigil, and while his Doom 2 map set, Hellion, is still in progress, Sigil 2 saw a release on Doom's anniversary last year, and I played through it on no hours of sleep. Oh god. The sequel features 9 new maps of classic Doomy goodness with the way it did plus stylings and deep abyssal settings of the original, all new soundtracks by our own James Paddock and Thor, plus more crackle floor detailing and secret evil eyes than you can shake a pistol at. In this outing, Romero isn't afraid to get a bit mean, and Sigil 2 puts players further out of their comfort zone than before, with deadly harasser cyber demons, limited resources, and platforming being more prevalent, which feels quite fitting for the deepest part of Hell vibe. Thanks for all the maps, John, and here's hoping for a Hellion release next year. Yep, you kicked my ass, John. Not Jabba. Why not Jabba? Oh, and who did the last one? Terminus. And just to be sure, we got not Jabba and Baja Blast Road. Okay, just making sure. Ashes Hard Reset. It is no secret that we utterly adore the Ashes series. Few total conversions can match its storytelling brilliance and furious, blood-soaked combat. After the release of Ashes Afterglow, the development team announced there would be a 3rd chapter in the series. While that remains far from finished at this point, we have new spin-off entering the franchise to keep us busy until then. Ashes Hard Reset. A smaller, more focused release than the incredibly ambitious Afterglow, Hard Reset acts as a prequel to it, following the events of Walker, one of the characters seen in Afterglow's first episode, as he treks through mutant overrun locations and comes face to face with a faction wanting to uncover mysteries about the fallen city. With brand new monsters and weapons, Hard Reset is once again another excellent entry in the splendid franchise, and those who've appreciated past entries are sure to want to sink their teeth into Hard Reset as soon as applicable. And those who haven't yet given Ashes a try, what are you waiting for, the apocalypse? No better time than now to join the fight for humanity's survival and have a tremendous amount of fun while doing so. By Dynamo. Hard Reset was fucking good. It's not as good as Afterglow, it's true, but it's really good. It's really good. That fucking flip-up shotgun, that loading screen, the level design, all of it's so good. There are some pretty fun new characters, too. Alright. Simulacrum by Moomy and Myolden. Sometimes you just know. It happens as soon as you see the release thread. Gorgeous looking screenshots, 2 venerated mappers who reliably crank out action-packed levels, full 32 maps, a single word title that anchors inside your mind with a shiny title graphic to map. Yeah, you know straight away that you're in for a hell of a time. Isn't that a great feeling? It's a sign of Doom's eternal spirit that even 30 years later, any day now, something thrilling will appear that soars right to the top of your gaming priorities. Granted, a little birdie clued me in that the duo were cooking by directing me to an unmarked secret in Obzen's final map, but the wait was over and the feast had begun. This is Simulacrum, Fade to Black. Oh boy, Moomy and Myolden are going to kick my shit, and again, look at this, this is beautiful. Alright, enough of that, let's introduce the maestros of this infernal concert. First, we have Moomy, a pioneer of adventurous progression and renowned master of the skies. Seriously, just look at those skies. Their style tends to employ more open spaces and creates a looser feel, a sense of wonder, through enabling non-linear exploration. And we have Myolden, a veritable printing press of tightly designed encounters already deep into refining their patented formula. It's an approach representing an extension or evolution of the design seen in Altars of Madness. Unsurprisingly, some maps in Simulacrum were intended for the sequel that was not to be. Their respective techniques are complementary, and both authors bring their A-game, belting out hit after hit of wholly calibrated and polished gameplay. Having contributed to numerous mutual projects, such as various Puss and Puss-adjacent releases, like Skultiverse and Solar Struggle, their unified potential was readily apparent. Within Simulacrum, the vast majority of levels establish a strong, striking color identity and maintain that consistency throughout their runtime, even if the motif isn't immediately shared. Each slot rolls out engaging challenges and deftly paints a fresh picture, a visual stream of consciousness with no logical episodic pathway, for the most part. Shades of Pina Colada come to mind, and the combat is similarly taxing, oh here we go, but with broadened scope and reach. However, even with this in mind, acknowledging your hosts and their inspirations doesn't completely give the game away. Moomy offers some playful nods to Hell, revealed in a tongue-in-cheek excursion to Grandma's house, complete with a charming Doom cute decor, while My Olden plays the part of a mad scientist by abruptly dropping you into a frenetic, acid-tripping hot start, and such is the wrath of the thrice-angered manatee. As they start breaking loose from their more habitual designs, we are, most gratifyingly, also witnessing how they push themselves and each other beyond expectation with some monolithic marvels and sunder-sized set pieces, culminating in a sensational finale that supports jaw-dropping spectacle. You'll love to see it, but experiencing it is even better. Decades have passed since the Plutonian experiment brought raw challenge and densely designed maps to the mainstream, with the Casalis affirming the duo dynamic, but over time we've seen other all-time classic duets such as Speed of Doom and Sunlust. Simulacrum earns its place within the same pantheon, showing once again how two motivated and capable talents can craft something more than the sum of their parts. The future of Doom is bright and I'm here for it. I'm quite thankful that they are too, from Vile. Oh boy, we got a new Sunlust. Be ready to tune into me getting my shit beaten on that one. Eraser by Matt Eldridge. Oh, check this out. Dreams encased in concrete, memories lost to time, the gentle purr of a bone saw, an echoed scream. Eraser's original incarnation was more limited and unsure of itself. The pieces were there, but in retrospect they didn't feel like they fit together as well as they could have. Eraser as it exists now is a much more cohesive, fully realized vision. The null space, as author Matt Eldridge refers to it, is an enigma. It is a place that simultaneously exists and does not. It is made up of materials that can be found plentifully in our world, metal, concrete, bricks, and even appears capable of natural growth like our own, but it is a much more sinister place, one that would bring about death and destruction upon our own world if it were to break free of its bindings. Near complete silence is what fills the halls of the megastructure, yet it feels primed to explode at any moment, if you were to step foot in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's about as far from a welcoming experience as possible. From the very beginning, Attila's time in the facility is spent starving for ammunition and medical supplies, and he doesn't fare much better as he gains familiarity with the spaces between its walls. His best friend early on is a bone saw that he happens to stumble upon, because ripping through the less threatening foes means that he'll have bullets left for the bigger, nastier surprises. It's not a completely hopeless situation, though. Despite its horrifying, reality-defying nature, Attila believes that he could bring an end to it, if he can manage to navigate the null space's oppressive corridors without being chewed up and spit back out, like many others before him have tried and failed to do. Maybe he has it in him to put a massive, world-ending threat to sleep, once and for all, by Maribo. This one looks sick. One map. Squenched Avocosage by Nova++. SquenchCon, Production Facility Zeta. Oh, okay. Doom 2, boom compatible, 13 maps. You're on your way back from a vacation in the middle of nowhere when your truck's engine spontaneously combusts and leaves you stranded in front of a SquenchCon International food-similar products facility. An act of God, or perhaps it was arranged by one of SquenchCon's rival companies. Welcome to Squenched Avocosage, a world of corporate warfare where not even death can free you from the long arm of consumerism. Who exactly are you? What is your history with the megacorps? Who or what keeps bringing you back from the dead to continue the fight against SquenchCon and its subsidiaries? And how many more times are you going to have to read the word squench? No one can say for sure. The narrative of Squenched Avocosage is an understated incursion on top of the traditional Doom running, gunning, and explorationing, conveyed through environmental clues and flavor text. Despite a certain vagueness, and a lot of key pieces of information being left out, there are breadcrumbs you can find throughout Avocosage's twisted factories, corporate headquarters, and industrial waste sites. And internal logic, cartoon logic but logic nonetheless, exists to explain what is going on and how things work. You can follow the giant skulls in the first map from their storage silo, along a conveyor belt where there's pulverized and fed a slurry, directly into the, let's say, mouth of the flesh beast that does the squenching of the Avocosage. Later in the map set, you'll cut off the supply chain, shipping in more raw materials by crashing a train into a herd of cows. And ultimately, at the end of this current version, you'll, I think, uncover the source of all those skulls. Though that left me with a whole bunch more questions. Whether I get answers in future releases or not, I'm happy with the journey and every one of its absurd detours. This is a map set that takes you to an undersea base where someone seems to have gotten bored and set up a complete miniature golf course, then has you battling inside a giant brain full of more brains, and right after that throws you into a full-on, build-style vehicle level. But even the less outlandish maps are home runs, maybe the centerpiece being the Hecco Tower job. Scour 5 floors of office building for the keys required to break into the boardroom and interrupt the Archvile meeting there. Then you've got to claw your way back down, floor by floor, with the angry board of directors resurrecting everything you've already killed. After Hecco is the second of 3 scripted death sequences, but even those aren't the end for you. Each time you'll find yourself navigating your way through an intermission map in an afterlife plastered with advertisements and marketing slogans. These short puzzlish sequences break up the regularly scheduled combat-heavy maps and are brilliant pieces of surrealist comedy horror besides. Have I said too much? It might seem like it, but in truth I've only touched on about half the maps, left out countless surprises and spooks, and I couldn't possibly list all the stupid jokes, funny little misdirects, and bits of physical comedy. Experiencing Squenched Avocasage's hijinks firsthand is something on a completely different level from reading about it. Not to mention that you'll almost certainly discover the details I never noticed, and perhaps make more sense of this strange world than I ever did. If you do, please come back and explain to me what the whole deal is with Tibia Bonlington by Squeeva. This sounds like a good stream one. I'm probably not going to do all the maps this year, just because last year just absolutely pushed my shit in, and I'm definitely not good enough to give some of these maps their due. But I think this is up my alley. Oh, good lord, just stay hydrated. Brotherhood of Ruin, 2024, by Christian Nebula. After almost a decade of not hearing anything regarding Christian Arrow's beloved Brotherhood of Ruin series, which was mentioned in our top 100 WADs of all time back in 2003, this year he has come bringing his most grandiose piece of work. Oh my god. BOR 2024 showcases Christian's incredible expertise and years of mapping knowledge with a behemoth of a level containing over 1,000 enemies and 12 secrets with a playtime of about an hour and a half, promising you that you're in for a grand adventure. The map lives true to its name, being a large tech base set inside an even larger forest biome with multiple paths that you can take, providing a fun, non-linear experience that adds a lot to the replayability value. After blasting and making way deeper into the base of the forest, you end up unveiling the Mesoamerican Hidden Element Temple, where the temple itself challenges you to a series of numerous puzzles and riddles with your life at stake. The map is clad in the undefeatable combo of Otex and Supercharge, giving the modern GZ Doom experience, and is accompanied by a pumping soundtrack that adds to the adrenaline rush that is this map. Beyond the upgraded roster of Supercharge, inside the map you will find numerous new unique bosses as well as 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse, among surprises that are best experienced instead of spoiled. Christian went out with a bang, claiming that this is the final map and he is retiring. With this wonderful map as his swan song after 28 years of mapping, we truly cannot thank him enough for everything he's created over the years in the community, and can only wish him the best in his future endeavors. Bye, Terminus. Hats off to any mapper that lasts that long. I'll be sure to play this one. Guaranteed. Holy shit, just that title though. Look at this. House of Dead Skin by Ivy Magnapina. Doom 2, BF21, one map. House of Dead Skin is newly one of my favorite few standalone maps. Its layout takes heavily after mega maps like Miasma. There are plenty of secrets to discover and all sorts of intertwining paths to unravel. These differing paths allow you to squeeze into some areas through different entrances. The best part of that is encounters sometimes play out differently based on which entrance you use, but all of its individualized touches spoke to me even more than what it channels of its influences. I didn't realize how much I wanted to parkour and platform over basically an entire nonlinear megamap, rather than twist through the more expected tunnels and halls until I got to do it here. It's surprising when a progression like doesn't have some amount of climbing around and hopping onto stuff. Some of these moments are telegraphed, but the best ones feel accidental, like you etched them yourself into the layout. As expected from a map that takes after Stardate 20XD6, the set pieces can be quite intense, even if never as difficult as Stardate's, but I also loved how light and playful the smaller, more incidental battles between the bigger fights were. These are frequent and also quick and easy, a combo that pulled me around through the exploratory phases with a lot of momentum. Now that sounds positive. Anybody who's watched me knows that I like a little bit of. If you're gonna smash me to pieces, let me play around a little bit, just for a little bit. I did realize how much I loved sharp, clawed, light curves, the sort from Swim with the Whales, but Dead Skin takes the geometrical stylishness of those unnatural curves further than anything else, even SWTW itself. It's not pure automap art. More importantly, the abstract flames, fingers, and flowers make for unusually gorgeous architecture viewed in-game. This architecture is complemented by well-chosen details, like waist-sluicing pipes and carefully arrayed crates and all sorts of playful SB-face constructs. Ooh, Sally's gonna like that. Trapped souls that delight in their ability to scroll directions other than left. Everything is painted in a bricolage of different brown textures, which makes the interiors feel like they're made of a single megamaterial that takes on various forms, generally dead, rotted, scabby, or decaying ones. Rather than moody darkness, the relatively bright lighting makes the layout feel like it's glowing from within, which works quite well here. And unlike most maps that follow in the long, long tradition of Sunder, Dead Skin is brown. Very brown. There isn't that single dominant highlight color. In fact, there's hardly any vivid color at all. I love how it pulls that off and how vibrant it looks anyway. Dead Skin is proud of its influences, but is far from a clone of anything. The author's own voice carries it, and it's cool how fresh it is within its lineage. We're still not sure where Ivy came from. Some say she emerged from the depths of the sea. What is this about? Okay. Oh, okay. Sure, I am. Listen, we've done siphonophores on the stream before. Why not? Portuguese. Well, no, that's a giant squid. I thought it was a Portuguese man of war, which is a siphonophore. There. I'm just kind of siphonophore pilled today. Anyways, lots of little guys, as is per usual. That's from Baja Blast Road. Realm of Chaos 2 by Various. 40 maps. Here we go again. 3 years ago, something stirred in the restless spirits of Dooming Yesteryear, with a forced intent on giving the Realm of Chaos name a substantial glow-up. Cammy, one of our modern midi-magicians, received the blessing of original TMT, the Macintosh team veterans Steve Duff and Rob Berkowitz, to overhaul the original ROC with enhanced detail, tightened gameplay, and a banging new soundtrack, which fully materialized as the Realm of Chaos 25th Anniversary Edition. Concurrently, as those same vets and a team of ROC enthusiasts came together to conceive a long-overdue sequel. The original, while not as appreciated as other megawads of the era, such as Memento Mori 1 and 2 or Requiem, nonetheless had folks who fancied its snappy incidental combat and old-school sensibilities. So would a modern successful be able to capture that same energy? The result is worthy of the name, and while that claim may depend on your interpretation, it's certainly worth your time. Okay, now that you told me it's more old school, I'm interested. The Revenge of 96 smashes two eras together and exists in some quantum superstate, reflecting shades of both at once. These 6 episodes, while semi-distinctive in theme, shift the action between the bare-faced run-and-gun of old with more eclectic and experimental concoctions. You could be scaling earthen cliffside tech bases, exchanging shots within the depths of Gothic catacombs, learning of the mesmerizing miracle matter within an imposing alien stronghold, or experiencing enigmas that are, frankly, too unreal to spoil. Seek out those secret levels. Chaos dictates the setting and pacing, but these shifting expectations yield an undeniable charm and keep the player guessing. The creators undoubtedly had a field day, lending their personal touches while crafting this hefty 40-map offering, and although some vignettes hint at a larger picture left unexplored in the grand scheme, it beautifully encapsulates the sense of adventure that the classics embraced, all given that extra bit of polish for a mere shine. Whether you've played the original or not, this rowdy realm shouldn't be missed. That by Vile. Alright, scroll up and let's do, Round 2. The modern Doom landscape has exploded in the last few years, and quite a few mapping groups have spawned their own little subgroups that mix and mingle with one another. Pina Colada 2, the sequel to last year's Cacoward recipient, is a wonderful example of this commingling behavior, with an all-star cast drawn from 2024 highlights like Simulacrum, Bitter Dreams, Spectrum Descent, Portraits of Doom, Doom 2 and City Only, and everything else Ivy Magnapana worked on. In Pina Colada 2, you'll find a solid section of minimalist science experiments, bite-sized death boxes, and beautiful little worlds, all backed up by gorgeous skies and one of the best credits maps of the year. If you liked the vicious gameplay of the prequel and its 75 monster restriction, How about sitting down for another round of shots? By Maribo and Baja Blast Road. Thousands of bodies, even more calories. The purveyors of excessive BFG spammy slaughter with high monster counts, flavored sweeties, have decided to close up shop, but not before dropping 2 more heaping baskets brimming with delectable goodies onto the community to serve as lovely parting gifts. The 3rd edition dons its spurs and wrangles itself a Wild West theme, while the finale volume celebrated the Halloween season in its morbidly fitting fashion. Both sets include weapon modifications and suitable tweaks to the enemy roster for that extra bit of flavor, as well as garnered a stunning turnout that surpassed the previous 2 entries. Is this the end of junk food? If production is indeed discontinued, it was undeniably fun while it lasted. Either way, the contributing mappers packed enough personality and ingenuity to guarantee that the series retains a long shelf life. Bye bye. Yeah, people keep telling me to play junk food. We'll see. I'm still Bird. Oh. Last year's best total conversion based on 19th century Alpine folklore returns for a second round with Austrian Avian Association Postmortem, a 4-map expansion where you once again step into the shoes, or whatever she wears, of Katharina Berger, a medicine woman / scissors-wielding serial killer who also happens to be a giant bird. As a follow-up to the original campaign, it depicts the aftermath of Katharina's previous adventure with all the optimism of a true classic European fairy tale, i.e. none. It also all of the savory lore and deeply gripping storytelling prowess. From a sprawling city on a wintry lake to a series of encounters with a terrifying lindworm, AAA Postmortem surpasses the original episode in almost every way, giving you everything you loved about it in more refined form and offering up a truly climactic conclusion to the narrative of the 2023 Cacowards winner. By Not Jabba. Still Bird, we gotta go do it. Going down Turbo. An ancient philosopher once said, "Toilets are always a sign of misplaced effort. It's none too riveting. It's silly trying to make Doom realistic by adding toilets. Your marine slides across the floor at 65 miles per hour and can fall forever. Who better than Moldy, who's cracked mapping, to prove this wrong in Going Down Turbo? A 10th anniversary remaster of the classic 2014 Megawad, the Turbo version aims not to replace the storied original but offers an alternative with lighter, more streamlined action, which he says is more like his 2022 episode Overboard. People who were put off by Going Down's hectic, cramped style and want to appreciate the story and funny details might want to check this out. Personally, I like the original's brand of madness too much, but whichever side you fall on that divide, you have to give credit to Moldy's evolving design ideology and the increasing attention he gives to making his narrative realistic by ensuring that the demons have enough places to poo. Baja Blast Road. I guess we're not going to get Umbra, perhaps. Never mind. There it is. The lull. Lull. Anyways, everybody, let me take a brief minute break just to rest my throat, and we'll carry on. BRB. Thank you all for hanging with me so far. Alright, I'd like to thank you all for your patience. Let's carry on with the show. Ah. Nostalgic Entropy, Pro Review by Astral Fiend, Doom 2, MBF21 compatible, 1 map. It's Friday night, my girlfriend and I are heading to the mall to go roller skating before catching the 7:10 showing of Stand By Me. She picks me up in her father's maroon AMC Matador. She asks, "Did you bring it?" "Of course," I tell her. I pull out a cassette tape labeled Steve's Mix. She's ecstatic. She looks at me with a bright smile and says, What do you want to eat?" Erasure's latest hit, Chains of Love, begins playing over the crackling stock speakers before I respond, "Listen to your heart, babe. Together we'll break these chains of love." Look, anyone who remembers the 80s knows the modern synthwave movement is just a pastiche of different pop culture elements from 40 years ago, many of which are anachronistic or completely fabricated. But that's not how nostalgia works. I know the feeling I get listening to The Sunset by the Midnight isn't a real memory of growing up in the 80s, but it doesn't really matter. It's entirely vibes-based, and I start crushing on Jennifer Connelly all over again. Nostalgic Entropy, Neo-Retro, is a perfect amalgam of the entire synthwave genre, and I couldn't be happier. It did kick so much ass. If you haven't played it, let me be the first to tell you, Astral Fiend knocked it out of the park. I honestly thought Duality would get the nod, but I'm totally down with this instead. From beginning to end, there isn't a moment of this WAD that doesn't fill me with immense joy. This imaginary 80s mall, painstakingly handcrafted in the Doom engine, is littered with the most adorable Doom cute I have seen in 30 years of playing mods. Every store in the mall is a unique microcosm of clever and unique ideas related to the goods and services being offered within. The arcade, awash in the bright, vibrant neon colors of the custom palette, allows the player to play various machines and find themselves trapped within the labyrinth of Pac-Man. The food court comes complete with the most intricate sector food possible within the framework of Doom. Enjoy burgers and fries before reaching out and touching someone by a collectible. The same attention to detail is paid in the hunt for secrets. Players will find themselves interacting with every piece of Doom Cute map detail, and so many of them are interactive and reveal delightful secrets. Every new location in this map seems to hide a unique area that flawlessly ties in with the synthwave aesthetic. Gun stores have hidden ranges, the laundromat has a secret MS Paint location, and, if you act now, you can purchase many of the items as seen on TV. What I find most captivating about this map isn't the little details, which add plenty of flavor, but the author's intentional decision to make this a Doom adventure map. At its core, this is a Drake O'Brien experience. Memorable set pieces, faraway locations that you can see but can't visit just yet, and enormous spaces for plenty of encounters. Allowing the player free reign of the map from the moment they begin is a genius move that perfectly captures the essence of being a mall rat. You explore everything at your own leisure. Want to check out the arcade? Radical. Want to head up the escalators and grab a bite to eat at the food court? Cool. Want to grab some cool new threads at Demon Wave aesthetic clothing store? Sure. Not. The escalators are broken and you can't get there just yet. Call it nostalgia bait if you want, but there's nothing wrong with nostalgia if it's done correctly. From the synthwave track that accompanies the map to the cheeky and humorous signs and secrets littered throughout, Nostalgic Entropy Neo-Retro is the shot of happiness your Doom experience requires. Nostalgic Entropy Neo-Retro. Graphics 5, Sound 5, Control 5, Fun Factor 5, Challenge Advanced. Astral Fiend Doom 2 14 megs, MBF21 compatible, released August 24, 1 map, by Scuba Steve. You gotta have this special feature. It can't be as crazy as my house, but you gotta have it. Curse of Blood Doom 2 MBF21 32 maps. Playing through Curse of Blood makes you feel like you found a rare piece of vintage in your mother's attic that was left in there for God knows how long without knowing what it's worth. When you open the package and take a good sniff, you immediately get thrown back to the early 2000s knowing you found a well-preserved gem. With the first episode releasing in 2015, Wave Rider innocently mentioned that he's aiming for a full megawatt someday. Almost a decade later, with the help of classic mapping aficionado Valkyrie Force, Curse of Blood was born as a full-fledged megawatt. The thought process was simple enough. An atmospheric megawad that looks good and is fun to play, and sometimes that's really all you need. Going with a tried but true 3-episode split of tech bases and urban locales that take inspiration from Scythe and the like, to the middle episode of Gothic castles and medieval catacombs as seen in Heretic and Hexen, to the final episode where you hit the demon's home turf down in Hell, with giant craters and volcanic mountains of the scale of any Alien Vendetta, Curse of Blood continues to deliver that feeling of a 2000s time capsule. It does, however, every now and then remind you that it was indeed made in 2024, showcasing numerous modern MBF21 effects, as well as modified enemies such as more aggressive Lost Soul, and even a couple of new enemies that are better left unspoiled. The architecture is very polished and fleshed out, as to be expected from two veteran mappers. Both Wave Rider and Valkyria Force's mapping styles blend amazingly well together, as they're both well versed in the craft of making beautiful classic levels. Despite each having a unique style of their own, their joint effort works like magic. Singing praises about the SWAT can only go so far, but I think now is your time to take a trip down memory lane. By Terminus. Necromantic Thirst by the French Doom community. Of course, the French Doom community came out. Sometimes you gotta pop out in fromage. Doom 2 boom compatible, 32 maps. The days have been long, dismal, and many. First conceived of in late 2007, Necromantic Thirst, the flagship megawatt of the French Doom community, was originally meant to encapsulate all that the craft of Doom mapping was, had been, and could be. Alas, complications soon arose, and the project would end up languishing indefinitely in what seemed to be a hollow grave. But, as though linked to some eldritch god stirring in fitful slumber, the FDC never forgot the dream. And now, finally, through the collaborative conjuring of several generations of mappers, Necromantic Thirst has been coaxed in from its oubliette of salted earth to darken our doorsteps and mines. Initially set in a UAC mining and oil extraction operation situated in an unnamed mountain range, it eventually becomes clear that, as usual, the fools have roused something better left undisturbed and turned deep below. Soon enough, the hastily abandoned industrial megaplexes and gutted military outposts give way to a nighted subterranean tomb world of long-buried crypts and baroque mausolea that a seemingly endless Gothic fantasia, itself finally dissolving into a darkly majestic vision of the void. Buried temples and arcane ruins clothed in lurid, poisonous green, drifting in vast oceans of shadow, grandiose in its spectacle, extravagant in its violence, opulent in the depth and complexity of its design. Necromantic Thirst is astounding in its sheer size. Seldom have I seen a megawatt with such varied authorship so fully committed to presenting each and every map as a major event, packed with intense battles, devious secrets, and increasingly morbid vistas. Though a sense of epic scope and scale is as consistent as the charnel color palette of gray, green, black, and brown, the actual form of the adventure is unpredictable. Shades of the project's bedrock inspirations are immediately apparent in the opening suite of traditional base-busting outings a la Phobos, reminiscent of the work of original project lead Dark and early co-conspirators, where bullets, buckshot, and mutant blood flow freely as the toxic chemicals coursing through each facility's concrete arteries. These same pillars of classical influence, contemporary with the project's founding, are still evident in its closing hours, as in W.H. Willu 84's postmodern riffing on some of the deadliest deviations from the Alien Vendetta Deus Vult eras, a la the island-hopping conquest of Dark Pulse, home to one of the largest Caco swarms in memory, or the unforgettable final blitzkrieg of Netherborn Phalanx. Darkwave 0000's The Void Watchers, with its sprawling, vertically dramatic topography and freeform open-air warfare, stands as testament to an artistic vision itself so influential on later mappers, even as its base camp-rooted progression scheme and mountainous visuals pay homage to one of the author's own core inspirations in BPRD's The Mucus Flow. Contrasting these scions of old-school maximalism, Yugi Boy's maps express a razor-sharp modernism through their breathless pacing, constant fluidity of motion, and recursive, seamlessly looping structure. The offerings of Frank Frag, meanwhile, belie a timeless vampiric elegance via the author's penchant for strangely sensuous contours and dense, elaborately tiered layouts, concealing the countless hidden passages and byways before inevitably unfolding into total roiling chaos. Such is Necromantic Thirst's phantasmal splendor. Its unusually protracted and fragmented development cycle has afforded it the unique opportunity to participate in and capture the spirit of not just one or two stylistic eras of Doom mapping, but many, and the FDC, in passing and sharing the task through several generations, have more than risen to the challenge. There's nothing that compares to fighting tooth and nail in a cold, claustrophobic Plutonian vault, only to take an errant step and find oneself in a panicked slalom through a howling, soul-sucking deathscape. No other map set where one can step out of a delirious Deus Vult macro slaughter in one map and into a savagely intimate, seductively lethal tilt-a-whirl Skinner box a la Sunlust in the next. It's undead proof that there is no project too ambitious for the extended Doom scene's ingenuity and creativity to ultimately bring to fruition, and, in a sense, that dreams and nightmares do sometimes come true. This one's gonna kick my shit in, I already know it. My Demon of the Well. Grand Canyon by Roofy. Ultimate Doom, limit removing, one map. Grand Canyon certainly invites comparison to the 1994 classic Doomsday of UAC, from a wrecked vehicle at the start and the attempts at pseudo-realistic environments, right down to its MIDI choice. That comparison is perhaps an oversimplification. Rather than taking inspiration from any one map, Grand Canyon is an ode to the whole zeitgeist of experimentalism and interpretive artistry in early Doom mapping, before any kind of norms or rules had been established. Like the My Houses of old, or the countless offices and schools depicted in early WADs, Grand Canyon sculpts a real-world location as best it can out of the raw materials of Doom, no custom textures needed. This is no Grand Canyon as you've seen it in photographs or in person, but you get the gist immediately. Right away your brain clocks the green marble stalks as cacti, the layered brown concrete as stratified rock, the brown step textures as rope bridges. And anyway, the dangers are as real as if you were there. Narrow ledges over inescapable death pits, tightrope walks to really make your stomach drop. Even the cacti will prick you if you get too close. Your time in the canyon is split down the middle, half of it spent exploring the inhospitable landscape, carving your way along branching and winding paths, uncovering secrets marked or not. But the early minutes may lull you into thinking the opposition will be entirely incidental and casual. When the second half of the map kicks off and hell literally breaks forth, it's only the first of the large-scale melees. The second at the apocalyptic gas station will give any player a run for their money. Grand Canyon takes what worked in 1994, blows it up to gleeful absurdity, and makes any of us who were around back then feel like kids again. By Squeeba. Umbra by Baja Blast Road. Doom 2, MBF 21, one map. Umbra is one of the rare WADs that I want to share with people outside of the Doom community. I've been telling my non-Doom people, my friend made a video game level where you play as a lesbian cat girl and you're exploring this mysterious dark underground weather control facility that seems to stretch out forever, and there's an unseen woman helping you, to which the response is invariably, "Whoa, you have cool friends." Cat people? I thought those were devil horns. Okay. Which, yes, is true. It appears that Road has crossed the Zazer threshold and is now able to create maps using magic. And like many maps created by Magic users, Umbra reads like a patchwork quilt of cool ideas for a dozen different projects, somehow sewn together by emergent lore into something greater than the sum of its parts. Though it contains some conspicuous references to Death Destiny's Elysion, it is very much about choosing your own adventure and seeking your own meaning rather than being steeped in any particular homagery. It's a huge map, but it supports its runtime because it's designed as an entire self-sustaining ecosystem, a playground where you could find absolutely anything around the next corner, but it always feels like the right thing. Maybe it's a view out over a storm-rent ocean, dominated by an enormous swirling tornado, or a quiet, watery rose garden in a secret subterranean cave. The battles are just as vivid and varied, offering everything from intimate duels to whimsical rocket splashes to tight combat puzzles to big horde moshes where you cackle maniacally as you use cataclysmic environmental mechanisms to smear most of your enemies across the floor. Everything feels at home. My point about wanting to share this map with my friends feels fitting because Umbra itself is a map about friendship, or about connection. Your unseen guide, Elise, seemingly begins the story as a conventional mission briefing but quickly grows into a genuine character, one who has left help and support and wry humor for you at every turn. It becomes clear that as you turn over every stone of the lost facility, there's something you're trying to find, and that hope shines like a beacon amidst a sea of creative darkness and apocalypse. That may be why, when I was playing Umbra, I never wanted it to end, and to its credit, it almost never did. Over the course of nearly 4 hours on the in-game clock, and probably more like 5 or 6 in real life, it was a gift that kept on giving, the sort of map that makes you want to go back out and find those last few secret and item stashes. Not out of some completionist sense of obligation, but because you feel the yearning of unfinished business there, like a ghost still clinging to the material plane, not ready to leave for the afterlife yet. Like last year's My House, it has so much to give you that it can be hard to come down from it in the end. I can tell you from experience that it's a great map to play when you're stressed and need to heal, or when you want time to think, but it's also a pretty perfect embodiment of everything that makes video games worthwhile. Why not Java? Yeah, Umbra kicked my ass. It was a little too hard for me, but I still have to love it, you know? I can't deny its brilliance. It is truly brilliant. Firefly by Eater29. The ground is humming, the moon is burning, and here we are, trapped in the belly of some infernal machine. Over the course of its long life, Doom community has seen the rise of many different flavors of death machines and instruments of torture, often supported by grand, larger-than-life architecture. Firefly and the moon where it takes place are absolutely death machines. It is cut for the same cloth as your favorite contemporary monocolor highlighted void tech metal wads that have proliferated throughout the community over the past decade. It takes a lot of inspiration from its ancestors and recent contemporaries. After all, it must be a bit difficult not to harken back to the early moments of Sunlust when working with such a vivid orange theme. In some ways, Firefly is a dramatic departure from last year's Mudman by the same author. It is less interested in getting down and dirty with the boom friction sectors and more interested in burning its aesthetic style and fitting title into the player's memory. Originally envisioned as a tribute to the Stardate duology, the decision was eventually made to not only nix the purple theme, but to pivot to orange as a central color. The WAD's color palette eschews blue entirely and removes almost every flavor of green in favor of replacing them with a variety of searing oranges, burned browns, and faded yellows. Colors aside, Firefly is no slouch in the physical feeling of its maps either. Mudmap already strongly proved that Eater29's slaughter chops were enough to stand with the big boys, and Firefly is their argument that they can pull it off with a bit less muck and a lot more rage. While it might restrain itself a bit early on, by the end of the journey you'll be duking it out with hordes of demons in the heart of a massive star-destroying machine, BFG 9000 in hand. It knows you can take the heat. By Maribo. Oops, all ghosts. Oh my god, yep, that's what I thought it would look like, yep. The all-ghost bug has a bit of an infamous reputation. How could it not, given that triggering it typically results in a level being rendered incompletable? Oops, all ghosts has a different perspective on the effect. Perhaps the player should take a break from purging hell and spend some time as an incorporeal ghost, wandering through the void. With typical progression, keys, doors, violence entirely thrown out of the window, many of the maps begin to feel unnatural and uncanny. Walls are merely a suggestion, HOMs are plentiful, and almost nothing can hurt you, so what is there to do? Take a walk and observe. All of mirror effects have this neat property where the player is able to, in a sense, control what they render based on the movement and viewing angle. For lack of a better way to put it, it is possible to paint scenes across HOM walls, and that is what much of the core experience of the WAD is based around. Some maps are a bit more minimalist about it. For instance, you're thrown into a massive pink-purple ocean where you must follow a very particular path to find a way to the surface. Others, however, are chaotic visual symphonies. The aptly titled Revenant Meth Pipe, check the auto map, has a massive smoked-out wall of lost souls that will draw unique massive splatter portraits across your screen every single time you run through it. Hold this earth in Hands of Sulfur fills the screen with noisy texture work, arch files, and enough flame to roast you alive, even in the afterlife. If you're feeling particularly adventurous, you might even want to take a peek at some of the maps hidden in various secret slots outside of the main set. Their intended recipients will never be able to play them, but you can visit them in their stead. Thank you, Grapes, from one Voidwalker to another. For you and all of the others out there. If we don't all go to hell when we die, may we all go to heaven. My Maribo. Yeah, I'm gonna have to play this one. I was talking to Sally about how Doom has, through its Hall of Mirrors effect, its own art style. It's challenging art style. But in the era of artificial intelligence, shit like this is worth its weight in gold in its own sense. I'm sure you could train an AI to make an image like this. Maybe. I don't think you will. And I think that means that there's potential here. There's potential here for sure. Anyways, the Abysm Gaze is back. Oh, there's more Abysm? Venturing to realms beyond. If you thought you were done spelunking through ancient temples across the 7 continents, how wrong would you be? Pixel Fox has returned with the 1.6 update for Venturous, featuring a brand new episode, taking the player high up in the mountains of Tibet, Aw, you're shitting me. I just finished that. For those unacquainted with this excellent total conversion that we spotlit last year, Venturous is a full-on homage to the Indiana Jones films and setting, tasking the player with fighting against Nazi expeditions across both sides of the Atlantic, as the fascist hordes are attempting to awaken ancient evils buried beneath ancient catacombs in their pursuit of world domination. With extremely fast-paced gameplay, incredible enemy and setting variety, and a devastating arsenal, Venturous was a surefire hit, made even more impressive by it being largely a one-person project. Besides new maps, weapons, and enemies, 1.6 also brings a host of improvements and changes to the already existing maps in Venturous, meaning that even if you embarked on this globe-trotting adventure before, there's no better time than now to join the ever-pertinent crusade against fascism, shotgun in hand. And who knows just what amazing treasures lie beneath these ancient ruins to make your trouble worth your while, by Dynamo. Yeah, I'm gonna have to follow up with the new adventure of Venturous, I guess. Okay. The Abyssum Gaze is back. 2024 marks the 4th anniversary of Jazzmaster 9's Abyssum 2 Infernal Contract. We highlighted Abyssum 2 in 2020, and much has changed in the years since. For those unfamiliar, Abyssum 2 puts you in the weathered boots of Nadia, a mace-toting mercenary smacking her way through dangerous dungeons filled with nefarious evildoers. Abyssum 2 is a total action RPG experience with stats, side quests, an open-world map with tons of NPCs and world building. If you're craving second and third servings of dungeon crawling goodness, Abyssum 2 has 2 beefy expansion packs: Pharaoh's Judgment, which takes our hero to the sandy kingdom of Aten, and Spirit Falcon, which is Nadia clobbering Oni and other Japanese-themed baddies in the kingdom of Kyoshi. All 3 of these have been recently updated with plenty of bug fixes and quality of life improvements, so dust off your D20 and get to adventuring. By Cardboard Marty. Oh, okay, so it's a bug fix type of thing. Alright. That's good, that's good. Doom 3. Phobos Episode 3. Over 3 years after the release of Doom 3 Phobos Episode 2, the team behind this monumental Doom 3 conversion has put out the next chapter, containing 8 levels set on Mars, with ample combat, exploration, and a heavy emphasis on storytelling. For those who are unfamiliar, Phobos is the successor of the RTC 3057 total conversion for Doom 2, which we had a chance to talk about again last year as part of the Dude Eternal feature. While Phobos undoubtedly provides a completely different experience from RTC 3057, or indeed the majority of Doom wads, it is definitely worth a look for Doom 3 fans. It is currently the biggest project under active development for that game, by Dynamo. Need for Doom 3 people. Sally and I are looking into, doing Doom 3. So, page 4. Have Eternity 2 by Dragonfly et al. We knew it was going to be here. I've known for the entire year that it was going to be here. Doom 2 MBF21 37 maps. By nature, I prefer more unusual wads, but have used the Cacowards to also cultivate a wider appreciation of the mainstream. This made it clear how Eternity 2 might be the best yet broad appeal megawad at satisfying more niche tastes. The big thing is that it doesn't prioritize the unity of form and polishedness over the rougher aspects of creativity. There's bits in Eternity 2 that feel like a shitpost or some inside joke with the team, and there's clever narrative beats, like the opening episode backtracking through the withering ruins of the first of Eternity's heaven. And there are many cool events, namely one moment on a boat that is a serious contender for the best narrative set piece anyone has made. That boat itself would be a leading contender for a new top boats list. The Temeraire fucks! It's so true. The 6 secret maps live up to their role well, containing the Megawad's dedicated custom weapons and some of the boldest concepts, such as monstrous movement gauntlet that belongs in a speedrunner brainrot map set like Noir D5DA. I see I'm not the only one who had some trouble with that one. Some people worry about big budget projects falling into ruts, those periods of low experiential novelty that the polished design doesn't make up for, but you rarely go long in here without something unusual breaking up the flow state, such as the clever puzzle games of Aurelius's Equanimity. It's hard to miss how the expanded OTEX 2.0 is grimier and grungier, and helps the world feel richer when it's standing still. There's no shortage of wonderful architectural showpieces around it, my favorite being the giant futuristic factories of Guard Soul's Titan. But Eternity 2 also has that restless heart that seeks experimentation and doesn't want to stand still. The familiar themed episode structure is full of ideas, and it offers a lot to talk about. The choreographed arena encounters are better, and for my taste they peak in the grimy concrete stronghold of Scotty's Rubicon, which is probably my favorite map here, but the basic combat loop has also grown much stronger since Eternity 1, This counts for a lot, even as it's easy to take for granted. While Eternity 2 adds glass cannons like the Veil which is one of the most fun stealth enemies I've fought, it runs against the modern dehacked meta by embracing tankier mini-boss-like enemies, like the terrifying Astral Mancubus. It helps them that Antares and Baal were wizards at implementing this cast with MBF 21's expanded capabilities. There's a careful eye towards little nuances of game feel, artful sprites and sounds, smooth behavior timing, and details like attack telegraphing. The added enemies are used thoughtfully by authors, working as exciting spikes of danger rather than tedious cleanup, and they fit well with the original cast, which includes lots of those big popcorn crews of imps and zombies that no mapper is shy about using. As in levels like DM Phobos' Thaw, even the loose, unchoreographed action is engaging and fresh, and the qualities that made the original Doom cast fun to tangle with are still here. Something I noticed more than once. In the Cacoward chat and in the Discord server packed with fans of niche wads like Magnolia and Dimensions, is that even people who weren't sold on the first of Eternity loved the second iteration. On December 9th of last year, by suddenly dropping an unannounced sequel promised to never happen, the Eternity 2 team delivered one of the biggest surprises one could imagine, despite Tristan's repeated best efforts to spoil it. But I'd say the bigger surprise is how much it improved on its predecessor, which was already a community favorite by Baja Blast Road. Let's see, what are we looking at here this time? Alright, Tristan. Pornhub. Commercial iWad, $60. Map 04, Map 06, Map 15. Map 53. Anagnoris' pink building, maybe. Maybe, friends. Tristan. I'm familiar with this place. Looks a little different than it used to. Yeah, I'm familiar with this place, but this ain't what it used to. This ain't what it looked like back in the day. And by that I mean, you know, later. Vogel im Kaufen by Shiroi Akuma 51. I was on a roll. I called these Cacowards like you have no clue. Dripping with grim atmosphere and swathed in the cold, sooty darkness of humanity's final nights, Vogel im Krafig is a most effective and affecting depiction of the apocalypse. As a nameless agent of the tattered remnants of Earth's human governance, you're tasked with infiltrating a remote city serving as the base of operations for a doomsday cult believed to be responsible for the demonic scourge on the planet. Nothing can prepare you for what you'll ultimately find there. What makes VIK such a gripping experience is its heady blend of horror, action, and adventure, driven from start to finish by its impeccably realized setting. Early on, you'll find the city's gates locked tight against the rest of the world, seemingly forever, and must make a trek up a winding footpath bedecked in briars and brutalized corpses to a fetid churchyard in search of a spare access key, an avenue of ingress only open to you by dint of how long ago its holder was exiled from the community into the demon-haunted wilderness. Making it inside the city proper, the aura of decay and despair is as bald-faced as an open mass grave. Whatever the cult's beliefs may be, only the terminally insane would seek salvation here. The level of environmental detail in the crumbling tenements, shattered storefronts, and ruined streets is both immersive and intriguing in the wealth of sordid little stories it seems to tell, giving the city what some might call an authentically lived-in air, though I'd suggest that died-in would be a more appropriate expression. Not that you'll have much time to leisurely ponder these things, as the cult's flock will be gunning for you with everything they have, gibbering and dementedly all the while, stoking an ongoing firefight from apartment to apartment, window to window, block to block. More than malice, there's a palpable animalistic desperation in their frenzied, disorganized attempts to stop you. Perhaps they're just that crazy. Or perhaps they know something you don't. Upon reaching the city center, the path branches out to allow even more free exploration to a variety of discrete subsettings. A desolate park, an abandoned hospital, others, each with its own distinct shade of dismal atmosphere and complement of dangers. After acquiring each of the keys from this main course of misadventures, it's on to the final revelation, and a stunning conclusion that genuinely caught me off guard. And there's little that can do that these days. Provided you can stomach an unrelenting atmosphere of dread and hopelessness, you'll find one of the year's most compelling adventures in Vogel and Kafig. It's certainly a setting I would jump at the chance to return to, if the fates allow, by Demon of the Well. Yeah, I kicked ass, would you believe it? I kicked ass. Liminal Doom 2 by Dashlet. Oh boy, here we go. Sally loves this one. Doom 2, MBF 21, 7 maps. Doom has always been a game of liminal spaces. Military bases comprised chiefly of sewers, science stations that invariably seem to have been converted from decommissioned retail warehouses, and a hell of barren yards landscaped in quickcrete pigskin and shagpile carpeting, overlooked by mansions built of polished formica and processed lunch meat, are all part and parcel to an aesthetic and diegetic uniqueness which has helped to make the game so timeless. Liminal Doom 2 Crossing the Threshold is a singularly imaginative modern expression of that same foundational surreality, presenting a whimsical and foreboding realm which immediately unsettles through its uncannily mundane veneer. Hive-like networks of breakfast nooks straight from a 1980s Sears catalog spread out from a ziggurat of Art Deco foyers madly stacked atop one another like a teetering house of cards. The closest door in a brightly lit, spotlessly clean kitchenette opens on a grubby, pitch-dark bathroom the size of a parking garage, in turn leading to a skywalk paneled in dingiest particle board and draped in finest Victorian velvet curtains, looking out on a black abyss, needled with a mum grey forest of apartment tower blocks, each flat the size of a large bedroom closet, each tower as tall as Babel. In the basement, a dungeon of interlinked Olympic-sized swimming pools and musty little bedrooms housing votive shrines to dead potted plants sprawls ever downwards. In the basement's basement, well, you'll see. The blithely chaotic nature of the ever-shifting topography naturally engenders an uncommonly nuanced experiential loop. Quiet periods of wandering from the baseline, lent intrigue through the dreamlike logic of the ever-vacillating array of superficially normal scenes juxtaposed in such an alien way, as well as through the faintly nightmarish logistics of the actual path of travel. At times the way forward is as simple as a gentle stroll through the strange collage of domestic wilderness, affording ample time to ponder the meaning of it all. At others, a series of precarious leaps from eve to eve in a sequence of subterranean skyscrapers may be in order, or perhaps a blind 30-foot drop into a darkened waiting pool below, as the beetling staircase you had been climbing abruptly ends in nothing but stale air. It's best to be on guard, as you'll soon discover that you're not alone in this place. One can only wonder about the nature of the many hostile entities that eventually come loping out of the shadows, whether they're native to this place or from somewhere else. Perhaps some of them were once like you, but best not to think about that. Instead, stay focused, as neither the nature nor the setting of these encounters is ever really predictable. Dark, narrow passages that immediately rouse the animal survival impulse will remain silent, and conspicuously arena-like spaces that instinctively stand out as ripe for slaughter will see you hesitantly drift through without incident. Just one more meaningless mote of dust. No, the attacks will more often than not come in the outwardly banal spaces, the wrong-headed geometry lending them an underhanded sort of malice and requiring spot adjustments to familiar strategies. The most bruising battles are usually obscurely hidden. Perhaps something doesn't want you delving too deeply. It's the complex tonality of the journey that, in the end, leaves the most lasting impression. Calm spans of contemplative traversal fluidly and organically morph into episodes of pitched combat, and back again, such that neither reads as a subversion of the other. Rather, they're like two sides of the same coin. The liminal setting naturally lends itself to a slow-burning eeriness, but also to a pensive nostalgia, even a certain coziness, perhaps owing to the exaggerated proportions and outwardly nonsensical arrangement of so many familiar elements, somehow invoking the feeling of being a child again, exploring a confusing, fascinating world where warmth, comfort, and curiosity go hand in hand with apprehension, fear, and loneliness. There's no telling what you'll find in these endless back rooms behind everyday reality, but if you've any sense of adventure at all, the search itself is more than worth your time by Demon of the Well. Congrats on finally getting the gold. TNT Overcharged. Holy shit. Vemon and Fernito. TNT Evolution, boom compatible, 34 maps. Another in an increasingly long line of community-made sequels to Team TNT's signature Megawad, TNT Overcharged is most definitely not your dad's evolution. No, it's TNT escaped from a military lab, hopped up on a potent cocktail of the latter, T-Virus, and Pixie Sticks, come to pay you and yours a house call. Though it must be said, beneath the bloodshot eyes and pink foaming mouth, there's more here than initially meets the eye. To be clear, it's not as though TNT is subtle about its intentions. My lack of goodness, no. The very first map is patrolled by death squads of heavily armed zombies, features a decidedly cutthroat balance as regards survival supplies, and concludes with a Deliverance-style ambush from the high ground that's sure to claim many a pelt, as a friend of mine has fallen to saying. The tone is set, and from here on out, almost every level is a big, bloody blowout, mined with more deadly traps, bait-and-switch snares, and unforeseen pitfalls than the average social media experience, all orchestrated to paint the initially more or less familiar slate of classic TNT locales, and your memories of such, a thick, dripping scarlet. One favorite trick, which seems to build in both technical complexity and theatricality as things progress, is to have rooms, passages, and even entire arenas undergo radical structural shifts in real time. As though a single reality is insufficient to contain the bloodlust that you and your demonic playmates share in kind. At certain special times, though, the violence, noise, and fury recede entirely, almost alarmingly, leaving you to wander in silence, alone. Seemingly. It's during these segments that the map set's penchant for devilish tricks is most pronounced, and rather than being calming, the air of these quiet periods is deeply sinister, as though you're being watched, toyed with. Tellingly, the game's climactic Hell arc opens with the longest and most involved of these silent sojourns, the eerie and esoteric TNT phobia, representing both an ample microcosm of sardonic mind games, buried secrets, and clever mapping stunts onto itself, a perfect segue into TNT's endgame, where all of its tricks, traps, and transformations are at their most megalomaniacal, set against a backdrop of eye-poppingly vivid and imaginatively unhinged hellscape. Chef's kiss. TNT Overcharged is absolutely worthy of the original's legacy of trickery, experimentation, and grand ideas. Just don't expect a leisurely stroll down memory lane with this one, unless being mugged, knifed, and sacrificed to the devil are par for course on your evening walks, I suppose. By Demon of the Well. I suppose I gotta get more into the TNT revival. Doom 2 and City only, by Various. Doom 2, MBF 21, 36 maps. Not surprised this one got a gold. I should have played it. What makes something a city? The answers may surprise you. D2ICO is a community project that takes the very abstract theme of city and divides it into 6 episodes of 5 levels and 1 secret map each, a format modern projects have started to adopt from Ev Eternity 2. The definition of city is thrown around, morphing, changing, and yet somehow making full sense. The result is as good as it can get. There's so many cool maps by lesser known members of the community in the squad that you will surely find a new mapper to keep an eye on for future work. D2ICO is also gifted with its amazing soundtrack, some of it fully bespoke in Mumi's incredible skies that fit each episode brilliantly, perfectly lift up the atmosphere to new heights. Now, get in the car, put on your seatbelts, and let's enjoy a road trip through a brilliant spectrum of cities of all sizes and kinds. In the first episode, you are greeted with urban levels of the most basic form of the city theme, but the surprising factor is actually the scale. The maps start big and get even bigger. For example, Map 2 Simple Complex by Thick Yosh already throws about 300 enemies at you, coming from the narrow streets between the giant buildings. The episode ends at a large-scale showdown at Nova Sears, the nuclear power plant, a huge map that has the player explore multiple buildings and areas while the streets are full of enemies as far as the eye can see. Episode 2 takes you to outer space, full of landscapes set in the neon metallic future, such as 11 Dead's Crypto Crash, an extremely colorful and vibrant station set in the depths of space. Movie's episode Evander, Upon the Brink of Transcendence, is a massive blue landscape full of otherworldly buildings and non-stop action. The third episode throws the player all the way back to ancient Egypt, where the buildings are replaced with pyramids and sandcastles. City of the Dying Sun by Death Bear is one of my personal favorite levels of the entire Megawad, a non-linear map with a central hub where you can grab the keys in any order you'd like, and has a great emphasis on exploration, with a secret exit hovering in the distance like an intriguing beacon. There are also cities deep underground, as shown in episode 4. Grime, sand, darkness, and yet civilization thrives, challenging you to try and invade their territory. Colossal Wreck by Weird Sandwich hints at a large battle has already taken place in these ruins, and your job is to clean up what's left. The episode ends extremely strong, with Eda 29's gorgeous A Wilted Clover's Lullaby, a massive biome that seems heavily inspired by the later half of Sunlust and similar works such as Magnolia and Swim with the Whales, with opposition that comes straight for the jugular. In the depths of hell where demons live, in the cities they call home, you could expect to find levels like Idumea by Tavio that awes the player from the get-go, descending into a mad landscape full of castles for the player to roam and conquer. It is arguably one of the WoD's highlight maps. and it was even released as a standalone map due to the sheer size of it. Wrapping up the wad is the Void episode. Liminal spaces, floating debris, death pits, and a metric fuckton of enemies. The episode opener, Welcome to Nothing by Neil Forshaw, perfectly encapsulates the atmosphere of what a city in the Void could be, or used to be. Once again, my personal favorite is the secret level Anti-Life by Moomy, being probably the best single map I've played all year, with a theme I've never seen before in any Doom wad. Hold up, that's pretty big. That's big shit. I may have to play this one. And that concludes our road trip. The rest is for you to explore. There's so much to highlight, and yet so little has been said. The mappers took the simple theme of city and crafted the best, most creative iterations possible. While most community projects are usually somewhat unbalanced, this is decidedly the most consistent and best of the year. These cities were indeed built on rock and roll by Terminus. I'm squinting, you can't tell. Outpost 13 by Brulov, hey! In the frozen tundra of Antarctica, it has laid buried for thousands of years, but something is thawed that should have stayed forgotten. In these temperatures, just remember, man is the warmest place to hide. Outpost 13 is a love letter to John Carpenter's 1982 masterpiece, The Thing, and the film's primary setting, Outpost 31. Adorably rendered, using stock Doom textures, Outpost 13 manages to recreate the entire location with Doom-cute renditions of memorable locations such as McCrady's radio and computer, the dog kennels, and the frozen basement complete with dynamite. Doom itself was an amalgam of different media that a group of 20-somethings enjoyed. Army of Darkness and Aliens were obvious inspirations, so maybe that's why the Thing fit so well into the Doom universe. Even lacking proper interior building textures, Doom's artwork just seamlessly blends with the dirty aesthetic of an Antarctic research base. Kinda does. Outpost 13 would be an interesting attraction if it was just a carefully crafted Arctic research station, but enough care went into this map to make it an engaging experience as well. Nothing sells a map quite like Creative Secrets, and Outpost 13 is littered with clever uses of boom features that allow the player to uncover secret areas by interacting with a detailed environment. All of this adds a level of immersion that brings the intricate Doom-cute sectors to life and allows the base to feel far more dynamic. Now surprise the player with clever traps and cap it off with a creative boss fight, and you have a recipe for an award-winning single-level experience. Why not download it and play for a little while? See what happens, says Scuba Steve. It is really fucking good. If y'all new viewers haven't played it yet, recommend. Big recommend. It's good shit. And it's Brulov's first, by the way. You keep an eye on Brulov. Brulov's going places. You Do Voodoo by Grimosaur. Doom 2 boom compatible, one map. It would be easy for a passerby to mistake You Do Voodoo for an elaborate tech showcase. Grimosaur, a self-described lover of playing with voodoo dolls, humbly describes it as an excuse to cram as many stupidly complex voodoo doll contraptions into a single map without it collapsing into a singularity. It's a true statement. The map is stuffed full of every trick, gadget, and contraption in the book, including some rarities such as pseudo-randomized combination locks. However, it's not just a museum housing ancient boom technology. I do love a voodoo doll. Its marble halls go on forever and ever. Walls upon walls of sickly, off-green bricks burn themselves into your brain. You find yourself stumbling back to the same places, drenching that ugly marble in fresh blood again and again. No matter how deep you delve, you cannot seem to find any hint that there is a light on the other side of the tunnel. Its wall move with you, forever shifting to reveal some new direction, a hidden cavity that was initially overlooked, or some new evil lurking in the wings. It is a true labyrinth, one that continually unfolds itself, pulling you deeper and deeper into its maddening core. What's most beautiful about it are those instances where the labyrinthine construction intertwines perfectly with one of those curious little voodoo doll contraptions. You'll start unfolding, or rather knocking a hole in the walls yourself, uncover the aforementioned combination locks, and maybe even stumble upon a demonic machine that would be happy to provide you with some goodies should you see fit to feed it something valuable in return. Don't get too lost in there, sweetheart, says Maribo. Interesting. Does sound like a lot of fun. Supersonic Racing. With a meteoric number of releases from the Doom community every year, it can be easy to overlook our cousins in the Mega Man 8-bit, Deathmatch, and Sonic Roboblast 2 communities. Power drifting onto the scene from the Kart crew, the team behind Sonic Roboblast 2 Kart, Dr. Robotnik's Ring Racers is an impressive kart racer with over 200 tracks and 60-plus characters. Don't let the premise fool you. Ring Racers pushes the genre to its limit, introducing an almost fighting game level of control and mechanical nuance. On top of your genre regulars, drifting, boost pads, etc., Ring Racers introduces a ring system that lets you spend rings to increase your acceleration, helping you get over slopes and tight corners. Although Dr. Robotnik's Ring Racers might sacrifice the casual appeal of your average kart racer, Its comprehensive in-game tutorial and online manual help ease you into its deep, challenging mechanics, making it an ambitious experience worth taking for a spin. By Cardboard Marty. Interesting. The only Sonic Roboblast 2 content that we've had is the Deltarune mod on this stream, but the Deltarune mod was absolutely peak, so, you know, Serial's business. It's not every day, no, not every year, that fans get to see a Chex Quest Peewad, but luckily this past year has been a bit of a small, quiet renaissance for all those who still carry the Zorch. Chex Quest, The Penultimate Breakfast by Andrei Rovensky, is an 8-episode, 40-map megawad packed with slimy, PG-rated carnage. The many unconnected episodes offer something for everyone, with the earlier ones playing similar to classic casual Chex Quest and the later ones ramping up into slaughter, light Kaizo gimmickry, and psychedelic weirdness. And for any aspiring Chex Quest mappers out there, Chex Quest 3 Vanilla Edition by Melodic Spaceship offers something you never knew you needed, but definitely did. A backport of the full trilogy into Vanilla Doom, allowing you to create Peewad projects using the full set of maps and custom actors as a base without having to worry about port compatibility. The Vanilla Edition also makes Chex Quest speedrunning more viable, and makes it easy for anyone to play the full game on any port, so it's pretty much a win for everybody. Make sure to check them both out by Not Jabba. We gotta do Chex Quest at some point. You just gotta. Fortune's Aces. Fans of the fine dish known as Knuckle Sandwich, or fans of the fine dish known colloquially as the Knuckle Sandwich, have been eating good lately. Fallen Aces released its first episode on the cusp of summer this year, featuring a gritty detective bashing, mashing, and slashing his way through every punk and lowlife in the city. With a striking graphic novel-inspired art style, complete with hand-drawn graphics, Fallen Aces evokes the noir vibes of 2008's Action Doom 2 Urban Brawl, so much so that you can currently find its Steam page by going to actiondoom3.com. Huh. If you fancy your first-person perspective beat-em-ups to be a more out-of-this-world experience, Fortune's Run sees you throwing hands into the dystopian sci-fi universe. With a deep and rewarding melee system featuring parries, grabs, and even mix-ups, it might be hard to imagine that Fortune's Run started as a GZ Doom Total conversion. Satisfying melee combat in an FPS is tricky, but both games punch far above their weight, like Cardboard Marty. I haven't heard of Fortune's Run. Let's give it a look-see real quick. Oh, it's like a whole thing. Interesting. Damn. Alright. I didn't expect it to look like this. It's giving Hylix a little bit. Oh, it's this one. I remember this one. I saw it in... I want to say it was last year's Jeff Awards, but it might be some other secret third thing. Maybe I watched it when I was with Sally here. Alright. Special features. Hold on. Let me rest my voice for a minute, and then I'll be back. I promise it won't take long. Just give me a second. BRB. Alright, I'm back. Thank you all for your patience. This many readings in, it gets a little, you know, you gotta take a break every now and then. So anyways, now that we're done with the main course, let's look at the special features. 2024's Cacowards, Legacy of Rust. To talk about the impact of Legacy of Rust, one must first recall a little bit of history, in the form of the 2019's Unity-based port. While this release did not include any brand new official content, it did bring curated community content to the forefront of the commercial scene. Fast forward 5 years later to QuakeCon 2024, where a new classic Doom release is announced. This time, Doom got an overhaul to now utilize the Kex engine, while also wrapping up all the official content so far in one nice little bundle. Alongside all the official content we know and love in this release, something completely different hits the deck. We are now given Legacy of Rust, consisting of 2 episodes with 8 maps each. While enthusiasts in the scene were keenly aware of the increasing quality of Doom projects over the decades, this was the first time that Doom's own community veterans, in the form of Night Dive Studios, produced a headliner level set to be included in official content. This follows the foundation set by the curated community content 5 years prior. The authors of these 16 maps brought with them many years' worth of experience of crafting finely tuned experience for players both new and old to enjoy. No matter your experience level, you're sure to cut your teeth on Legacy of Rust. My favorite analogy for Legacy of Rust's release is to liken it the expansion packs of classic games, such as while you are familiar with and have some degree mastered the base content, the expansion pack dumps you in the deep end, ratcheting up the difficulty level and drip-feeding new content. This relationship to the base game is delivered in spades with Legacy of Rust. Immediately you're welcomed to the party in Scargate, while the blood-pumping tones of Sazer's aptly named track Welcome to Die sets the pace. After the first couple encounters, I realized I was no longer in familiar IWAD territory. I was scrounging corners of rooms for ammunition and health, desperately searching for secrets and their associated boons. That was the introduction. Phew! Still never found a secret in the first map. The music deserves special praise. Zazer's composing expertise sets the mood for all of the playthrough. I was particularly struck by the groovy music for the second map, titled Shores of Heaven. While every player can recall a time that the music droned on and looped to the point that you'd wish to hear anything else, not so with the track set for Legacy of Rust. Zazer's ear candy punctuates both meticulous secret hunting as well as the urgency of combat encounters, and it does so throughout the entirety of the episodes, but with one secret map exception. At no point did I feel that the tracks diverged from the mood established in each level. Instead, they enhanced the adventure through the episodes. As for the new content I alluded to earlier, Legacy of Rust offers fresh entries into both the Arsenal and Bestiary. There's a particular brand of satisfaction in unleashing the Incinerator's flames upon new enemies, be it the lead-spewing arachnid Mindweaver or the plasma-wielding doppelganger known as the Shock Trooper. The final levels allow you to truly flex the might of the Calamity Blade, whose projectiles will rip through entire crowds of foes. You'll even run into new monsters that have their origins rooted in community WADs, like the Tyrant, filling the role of a squishier cyberdemon. These new enemies were well utilized across the levels, forcing me to take different approaches to fights I would normally consider a breeze. The levels themselves are carefully crafted to exploit the new niches carved into the bedrock of Doom by the pack's additions, granting the player just enough ammunition for the new weapons to enjoy the power fantasy or to paint themselves into a corner during a nasty fight. These are bite-sized experiences that have something for everyone, ranging from puzzle-laced progression to an all-out slaughterfest, all while applying pressure to test one's tenacity and endurance. A gourmet of vistas are in no short supply as you wander the imposing tech base of Soul Silo by id Software's own Kevin Dunlop, to the hallmarks of MC Escher on display in Zazer's labyrinthine coiled city, to the menacing marble-encrusted halls of the Rack by Kaiser. Simply put, Legacy of Rust is a treat for the senses that is well worth the price of admission, and a well-balanced addition to Doom's storied library of official content by Zanero. It's true is good, though. Most promising newcomers. It has been a long-standing rule, for obvious reasons, that no one who receives a full award, whether gold or silver or anything comparable like a mock award, can be also a promising newcomer in that same year. This year we've carried that treatment into the honorable mentions of the 24 for 24. Years are getting so stacked that the HMs are increasingly feeling like awards, and it's even better to give more people shoutouts. Hello, every pony. Tsunami is a rabbit fond of extremes, making slaughter death traps reminiscent of no reason speed maps while limiting herself to the vanilla line actions. When she's not mapping, she's probably in her DAW of choice, composing blood-pumping tracks that will most definitely be put to use in one of her new violent mapping experiments. Her consistent output and love for Floodfill definitely make her one to watch. Art is an indispensable part of the Doom experience, and so many WADs have been inspired and enabled by custom textures, sprites, and other supporting resources. Dashi Frickin' Tian has quickly become the community's most industrial artist of HUD graphics. I Can't Give You Anything and Umbra both rely on her art for their femme protagonist, and title screens, see the Junk Food series and Doom 2 and City Only, among many others. These artistic sensibilities spill into her mapping, such as in this year's expressive, finely detailed Give Me All Your Love. Fair enough. Give me all your love. Also, HUD character art by Dashi frickin' Tian. That's a pony, alright. Hello, every pony. Slinky Winky began work on his first project, UAC Takeover, in 2020, and finally released it this year. What at first glance might seem like a standard retelling of the Phobos invasion is quickly subverted thanks to a much more sinister atmosphere and battlefields that are largely deep below the surface itself. Interacting with an AI that's only a few steps away from seemingly going haywire may be your only ticket out of this place. This is one not to miss for those who favor atmospheric journeys and familiar locales. Cascade, also credited as Cascade, made a powerful debut this year, submitting plenty of beautiful new graphics for Freedom and also posting their Minecraft Terraria-inspired gameplay mod, Deepcore. Shush? Hold up. What do you mean, Okay. Doom but with mining. Places pickups, mineral nodes, changing the arsenal, utilizes the minerals gathered, gives you the handy pickaxe. Right. Only an early version. You'll be looking for feedback. Interesting. Okay, let's go back. Sorry, that took me out of it a little bit. Cascade's artwork harkens back to prime arcade-era SNK classics like Metal Slug and King of Fighters. Gorgeous, minute detail, expert use of limited colors, and a deep understanding of pixel art as a medium. Deepcore is early in development, but already features an incredibly creative approach to gameplay, making it one to keep an eye out for. No Concentrate 51 has been flying under the radar for a bit, but Starlight Dynamics made it difficult to deny that there's someone to watch. A lot of their work in the past year has been angled more heavily towards replacing assets, which has resulted in their releases starting to feel much more like partial conversions. Anyone who likes to see Doom stripped down to its bare essentials and rebuilt from the ground up should definitely explore their catalog of work. Salute emoji. Yeah, let's do it. I mean, just the name, Starlight Dynamics, seems like it hits. In the realm of Jeezy Doom, Ada's 666 has been quick to impress with a series of standalone maps that combine semi-exploratory, semi-cinematic progression with tasteful use of advanced features like dynamic lights and fog effects to create beautiful, detailed environments. Their most obvious talent is in crafting longer, winding multi-stage adventure maps like Mining Site 32 and elsewhere, but their penchant for atmosphere makes them equally good at presenting smaller maps like Unknown Outpost and Exobase as elaborate individual scenes that feel exciting to sink your teeth into regardless of their short runtime. Undoubtedly, one of the most ambitious debut maps of the past few years, GIG's Escape Pod offers an enormous multi-hour adventure. That is, if you don't miss 3/4 of its content by not exploring carefully enough. Oh no. Are you suggesting that's what happened to me? It draws ready comparisons to the Myst series, and although it isn't afraid to swarm you with enemies sometimes, its complexly detailed biome, survivalist gameplay, and puzzly progression transform it into something undeniably thought-provoking and memorable. Whether you find the elusive good ending or tear your hair out trying. God damn it, I knew there was a good ending. What a way to find out. Escape Pod by GIG. Oh man, no wonder. Oh, I knew I was missing something. Vitan decided to dip his toes into making Doom maps late last year with a map that had a catch. 6 minutes is all you have before the map forcibly ends. That gimmick on its own wouldn't be too notable, but Vitan went above and beyond to establish scripted choreography for how the map plays out, and even synced it up to a community-made music track. Try not to fall behind, or you might not make the cut. Interesting. Astro's Scorching Earth is such a committed and well-studied pastiche of classic Megawatt Hellbound, you could easily mistake them for each other even with your glasses on. Its attention to environmental detail is picture perfect, like its spiritual inspiration, the key strength is in how imaginative, varied, and realistic its settings are. We look forward to seeing where the author might venture as they apply their skill set to breaking new ground with their own creative brainchild. Shallow B crashed onto the gameplay modding scene with a fantastic Total Doom, a very beefy exploration of Doom's various alpha, beta, and even 64 and RPG-based iterations. Total Doom sees Shallow B flexing a ton of creative muscle on making each of the class's weapons sets feel different, while paying homage to their source material. Shallow B's first nod outing shows a ton of potential, with a project that will no doubt grow and continue to improve as time goes on. Alright. Like Surston Wonderland's None Like It Hot stands true to its name, not only in feeling atmospherically hot, geothermal power, but by turning off the heat in a more physically direct manner. Much of it is a tight claustrophobic affair, spent spelunking through base jammed into an underground cavern for the purpose of harnessing Earth's energy. Players who enjoy a semi-classic case or semi-classic base clear and have a penchant for getting up close, uncomfortably so in some cases, with beefier monsters, would enjoy answering the question of which is more stressful, the heat coming off the nearest lava pool or the meat wall of demons bearing down upon them. Finally, one of us considers Corp to be already among the very best community composers. They can do everything from arcadey pulse pounders to soulful, buoyant dreamscapes, and the richness of their arrangements might sometimes have you thinking, wait, this is MIDI? If you're not already familiar with it, listen to their work in Afternoon and Spectrum Descent, or just download their collection of 200 plus MIDIs released for mappers to use. Yo! Yo! I'm always looking for, 200 plus MIDIs. You don't understand. I do Blender. I need things like this. Thank you. I'll have to ask Corp to see if I can use that during my Blender live streams. Past Spotlight. After this year's newest lineup of Miss Cacowards, we hope you're still in the mood for some more old school WOD goodness, for we have another opportunity to talk about additional projects that were never featured on these pages before. There are a lot of WODs out there that slipped through the cracks, fell under the radar, or sometimes just suffered from not having the amount of time necessary to cover them. But for now, enjoy 4 more past projects that you might have missed. We know we did. What you got? Mystery of Tiski Islands by Voigt the Doomer. Voigt the Doomer struck gold this year with a bombastic, ambitious Reds Over world, but it was not his author's first foray into the realm of total conversion. His previous release, Mystery of Tiski Islands, is set immediately before World War I and follows an Austro-Hungarian soldier stranded on a mysterious island off the coast of Guinea, witnessing the machinations of a dictatorship that has taken control of the place. The player will traverse through occupied towns, lush jungles, scenic waterfalls, and enemy bunkers, and the environments, despite occasionally clashing art styles, consistently remain fresh, successfully combining exotic tropical locales with sinister steampunk themes. And that's the beauty of Moti. There isn't anything else that's quite like it. While not as polished as Roar, the project fully showcases Voigt's excellent skills at crafting imaginative, immersive worlds for players to lose themselves in, and we can only hope he has many more in store for us going forward. Realm of Chaos by the Macintosh team. Few old WODs have had such an incredible renaissance as 1996's Realm of Chaos, spoiled with choices we are now between its outstanding sequel and its devoted remaster. As a result of 2024 being the year of Realm of Chaos, I think it makes sense to go back and have a quick look at the MegaWOD that started it all. Released at a time when MegaWODs were becoming the hot new commodity in Doomlands, the 7 mappers who teamed up to create ROC represented some of the best on the Macintosh platform. Their skills vary, as do the levels themselves, but remarkably the package as a whole succeeds where a good MegaWOD should. It feels like one cohesive adventure from start to finish, with some memorable sights and interesting set pieces. While most people will undoubtedly re-experience this classic in its remastered form, those with an appreciation for old treasures should make the original their first stop. Space Cat Saga by Dirtimi. Lost among the many crazy releases of last year, Space Cat Saga is a full-size total conversion that has way more to offer than what initially meets the eye. Dirtimi invites us to a tale of cat warriors that fight intergalactic battles in order to save each other and their kind from demonic hellspawn and cybernetic abominations. With 5 player classes, each with their own unique weapons and abilities, and a full campaign of 45 maps, there's enough time to get immersed in the world of the Space Cats and to get accustomed to the new armory and bestiary. And if that's not enough, you can even play the whole thing as a standalone gameplay mod with any vanilla WOD of your choice. This immense amount of work should not be slept on, as this WOD has so much to offer. If you're looking for a long adventure and something a little different, I truly couldn't recommend Space Cat Saga enough. City of Doom by Paul Marone. Doom 2 and City Only push the boundaries of just what it means to create a city in Doom this year, a venture that many have overtaken ever since we first got to witness Sandy's Downtown and Romero's Industrial Zone 30 years ago. Paul Marone's City of Doom, released back in 2000, has served as a bit of a pioneer in this regard, a MegaWOD in the making meant to be entirely focused around urban environments of various types. This stood in contrast to most MegaWODs, which typically only featured city maps intermittently. Alas, it was not to be, as only the first episode with 11 maps was released, but thankfully what we do have is a very meaty package that can fully stand on its own. The maps are often non-linear and require a ton of exploration to uncover their intricacies, as you will visit city streets, sewers, industrial plants, subway stations, airports, and much more. Set to relaxing prog rock, patient doomers are sure to relish every block of this metropolis gone rogue. Alright. League of Nations. One of the biggest stories of this year is the release of Necromantic Thirst, but 2024 has seen quite a few collaborative releases from national communities. The French Doom community itself somehow also found the time to get involved in the official French language release of John Romero's autobiography, Doom Guy: Life in First Person. Their map set, La Gare qui a fait Doom, which accompanied the book's release, includes 8 maps inspired by Romero's own work. Among them, WH Willou 84's Adventurous Icons of the Deep, Datacore 85's gloomy attrition-based Nouveau Sang, and Rufy's Grand Canyon, the standalone version of which was awarded this year. From elsewhere in France comes Engmin Doom, created by the students of Sanam Engmin as an assignment for level design class. Though most are clearly designed by designers who are just beginning to explore the craft, the whole compilation shows real enthusiasm and inquisitiveness towards the process that's really heartwarming to see. And there's quite a bit of variety in entries, from little indie horror games like Nathaniel's Breakout and Alex's Slendoom, the 8 pages, to puzzlers like Helene's Duma and Kremos the Tower. The clear standout of the set is a walking simulator by a student named Baptiste titled The Pilgrimage. Yo! Oh man. Salamiyaki says, I made it. Oh, thank you for the resubscribe. Slendoom is killing me. If that's killing you, check this out. Oh, wow. Wowie zowie. Not holding back. The Pilgrimage by Baptiste. Engmin Doom. The Russian community was quite busy as well, as per usual. They kicked off 2024 with a Vinesauce-inspired Endoom contest featuring categories for both classic and modern mapping formats / target ports, with our silver awardee Vogelim Karfig winning the first category and the enchantingly strange old-school GZ Doom map Endless Frontier winning the second. Our judges were particularly fond of the classic categories entries in general, including this person who's been on our chats, Crimson Liberation, a massive sandbox adventure map, and Demonologist Entanglement, set in a futuristic city with a challenge set piece. This is Crimson Liberation. Interesting. RRSP3, billed as the most ambitious project in the Russian Doom community's history, includes a total of 64 maps with wildly varying styles, themes, and flavors, some of which, like in Enderman, are their own self-contained mini-games with custom resources. Some of the most fun and unusual things I found in here include Drawn 12261's frantic, blood-rain-drenched Forgotten Eden, George Nash's eerie, Hexen-scene atmospheric dreams of the distant realms, Petian's psychedelic slaughter trip, Rain currently known as Purple, and a pair of Quake-themed partial conversion maps by Ear, 1H, and Fish Goggles, and even some of the really weird Jokewad maps have some really memorable trollery, like Stork Green's Oh No My Pockets Have Holes sad, in which you can carry 1 ammo for each weapon at a time. In case all that wasn't enough, the RDC also released the Megawad 30 Years with Doom, which features some pretty cool maps by Vogelim Karfig's Shiro Akuma 51, aka Slavius, Rastaman Games, and others, not to mention the first and only Linos map since his Mapper of the Year win in 2016. Cancerous Temple by AIS 366, Polish community project. They ain't holding back. Holy shit. Not to be left out in the cold, the Polish community released their aptly named Polish Community Project this year as well. Though quality and theming varies as expected in any community project, there's some really grand vistas, attractive eye candy, and fun-loving Doom Q to be found here, with the biggest highlights including Zalewa's Overworld Underworld City Crawler in the Houses of Concrete, and AIS 366's daunting light show-laden arena of horror, Cancerous Temple. Salamiyaki says, has there been finishing community at any point that is that upcoming? I don't know. I mean, there's obviously Moomy. Moomy seems related to Finland. Jeez. Oh, this is one of them fancy launchers. Russian Random Speed Map Pack 3 launcher. Oh, it has its own launcher. Holy shit. One of the neatest things to come out of all these community projects is the idea of a dedicated launcher for a collection of works that are otherwise incompatible to compile into a single water PK3. Both Enderman Doom and RRSP3 have surprisingly slick launchers. Enderman's is charmingly retro, with spinning floppy disks to select from the main menu, but RRSP3's really takes the cake for utility and polish. With preview screens and info about every map, an author selection list, and the ability to check off ones you've already played. Personally, I'd love to see more like it going forward, and with so many nations still underrepresented or unrepresented in Doom modding, who knows what territory is left undiscovered? Come on, Greenland, let's see what you've got. From Not Java. Well, Sally, it sounds like you've got a bit of work ahead of yourself, if you're interested in finished dooming. Anyways, cracking the vault. A decade ago, John Romero took to his social media to celebrate Doom's 21st anniversary by sharing some never-before-seen development art. We were treated to long-rumored cut assets, missing enemy rotation frames, an abundance of previously unknown content, and who could forget the reveal of the iconic blob? The blob? What the blob? Ah, the blob. Unused monster concept for Doom. Intended purpose was to be a lost soul spawner originating from walls. Speculated that the blob would animate and spawn a lost soul upon seeing the player. It was recycled as the inside of the Pain Elemental's mouth during its attack. He's not as good as Blorb. Blorb is our friend. Well, it seemed the well had run dry. Fast forward to August of this year, and the surprise release of the new Doom plus Doom 2 port showed us wrong. The 8 Vault showcases an extensive buffet of pre-release goodies, never-before-seen monsters, wacky new mugshots, various iterations of title and intermission screens, and so much more that it could fill up an entire page on its own. I never thought we'd see the 1466 missing pixels from the plasma rifle sprite, but the craziest thing is that we didn't even know they existed beforehand. By Cardboard Marty. Salamiaki says, an extensive Jimmy buffet. Yes. I've been doing voiceover for 5 hours. It'll happen. Text me if you get lost. The Doom text generator underwent a major update a few months ago, giving it a massive increase in its capacities, with a score of new fonts to use, and the ability to easily load custom fonts in most common Doom and GZ Doom formats, making it incredibly useful for generating new graphics for vanilla level titles, among other things. Well worth having a fiddle with, and seeing what you can prod out of it. The continued evolution of tools for mod development continues to astound me, and it's incredible to see how Doom modding continues. Somehow to get easier, faster, and with even better results than ever before. From Kinsey. Sweet dreams, Cyber Dreamer. Recent years have seen a concentrated effort by the modern and Doom community's musicians and maestros to do justice to the works of yesteryear, back when full music replacement wasn't as expected as it is now. 2024's group effort, led by Phoenix, set their eyes on the cult classic Cyber Dreams, a delightful wad comprised of puzzles based around manipulating cyber demons and figuring out how to best get rid of them without finding your insides plastered all over the walls. The MIDI pack themed itself after the wad's title and perceived mood by its most devout fans, chasing a hazy, dreamlike sound to match the off-kilter and unorthodox design that endeared the work to its current fanbase, containing not only contributions from seasoned musical veterans, it also saw a plethora of compositions from first-timers and others who were looking to get their feet wet by paying tribute to the ancient ancestor of modern gimmick wads. Why don't you grab a drink, get cozy, and take a trip back to the dreamscape, for old time's sake, by Maribo. A refined palette. Custom palettes can be essential for a wad's distinct look, as shown by BTSX, Violence, Magnolia, and so much more. This year's had an exciting burst of people releasing their own standalone palettes, meant for creators to use in their own works, adding to existing options like Reaper AA's Cold Pal. Steph Yesterday's Rosie 256, which was initially based on Rosie 42, spins the color wheel far from the norm. It makes significant changes to colors like brown and red that are used in nearly everything under the sun, while still fitting many gorgeous scenes throughout PWAD history very well. In exchange for a slightly darker overall look, it ends up with a much richer color depth than the Vanilla Doom palette. Tsunami has already used it for a pair of wads, and we're looking forward to seeing where the community takes it. Hit me. What you got? Ooh. Okay. Okay. You got me. Salamiaki says, I do like it when they do custom palettes. This is good. Yeah, it is. Hey, we've been here. We've been in Little Satellite. You can see the difference. Ripple Drive. An unfinished map of mine from an upcoming WOD called Disaster Diary. Coming soonish. Maybe, when it's done. Okay. Huh. Alright. It's pretty wild. Astral Fiends. Collection of palettes seems inspired by Nihal Raman's 123 threads from last year. It's cool how these have underlying concepts, such as like an old VHS recording that has seen better days. Many of these palettes adopt a hazy look, similar to tinted color coding used in other media like TV and film. If you've ever seen a scene in a TV show that takes place in Mexico and it looks like it has a strong yellow-orange filter applied to the footage, that is what these feel like. Astral is also not afraid to experiment with unconventional ramps, such as fading gray into purple. Okay, show me what you got, Astral. Okay. That's Sunset. Sally Miyagi says the dreaded piss filter. Well, Sunset doesn't look too pissy. I don't see too much piss here. That's good. Then there's Dual. Vibrant and contrasting color palette with smooth transitions between colors, from bright reds to purples and yellows into acid greens. Burst of colors to your maps. Ah yes, the Duality color palette. I'm familiar. This is my favorite part of it. This right here. Earthbound. A dusty palette where the browns and greens reign supreme. Looking to create a cave or a forest? Maybe try Earthbound. Okay. Salamiyaki says the good game filter. Indeed. Alright. Retro Rough. Muted and desaturated colors with crisp shadows and highlights. Like an old VHS recording that has seen better days. Plorb, what's wrong with you? Look. What a frame. I guess it's kind of piss filtery. Samiyaki says Blorb got shocked and closed his mouth. I guess. Wasteland. A saturated palette of intense red and golden colors. Its hues illuminate the landscape like the hot and hazy desert sun. Okay. Jeez. Going for it. Samiyaki says this could be it. I mean, it's a little bit piss filtery, but it's a little bit too golden for real maximum piss, you know what I'm saying? Dark Haze, a palette that turns shadows into purple mist, while providing a bright contrast for those in the light. Okay. Crunchy. That's crunchy. Alright. Overflowing Mocha's Dream Pal works really well with natural landscapes and earthy themes in general, like wood and metal. It reduces the tan and brown range, replacing them with softer earth tones, introduces a new range where sunburnt yellow fades into orange, and modifies the blood red range to end in darker tones. Along with that, it has an especially lovely blending effect with grays and blues, both growing closer to each other, more purple tinged. In our opinions, tweaking palettes is cool. Even if it's only the minor change of softening the default pickup tint to no longer be the piss filter, it's worth considering. Baja Blast Road to Maribo. Samiyaki says, Astral did a much better job than Hollywood. Yeah, I guess we have a new piss filter. Anyways, check out Dream Pal. I had this palette laying around for a bit. Originally it was going to be used for a project, but I don't have time for it, so I'm putting it here instead. Dream Pal is a palette for Doom, inspired by the palette used in Doom Kid's The Devil's Work. The WAD's palette is probably the first custom palette I ever saw in a Doom WAD used. I even used it for dessert. That was around 2021-2022, and now it's 2024. So why not take that palette and touch it up a little bit? Here are some examples. Okay. It's cozy. I like it. This is very cozy. Yeah, this is chill. That's about it, I think. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams to you, too. Salamiyaki says, got that winter night feel to it. And I like it a lot, indeed. Can Doom run it? We've looked at some wonderful gameplay mods that manage to recreate other games' arsenals and themes into Doom, such as Alice, Toys of Madness, and Doomer 7. But what about the other mods that take this concept even further and attempt to recreate entire games or experiences very closely inspired by said games into our beloved game? Salamiyaki says, I love how that guy was typing. I missed it. I don't think it'd be possible to talk about this aspect without mentioning Doomero21. A longtime Doom enthusiast from Chile, he has been hard at work using the Doom engine as a conduit to replicate old games and create new ones using their setting for as long as I can remember. Already in the late 2000s, he had acquired a reputation for his meddling in what, at the time, I really deemed to be the utterly arcane arts of ACS and old Decorate, in order to create a Doom 3 inspired mod that would look, feel, and play close to the still recent id Software release. The resulting Revenge of Evil is thus one of the longest running Doom mods I can think of, with a full episode release currently available. But Doomero didn't stop there, going as far as utilizing the skills he acquired to create Donkey Kong Country, Mortal Kombat, and Resident Evil. With cinematic cutscenes, 3D models, advanced controls, and physics, all of these rank among some of the most impressive tech demos ever made for the Doom engine. Doomero is low-key one of the most prolific, inventive moderns in the history of Doom, and his latest project, Resident Evil 2D, is now available for your enjoyment. I'm not going to say that these mods manage to play as well as the counterparts that they're inspired by, but if you're in the mood for Doom Weird on scales you never thought possible, the lands Doomero has crafted make up a world worth trekking through without a doubt. I'm very much Doom Weird, but the weirdness doesn't stop there. What if I told you that there is a mod that attempts to remake Unreal Gold, but whilst completely reinventing it as an RPG game more akin to dungeon crawlers? Yes, this is the end result of Scarjman's Unreal RPG, which last received an update this August. Recreating a game as complex and rich as Unreal is no easy task, but many of the weapons and enemies you'll be familiar with make their appearance here, alongside a host of others from Duke Nukem 3D. Weird, but that's the name of the game, isn't it? In terms of progression, however, you wouldn't ask for a more different experience from Unreal if you tried. Instead of adapting maps like the Sunspire or Bluff Ever Smoking, Unreal RPG has brand new maps which are on the much smaller side, at times resembling deathmatch layouts. These are maps that can be freely explored after entering each from the hub world, with the idea being to level up while you fight enemies, acquire resources with which to purchase new gear and abilities, and unlock progressively more complex maps to play as you go, although those you already cleared can be replayed at any time. These are but some of the examples we've seen of attempts to take Doom and turn it into something familiar yet strange, and we hope to see more stuff worth talking about going forward. By Dynamo. Yeah, that is pretty wild. That sounds crazy. Alright. Woof. Almost there. We only need special features, 24 more for 2024, multiplayer awards, gameplay mod awards, other awards. We're almost there. We already did special features, yeah. So, 24 more for 2024. Since this feature was introduced... Oh wait, hold on a minute. Did we already do... Yes, we did. We did the sidebar, the little side track down here. Yep. Since this feature was first introduced, community output has increased a lot. This year there might be over 100 contenders for spots here. Being not even an HM, which is a silly phrase, doesn't mean we thought something was bad or that we ignored it. This was true since the beginning, but it is even more true now. These spots are hard to come by, so at the same time, missing them is far from damning. When it comes down to it, while bragging about a 2003 Cacoward to win a forum argument won't go over well, maybe name-dropping your 2024 HM would work better. Baja Blast Road. Extra Beanie Canned Doom by Stupid Bunny. Doom 2 limit removing 32 maps. Where I come from, a can of beans is typically thought of as a side, as opposed to a meal, i.e. something that ends up in a congealing heap in a plastic dish on the table, sadly lingering on long after all of the meat and cornbread and such is gone. But this can of beans, kids, is a feast of doom. Whatever your palate craves, puzzles, slaughter, weird humor, adventure, retroism, platforming, bizarre references, childcare advice, claustrophobia, wide open space, PC maintenance, archaeology, space travel, occult psychonautics, whatever, it's all here, and then some, with plenty of action and a totally survivable level of MSG. The only consistent through line is lots of good old-fashioned Nazi stomping, and how can that be a bad thing? Load up your shotgun, sharpen your can opener, and dig in. And remember, in some cultures, flatulence is considered a compliment to the chef. By Demon of the Well. Sally Miyake asks, how many slaughter maps won this year? Non-zero. But it's actually a lot less than last year, I think. We got some, big old Billy things. One that I missed altogether. I can't wait. It's honestly going to be cool. Puzzles and Pieces by Christophine Place. Doom 2, vanilla compatible, 8 maps. Putting the pieces together in Doom typically means going through the process of grabbing the guns, finding the keys, and pumping the lead into anything that stands between you and the exit. Christophine Plas's idea of moving the pieces together means slowing down, becoming familiar with your environment, and working out what's not quite right about it. Finding hidden switches is not everyone's cup of tea, but when it's completely disguised as playing Spot the Difference with graveyard headstones or working out a combination lock so you could escape an underground tomb, it has a certain flavor to it that might just pull you in anyway, by Maribo. Salamiaki says, my peas! Indeed. Red's Overworld by Void the Doomer. Doom 2, GZ Doom, 31 maps. A good Wolfenstein alike is hard to come by. It has to provide something fresh and excited while still keeping the nostalgic charm that's its most important selling point. ROW does exactly that, offering blazing gunplay, stealth, sniper duels, cinematic escapes, and more as an alternate history Cold War escalates into World War III and armies across the globe march to battle. The player steers the front lines on every side of the war firsthand, switching between the POVs of Russian, American, and European agents in a mad race to see which of yourselves can cause the most explosive mayhem across nearly every region and continent on the planet. Though it shines in its urban combat and stealth segments, the real heart of the game is the absolute chaotic nonsense of its storyline, with the villainous Soviets pulling out all the stops and unleashing the secret weapon after secret weapon. Honestly, if you haven't faced down a pack of small Wookiees in the blood-stained snows of Eastern Europe, you haven't truly lived. From Not Java. Okay. Spectrum Descent by the Afternoon Crew. Doom 2, MBF 21, 16 maps. Look at this. Damn. Color go crazy. Look at all the killer colors, man. You've discovered a gothic realm afflicted with a splash of chromatic chaos, and the results are rather entrancing. A hostile land, tinted with punishing combat spreads before you, where walls and items cycle through various hues and monster viscera sprays forth like clown vomit. How this came to be is beyond your grasp, MBF 21 artistry, but the Marine's duty remains, and this canvas demands a splattering of vengeance. Well, this set's vibe is contagious, as you can tell. Your eyes will taste the rainbow while your fighting instincts are honed in this vivid spectacle. Countless themes have been indulged by this stage of Doom's life, but sometimes you just wanted to see something dazzling. I can fully endorse getting lost in this luminous landscape that the Afternoon Crew have constructed. Just beware the dreaming beast, by Bile. Road to Hades by Rose Holmes. TNT Evolution, Doom compatible, 32 maps. Oh, holy shit. This one was a little dark, so I zoomed in. Selling Miyake, the banned the spam bot with a sus URL. Anyways, in the middle of June, Road to Hades humbly announced itself as a 32-map boom-compatible megawad for TNT Evolution, and I gave it a download hoping to draw a quick hit of nostalgia from the drying up well. Instead of providing superficial relief, Road to Hades proved medicinal to this Doom player's jadedness. It starts like a snowball at the top of the hill, gathering experience, power, and gleeful momentum all the way to the bottom. When you've played Doom for a long time, tracing a wad's influences and making synaptic connections between periods of community history becomes a part of the game, and Road to Hades is an intertextual treasure trove in that way. It waves merrily at Scythe 2, Kama Sutra, and TNT, among others, while also nodding to various retro shooters and its software properties. The Dopefish lives! It doesn't take a TNT diehard to find comfort in this wad. It's a celebration of communal creativity and an auspicious showcase for Rose Holmes' talents. Mount Pain 27. That's true. I saw the video of Road to Hades. It was a good one. Painted Doom by Various. Doom 2, MBF 21, 22 maps. Last year we featured DIY Community Project in the past spotlight, an extremely creative community megawad that forced the mapper to get creative with simple colors. This year the sequel dropped, sharper and even more innovative than the former. The average player wouldn't expect that with a texture set comprised of just flat-colored walls, you could create entire villas, small towns, underground caverns, a tropical jungle, pyramid temples, Doom cute as far as the eye can see, and even a My House clone. But here they all are, and so much more than just that. Taking an abstract concept and making the best of it is probably my favorite type of community project, and Painted Doom is definitely no exception. This project will brighten up your day and put a smile on your face. If you want more, and I know you will, check out the prequel by Terminus. Doomed Urbex by Various. Doom 2, MBF 21, 23 maps. Check out that skybox. Hold up, look at that. That's good. I like that skybox. That's good. That's 2002 as fuck. I love it. Doom Durbex is a complicated to explain because it feels like it's a few different map sets that got merged into a mutant form in a freak teleporter accident, like the protagonist of The Fly, but on the other hand, that's why I like it. Urbex most commonly wears the clothes of a Russian realist community project, gloomy, worn-down cities rendered in beautiful detail, but you don't have to go far before things get weirder. Interspersed with the normal map set flow are creepy dream sequences, madcap casino adventures, a goofy Doom cute saturated quest to steal a boat, and a gallery of unfinished map fragments presented as a museum lost in time and space. The recurring hub map, the tunnels, helps narrate the map set's overarching story, serving as a base of operations for a last-ditch human effort to escape a strange alien mass that's consuming the world, represented by the color yellow. Of all the things I've played since 2012, it comes the closest to capturing the spirit of the Russian community's surrealist masterpiece, ALT. By Not Java. I gotta play ALT sometime. Lesson 1. Shoot and it bites. Okay. DNAPS by Napsalm et al. It's a stacked year when DNAPS does not get a Caco Award or an honorable mention, but 24 more for 24. Doom 2, MBF 21, 33 maps. More than being a regular megawad, what DNAPS aims to showcase is proofs of concepts for things that have never been achieved before in the bounds of the somewhat newly discovered MBF 21 format. The levels are all rather short, but what keeps this WAD intriguing is the incredible dehacked work of Napsalm on both the weapons and the enemies department. The package may contain the following: plasma jumping, sniper dodging, Hell Nobles evolving if you don't kill them fast enough, non-GZ Doom portals, more humanoid enemy variants than Wolfenstein, force fields that block enemy projectiles, and more gimmicks that you can count on both hands. With some powerful guest mappers and Napsalm's masterful dehacked work, this megawad is one of the best dehacked showcases out there, and it truly breaks the boundaries of the engine to new heights. I personally hope to see these extremely cool gimmicks in future works. Terminus. I've got to get in touch with Napsalm. I've got some questions about MBF 21 that I might want to consider. I Can't Sleep by Overflowing Mocha. Doom 2, MBF 21, 6 maps. Despite its title evoking thoughts of insomnia or some sort of trauma preventing the protagonist from getting a good night's sleep, the presentation and feel of I Can't Sleep doesn't fall into an experience that one would find in the waking world. Its world comes with innate dreamlike qualities. Things aren't quite to scale, its locales turn into things you would never find in reality, and its hazy blue color scheme helps maintain a feeling of being halfway between drowsy and unconscious. However, despite the gentle surface, it often contains elements that quickly turn the experience into something uncomfortable, but not quite nightmarish. Those who consider themselves to be unstable in regards to platforming, monster threat included, might find themselves in the bad dream headspace much more often. In the end, it's up to you to find out whether our little blue friend will manage to get a good night's rest, or if their general discomfort will grow into full-blown nightmares, by Maribo. Freudian Slipgate 2 by Alter et al. Also, let's give it just a close-up. Okay, it's hazy, it's weird. Freudian Slipgate. That's a Doom, that's an aid community name if I've ever heard one. Sometimes I don't know if this WAD takes itself seriously or not, but I'm going to assume that it just doesn't. And that's a great thing. The second installment of Alter's underrated Freudian Slipgate series is a megawad that offers a mix of speed maps as well as full-blown megascapes chock full of demons for you to blast. The enemies have a fresh coat of paint to them, adapting to the technological wonders of the Oedipus Collider, the mastermind of the operation and the reason you have to see a psychiatrist every 10 levels. While the silly map names are guaranteed to make you chuckle, the maps themselves are of very high quality and showcase Alter's years of experience being a prominent mapper. A fun, digestible, and silly experience that'll leave you wanting more. More Doom. Not your mother. Come on. Do I need to call Dr. Fonzo again? Terminus. Rebirth of Damnation, Part 2. Wait a minute. Did Portraits of Doom get one? I don't think Portraits of Doom got one. One of the year's sleeper hits and follow-up to the author's 2023 WAD, Rebirth of Damnation Part 2 is the newest entry in the ever-popular Creative Vanilla Textures-only genre of maps. And, just as its many illustrious predecessors have done, the WAD wastes no time in dazzling the player with spectacular vistas, dramatic shadows, and imposing buildings and hellish landscapes. The gameplay is equally as cinematic, featuring a heart-pounding mine cave-in, a tense breakthrough from hell to earth, and a finale you most definitely are not prepared for. For as impressively large scale as the locales are, No effort is wasted on the map's minutiae, with ample Doom cute and unique details that keep you wanting just to see what could possibly lurk around every corner. Add to that a fast-paced custom metal soundtrack, and you've got yourself a keeper, worth a look even for those who cherish their lavish texture packs. By Dynamo. Hellfront Frontier, Violent Beetle. Doom 2, limit removing 31 maps. For the UIC, Hell is always the final frontier, but not in the way they intended, and refusing to know better is on brand, so the Marine's job is never done. Hell Frontier was developed and released in episodic installments, but now the complete package is available and players can fully see Violent Beetle flexing their mapping chops. While already well known as a capable project lead, this megawatt offers clean and concise level design with enough clever combat and crafty secrets to demonstrate that the Violent One is more than capable of flying solo. We are thankful for their service, and you too can show your support by suiting up and blasting through this masterclass of buttery smooth gameplay. Alright. Plurbtonia by Plurb et al. Plutonia, vanilla compatible, 32 maps. Please don't feed the Mancubus. Despite what the name may suggest, Plurbtonia doesn't really require that you be a Kasali head, except maybe in the broadest sense. Do you like chain gunners, revenants, and archviles? Do you enjoy restarting a map half a dozen times until you've learned its rhythms like a dance? Then you're in the right place. But Plurbtonia is about concentrating the chaos, squeezing the most out of tiny layouts, often less than 50 or 60 enemies per map. Each level is a dynamic, transforming combat puzzle where pistol starting is an absolute must. One map you'll be playing whack-a-mole with demons in a zoo. The next you'll be mad dashing to break line of sight with a spider mastermind in close quarters, and another you'll spend stranded in lava while the only healing items are under crushers. Keep moving, don't overthink it, and expect every single thing to be a trap because it is. By Squeeba. Dominus Diabolicus. Doom 2, MBF 21, 33 maps. Recent years have seen a glut of raw talent crashing into the scene to flex their creative and technical chops. Mapper composer Bofu, a relative newcomer, admirably encapsulated this trend when crafting Dominus Diabolicus, breathing new life into vanilla environmental assets, sporting engaging non-linear progression, unleashing some nasty new threats, beware the receiving end of an SSG blast, and delighting the ear with a dynamic, bespoke soundtrack. This 33-map bounty offers a fresh take on the familiar journey from tech-based/cityscape to hellish dimension. It's a clear and competent vision, one that reflects the game's undying potential when new blood takes interest, by an author proven worthy of a watchful eye. It's heartening to know the future of Doom is assured, and there's simply no end in sight for quality content as long as the community exists. Avile. 0x0 by Danlex. Heard about this one. Make a map with 10 textures, make a map with 1 texture. Okay, sure, limitations make you do more with less. But suppose you had to make a map with 0 text. Like, that isn't even possible. But I guess we just weren't thinking outside the box enough. Here it is, a map set with 0 textures, and it completely, fundamentally, reimagines what it means to create a Doom map, with all architecture and landscapes crafted out of actors or instead of texture sectors. Even basic problems like how do you mark a teleporter or a crusher or a damaging floor all turn out to have really clever answers, but its crowning glory is in crafting special effects. Flowing rivers and bobbing ocean waves of blorbs, rainstorms of health bonuses, blotions, lava falls of floating skull rock, trees made out of trees. More than just a whimsical tech demo, 0 by 0 shows what it truly means for limitations to breed creativity. A blorb ocean. Yo, wait a minute, I see it. I see it all, look. Oh, that's so good. That's so good, oh my god. You're crazy for that. Absolutely ridiculous. The Quinary Conundrum by Vortale, Doom 2, MBF 21, 32 maps. The next chapter in the extended Vortale verse has arrived, and yes, it's rather fitting to call it that. Much like its predecessor, The Lost Magic, the vast majority of TQC was cranked out in convincingly quick fashion during this year's NaNoWriMo festivities, and fans of the former should take notice. It's a thunderous crusade through 6 episodes of quick combat, armed with even quicker weapons to restore 5 magical crystals to their rightful place, with absolutely no chance of some wider intrigue or conspiracy. If you have such suspicions, and why would you, it's best to just put it out of your mind, suit up, and blast some wizards. After all, it's just a map set, right? Quite the conundrum indeed, but it's undoubtedly a rush, and Vortale makes professional, rapid-fire mapping look easy once again. By Vile. Duality by Astral Fiend. There we go. Had trauma of yesteryear put Astral Fiend on a lot of people's radars. It was indeed a good idea to keep an eye out on their work, because not only did we get Neo Retro this year, they gave us another small but impactful release in Duality. Delivered as a small package of 5 levels with no more than 100 enemies per map, Duality immediately puts you in a vibe you don't usually see in Doom. Colorful tech bases with incredible music choices powered by a beautiful author-made color palette that are filled with a truckload of Doom cute, like a very expensive yet small snack that you'd feel bad to finish fast because then you wouldn't have it anymore. If you want to chill and play something short but high quality, go with Duality. Listen, from my lips to Terminus's words, just dead ass, everything endorsed. The Edge of Time, Fire Seraphim. Doom 2, GZ Doom, 30 maps. Ooh, 30 maps, holy shit. The Edge of Time is a result of 5 years of hard work, wherein a gameplay mod was scaled into a full campaign. The most noticeable feature of the mod is the score system, where bonus items and treasure chests are scattered all over, almost to the point of sensory overload sometimes, and of course are gained by slaying enemies as well. Hitting a certain score threshold grants a random power-up, a feature inspired by Konami arcade games. The crispy new weapons will give you a great rush, slaying old and new demons alike, with all new tricks up their sleeve. The Megawad invites you to explore the Venus Labs, ancient Egyptian tombs, and medieval European landscapes, as well as 2 secret levels per episode for you to uncover. Boosting enhanced visuals and a high-speed meta, this Megawad offers a power trip you won't soon forget. What do you mean a 5-year-long 30-map project only gets... Wow. This year was stacked. The Gap by Habanki. Doom 2, MBF 21, 5 maps. By this point in time, Doom is no stranger to giant mechanical death boxes. Metal-tech megastructures adorned with your choice of nukage, light sequences, torches, and or tech panels are in no short supply, and the style has garnered its own cult of devout followers. The Gap's framing is that physically, it is a between, an obstacle that must be crossed, no matter the cost, to reach somewhere new and special. In practice, the Gap's namesake could be taken from a more subtle source, perhaps hinting at the gap in firepower you'll be dealing with for the duration of the journey, or even the gap between your intelligence and that of the demons standing in the way, which you'll need to take full advantage of as you wish to survive the crossing. It's a surprisingly intimate affair that deals primarily in extremes. You'll find yourself often feeling completely overwhelmed or utterly alone, wondering whether it's even possible to keep going. But you'll never cross it unless you're willing to take that first step. By Maribo. Headless Chicken by Chukum. Check this out. Doom 2 Boom compatible 33 maps. Oh, that's pretty. Oh, that's pretty. I like that skybox a lot. Headless Chicken comes in as a flashbang of arcade-styled goodness, with non-stop fast-paced action and hundreds of demons to kill in almost every level. With the early weapons getting buffed, you can expect to use your full arsenal to blast away the familiar demons, who brought in some new friends like the Plasma Zombie or the infamous Screaming Splody and Chicken. The Megawad is clad in the beautiful Ancient Aliens texture set in Palette, and makes a fantastic use of it as the levels are all extremely colorful and vivid. It even provides some extra flavor to the GZ Doom players by adding in an announcer and map names for showing up on every level entry. A pumping soundtrack, a ton of Doom cute, and a whole lot of chicken puns. What more can you ask for? An immaculate piece of work for a one-person Megawad. Now let's get ready to rumble! Written by Terminus. Reconditus by YugiBoy85. Doom 2 Boom compatible 4 maps. The world of Reconditus is a land of weathered stone and temples overgrown with inscrutable alien machinery, sedate under the stars in its everlasting cerulean slumber. That is, until the ever-adventurous Doom Guy bursts onto the scene, intent on plumbing the depths of these agentless structures for answers, and fumigating, or perhaps perforating, the quiet world's hellspawn infestation in the process. Answers, it turns out, are not forthcoming, but fun most certainly is. Evoking modernist works such as Ancient Aliens or perhaps Of Eternity in its design, Reconditus is a thoroughly entertaining ride. A balanced mix of chill exploration spiked with a near-constant supply of beasties to blast, and more involved set-piece encounters, many of which exemplify the particular style of controlled chaos that Yugi Boy does so well. It is a work very much worthy of its distinguished inspirations, and therefore a must-play for anyone with a hankering for some expertly crafted, visually attractive, and thoroughly modern Doom. This by Omniarch. Not Even Remotely Fair by Various. Doom 2, limit removing 33 maps. Shoutouts to Decino. I'm a big fan. Nightmare skill is not a widely explored design space, and understandably so. Maps with hyper-reactive and recursive enemy threats are unforgiving for casual playthroughs. Success typically requires routing foreknowledge, lightning reflexes, near constant movement, and a bit of good old trial and error to survive. While it's not even remotely fair to dash through such immaculately constructed maps, set to an all-new soundtrack of quirky energy to match, with nary a spare breath to take in the sights while you're fighting to stay alive, Nerf isn't here to coddle. It lights a fire under your ass and expects you to embrace the madness. Are you ready to broaden your horizons, lose your mind, and surpass your limits? At worst, you could be a no-monsters tourist and enjoy the locales, but this set explores a smorgasbord of gimmicks, so there's likely something to tickle your fancy. By Vile. Imp Dreams, Doom 2, MBF 21, 14 maps. When you kill as many imps as Doom Guy has, they're bound to start visiting you in your dreams. This is true. That's where our protagonist finds himself in Imp Dreams, laying on the couch in his therapist's office and recounting the nightmares that now haunt him when he closes his eyes. Each map is a new dreamscape, from the tranquil and postcard-worthy to the hideous and inhospitable, but always descended upon by those forsaken creatures. The mind's eye has made them worse than they ever were in the waking world. Flying imps, stone imps, devilishly fast imps, and you will face thousands of them. To escape this torment, you must surrender to the ocean waves, burn up under the heat of the red giant. Finding peace requires sitting with the truth of what Doomguy has spent his life doing, and what our role in all this was as players, by Squeeba. Sally Miyake says Doomguy would need a therapist. The Tetris effect in Doom involves killing thousands and thousands and thousands of imps, even after the game is stopped. Like, that's just it. Constriction 1024, by Various. Doom 2, boom compatible, 32 maps. You know it's something when the screenshot is you just fucking dead. And there's Blorb doing the weird face again. Samiyaki says, I haven't had Doom Tetris Effect yet, but I get it for other games all the damn time. Once it hits with Doom, it'll probably never leave you. Doom 2, boom compatible, 32 maps. Hello, kids. I can tell you about how utilizing the boundlessly versatile OTEX resource has given Constriction a fresh face that immediately stands out from its 1024 by 1024 predecessors, or how it takes admirable pains to fit a wide variety of different gameplay styles into its pocket-sized pocket dimensions. But I'd rather be real with you for a moment. I'm a hard sell on small/short maps, but this set won me over with the surprising savagery, particularly pronounced in its final third. There's something for everyone here, but for my money, there's nothing like the hilarious, mean-spiritedness of maps like an Unsuspicious Village, which had me giggling like a giddy schoolgirl every time my innards hit the floor, or the histrionic spitefulness of Dome of Creation, which I could only cheer between swallows of rye and my own blood and teeth. Check this one out if you want big thrills and big hurt in a small package by Demons of the Well. Interesting. Or Demon of the Well, sorry. Alright, so those are 24 more for 24, and now, let's see, rampaging past the 300 mark. By now, the Rabbit's All-Comers Mapping Project has become a true staple for the Doom community, featuring mappers new and old, giving it their all in increasingly complex releases. But even I frankly was not expecting it to reach the 300 maps threshold, but David N. and the gang have managed to achieve the seemingly impossible, resulting in Ramp 2024 giving us a total of 311 maps to enjoy. I'm not going to pretend like that's an easily digestible number of maps, because it's not. I've done my best to have a look at each and every one of them, and through an hypnotic combination of excitement and desperation, I've decided to, once again, bring you an honor roll of maps that, in one way or another, made an impression on me. Do not think that this is a definitive list of the worthwhile experiences Ramp 2024 has to offer. Look at it more as a jumping pad into what is easily the biggest megawad to date. Kicking things off, we have Ramp Shape by CBM, populated by some of the zaniest, most outlandish enemies you'll ever see, from bouncing Caco demons to cyber demons wearing duck-shaped shoes, hostile walking barrels, and slime monsters that throw their own eyeballs your way. I'd imagine they would turn any zoo they were put in into the world's most profitable. Space Grass's Ex Mortis is an impressively detailed cemetery with multiple spooky buildings to visit and plenty of foes to shoot, and yet in the middle of all its exquisite architecture, a single folded carpet in the church remains this map's most treasured memory for me. That's what I call attention to detail, also easily seen with the author's next map, Outpost Zero, taking a remarkably different approach in a story-driven cleanup operation in the USC's super-futuristic tech base. V-88's Trial by Blood is a more conventional affair, but very engaging to play and pleasing to the eye thanks to its ominous atmosphere set in and around a corrupt UAC base, with the generator room in particular being my personal highlight. Amiga Angel teamed up with CBM to create Imp City MBF, filled with sports cars, ever important, ornate toilets, even more important, and my favorite Doom keyboards and mice to date, all in a compact city that feels abuzz with activity, the demonic kind, of course. Kit Katrina contributed 3 maps with a theme of visiting Windows XP and Internet Explorer. The latter is also the name of my favorite map of the bunch, seeing the player enter spaces ornated with graphics taken from old websites. Salamiaki says, ornate toilets are important in games, it's true. There is a gif of a rotating skull that I feel I must have seen a million times over various Doom fan sites over the years, and seeing it spin around as a prop in this level brought me pure joy. Next up is, once again, Amiga Angel and CBM. Evidently the dream team, because what we have here is one of the most impressive maps in all of ramp history. You start off surrounded by heavy weapon dog troopers. Instead of trying to give them treats, hop into the attack right next to them and charge into a battle with them at your side. You will reach a city of solid colors, strongly reminiscent of early 3D games such as Iron Soldier, as you take the fight to enemy tanks, devious parrots, John Romero faced Lost Souls, and look, I've already spoiled too much of this phenomenal map, so let me just end by saying that it's basically what Club Drive would have been if it was good. Seeking to return to a semblance of normalcy, I then turned to Crab Hermit's E1M1.5. Alright, hold on, let's see the City of Solid Colors, how about that? Heat loaded, baby, okay. Alright, we're gonna go crazy. Alright. Starting off in the ending room of this map that started it all, the exit switch instead takes you outside to what is quite frankly the most detailed Phobos Canyon I've ever seen. One that gets the most out of the texture usage while still feeling like the Phobos we know and love. The time for normalcy then comes to an abrupt stop, however, as our next stop is Elmwood's Ram Park. How do I even begin in describing this map? Receiving an urgent mission briefing from David and himself, voice acting and all, you are thrust into a daring mission into the 10th Circle of Hell, Australia, to track down a serial shitposter who spread the disease of Zoomer memes among the lands of the rabbit. The production values of this map are out of this world, from the laugh-out-loud briefing to the opening train section, the lush caged greenscape, and naturally the furious, engaging combat. We truly live in the era of high-effort shitposts. The weirdness certainly does not stop here, however, as Niro Kitsume's Rokumeun has one of the most unique puzzle maps I've ever seen. You start off on a grid full of colored hexagons. By utilizing buttons in the shape of an invulnerability spheres and blorbs, you can move the colors of the hexagon you are standing on toward the next ones, ideally doing so for the white stars, but whilst having to be careful as the monsters will try to impede your progress at every step. Taking a noticeable turn towards the gloomier is Amaruk Wolf's Bazark. Now, this is a competitive field with the likes of Demonastery and Bitter Loathing, but this has to now be one of my favorite green marble fortresses ever made in Doom. Its dim corridor, strange red overgrowth, hanged corpses of monsters, and all new textures led me to feeling lost, paranoid, and genuinely apprehensive of every next encounter with the demons. From the ornate to the chaotic, Vampire Lee's nuclear waste refinery is pure madness in Doom form, with unnatural formations, eclectic texturing, and a disorienting approach that strongly calls to mind the simulation maps from Icarus Alien Vanguard. But in the middle of all this, see if you can find a castle familiar to a certain plumber. And after you've done so, venture through Cribulus's dig site, exploring this archaeological ruins under a night sky, uncovering the sinister secrets it holds, strongly reminded me of Eternal's Epic 2's middle portion. Excellent lighting and architecture adorn the place, and the dark, somber tone carry the map well. Much the same can be said of the tone of the next map we'll be looking at, Black Mountain Research Center by MDJ. This is an extremely well-crafted piece of work, starting the player on a train, journeying to a dark forest under occupation by demonic monstrosities. If you're ever lost, don't forget to rely on your trusty flares, and make it in one piece to the final confrontation in Hell. Shifting gears entirely, we touch base with Leica 42's Triple Cross. Starting in the middle of the map with several doors to choose, this tech base gives way to a wide variety of environments, from caverns to hell, ending up feeling fresh throughout. On a very different progression trajectory is Descend the Black Tower, once again by Crab Hermit, which starts you off the eponymous structure as you try to get on the lower floors in order to escape it. Once you finally do, you will come to full terms with how big the structure really is, and how the landscape around you, dotted by demons, is even larger and more menacing. Decidedly more compact is Nutsi Nutsi's Empower Priest 1, a flooded canyon containing a temple and military base that intersect with one another through brilliant use of GZ Doom's portal effects, something quite a few of the maps in Ramp take full advantage of. Even smaller still is Shove 82's Dromslottet. This temple map really spoke with me. Its quiet, lulling atmosphere and MIDI track, its beautiful shadows and ornate rooms. But I guarantee you that the demons will wake you up quickly if you lower your guard as much as I did. Raza ends the streak of small maps with Endangered Habitat 2, a profoundly spectacular level full of caves, waterfalls, bridges, and dare I say, the best map by this increasingly promising author that I've played to date. Rita Remton, on the other hand, takes us out of the natural element and into a level designed around brutalist architecture. Effectively utilizing lighting, fog effects, and 3D geometry, it looks like a long-lost Quake map that found its way into our favorite game. And I hope you aren't tired of either towers or brutalism, because the next map, Fickle Panopticon by Ficklesif, is an amalgamation of both, and features one of the most impressive 3D towers I've ever seen in the game. Just wait until you find out that it is fully explorable, as are its multiple floors that surround it. Back outdoors in time for 33 Fear Erasers, Food for Vultures, seeing you on a journey through a canyon and its multiple military installations that have been built into the rock. A sizable map with over 500 enemies, they'll do your best to halt your progress as you make your way to the Demon Guardian at the end. After so many adventures, it may be tempting to return home to rest a while. That's right, if you thought the My House craze was gone, The House, Ramp Edition by Sven Atdinax Reinhold will remind you of just how prolific this subgenre of maps has become. The building you visit has links to other realities. As you try to piece together its story, you'll also want to unravel every single secret you left behind. You can find. Big Smoke then takes us far away on a runaway train with the aptly named Train Trouble. All you had to do is follow the damn train, CJ. This map is absolutely gorgeous, with a fully modeled and explorable train going through all landscape, featuring all sorts of cute details, lighthouses, mountains, a beach meeting of demons and cars, and so much more, rivaling the impressive work Big Smoke already put in last year. Truly, he's showing himself to be one of the most creative mappers of our generation. The stop takes us to more urban locations with Arky-Perky's Overpass, set in a series of warehouses near the city docks, which are splendidly detailed in themselves, and once again get the most out of the portal usage for that sweet, sweet verticality. Seriously, just check out the roofs in this place. And finally, once you've endured all of these challenges, just relax a bit, sit at the bench in Dr. Nuriel's Take a Seat, and then make it to Jedi MB's Pictomancy, a non-violent map where, wielding a magic toothbrush, you will be able to paint the walls, the flats, and even the demons with any color of your choosing. Phew, that was a lot to take in, wasn't it? As I've made it a yearly tradition at this point to delve deep into the mystical and fantastical realms of Ramp, I am once again left with wonder at just how many completely unique and creative ideas mappers were able to employ for this project. It is no exaggeration to say that some of the year's very best material is hidden in these archives, and I've only produced but an introduction to what you can expect to find within it. Looking at the package more broadly, one thing I've noticed is the presence of way more intermediate maps than beginner maps, with many maps this time around being medium-sized, not dissimilar to what you could expect to find in many other megawads. That does mean that there are, in a sense, lower highs and higher lows than something like Ramp 2023, but that's the beauty of this project. Every year, it manages to achieve something familiar and yet completely different, with authors that are clearly attached to the brand, and enough fun ideas and references to show just how much the fun the people in this sub-community are having. Well then, I've had my fun, and I hope to have even more. For may these projects continue to deliver quality work as they have for 4 years now. From Dynamo. Fair enough. Alright. Time for the multiplayer awards. But, first, let me go to the restroom, everybody. Thanks for hanging on with me. BRB. Oh, and, by the way, Talenther, thank you for the follow. I hope you're still around. BRB. Alright everybody, thank you for your patience. I'm back. Let's explore the multiplayer area. That's something I didn't get into this year. I might get into it, I might get into it next year. Anyways, Freon Deathmatch and Eon Weapons. Rust King and the Rusty Shack community. Salmiaki says, RotatingSkull.com, you should check out this cool website. Okay, fine. Here. There it is. We got I mean, it is kind of Doom. It is kind of Doom, when you think about it. There's a lot of rotating skulls in Doom. Lost Souls, mostly. They rotate. Anyways. Carrying on. Freon Deathmatch and Eon Weapons. Ever since its Skulltack days, Zandronum has long held an attractive pull for deathmatch mappers and modders alike. In some cases, map sets are made with specific weapon modifications or rebalancing modifications in mind, such as the case with Freon Deathmatch and Eon Weapons. While either could be played on their own or mixed in with any particular other mod or map set with the user's choosing, this intended combination from the authors is where the synergy truly shines. Freon Deathmatch sports a library of 24 maps and a theme of unyielding cold, but certainly not devoid of color. Some may remember a vibrant theme established with these authors in previous projects that they were a part of, such as 2019's Neon Deathmatch. Despite the frostburn flair of these maps, they play in remarkably warm fashion. You're greeted with arenas that are approachable but adorned with tasteful usage of Zandronum visual and mechanical features, including but not limited to playable terrain that has been shaped to resemble glacial walls. Salmiaki says, I like how you just kept it open. I mean, you gotta. All of these maps come from the hands of players themselves, long steeped in the realm of deathmatch. You can rightfully expect gameplay with a buttery smooth flow, where weapons are always within reach of a spawn and multiple paths are open to a player at any given point in time, allowing the competitor's freedom of movement while not sacrificing the mood of the map leads to a fulfilling combat all across the arena, and intense competition over control of powerful weapons. Indeed, it's rare to see a player hold dominion over one place in the map for long, as you can be vulnerable from multiple angles. The design of Freon lends itself to a refreshing taste of constant mayhem. Speaking of weapons, Freon Deathmatch is almost always paired with Eon Weapons for a reason. A slight retooling of the vanilla arsenal ensures weapons like a pistol, shotgun, and chain gun are far more attractive to players and can keep the scoreboard competitive. On top of that, variety is then bolstered by additions like a freeze rifle, as well as a home in the frigid atmosphere, but you may instead opt to turn up the heat with a flamethrower, or pin enemies down with a fancy laser chain gun. That's my shit. A couple entries familiar to most players in the arena FPS also make an appearance: the lightning gun and the railgun. All in all, you have a tremendous amount of tools to shred the opposition with. Breaking the ice has never been easier in this year's Doom multiplayer offerings, so there's no reason to get cold feet over jumping into a server running Freon Deathmatch and Eon Weapons. Freon is of course a refrigerant, that's why this is named that. Floppy Disk Mod by Broleg and the Floppy Disk Mod team. Doom 2, Zandronum, various modes. What the fuck? Where to even begin? Please. First of all, even maintaining this mod must be a Herculean task, and it deserves credit on its own. I've rarely seen so much crammed into a PK3, so we'll just have to get right into it. Floppy Disk Mod comes from the mind of YouTuber Broleg, who at some point became dissatisfied with the lull in activity with Zandronum's gameplay mods. As a result, he has dipped his toes into the multiplayer scene to create a titanic smorgasbord of self-contained game modes all under one roof. Floppy Disk Mod comes to mind as a bit of an ironic name, as it would truly take over 1,000 floppy disks in order to contain the amount of data that encompasses the project. The core project file itself is over 600 megabytes, not including maps or music, so it is not for the faint of heart or of limited hard drive space. Even by recent multiplayer modding standards, this blows a lot of bulkier projects out of the water. So what is Floppy Disk Mod? Fucking tell me! I want to know. Salmiaki says, I love the source voice icon. Yeah, fair enough. At the start of every round, players pile into a hub map where the various game modes and maps are available for voting. Players will hit a switch associated with their intended game mode, and it'll then be off to the races, sometimes literally. I would be remiss if I did not name some of the options. You might appreciate the inclusion of the popular prop hunt, where one team has to hide as an inanimate object and hopefully not be found by the other team before time runs out. Many other similarly themed choices also follow in this vein, pitting one team against another, but there are exceptions. You may also experience Doomware-esque mini-games, where players are cycled in one at a time, while the rest of the server watches from their struggle on the big screen from a movie theater, aptly titled Cinemaware. The madness continues with bite-sized versions of Zombie Horde, Gun Game, and even some speedrunning-inspired platforming where one slip-up means certain death. One iteration of Floppy Disk Mod's maps had one team comprised of Hexen's monsters try to storm a castle and eliminate the other team who tried to hold the castle gates. If you're looking for a variety in your Doom multiplayer experience, you've found it. Floppy Disk Mod takes every party game known in the multiplayer video game sphere and throws it all into one big mixer for all to enjoy. One may argue that you can rarely see anything resembling classic Doom under the hood, but it's clear that leveraging the engine's capability and features is where this mod shines. While participating in jam-packed server, I was surprised to find that a few hours had disappeared like it was nothing, and I've barely scratched the surface. The overwhelming selection of experiences available keeps you on your toes, and it becomes evident that Floppy Disk Mod achieves its goal of mindless manic fun. Unfortunately, there's no maintained release anywhere that I know of where the project is tracked, so you'll have to use the power of Google or search for a Floppy Disk Mod server in your favorite Xandrinum-capable server browser in order to experience the chaos when a server has a good chunk of people in it. Take note, multiplayer modders, release threads can be very helpful to drive some outside traffic. From Zanero. Yeah, I don't know, this sounds crazy. This sounds like a lot of fun. I do kind of love the old internet way of doing multiplayer games where you just hopped into a lobby and some shit was going down. Sally Miyagi says, yeah, this is Gmod but in Doom. It's not just Gmod. Even Roblox used to have maps like this every now and again. That was early or late aughts Roblox. It's a different scene now. It's a different scene now. It's a worse scene now. Is that all for the multiplayer mod? Yeah, sure enough. Guess it must not have been a heavy year. Gameplay mod awards. Now here's my shit. Doom 64, Unseen Evil. Over the past few years, two parallel paths have been on the rise in the world of modding. On one side, there's the dawn of the full-force custom Doom 64 map sets, showcasing the capabilities of the game's expanded functionality to create atmospheric and terrifying new realms to die horribly in, tens of thousands of kilometers away from your comfortable home of bright colors and MIDI butt rock. And over in the blue corner, gameplay modders have continued to innovate in the field of mad science, blending both games and engines into exciting and increasingly pretzel-like shapes that make players gasp and sourceport developers wince in perfect sync. These two distinct fields were inevitably going to collide at one point or another, but few could possibly predict that the resulting mass of flesh and steel would be such a thing of beauty. Whoa, Revenant 64! Revenant 64! Yo, he's making you night move. Doom 64 Unseen Evil isn't just some asset swap that dumps the console game's graphics into Jeezy Doom, tweaks some actor settings, and calls it a day. For one, there's a powerful and intricate megascript, dubbed the Terraformer, sitting as the mod's beating heart. To cut the tech jargon as much as possible, it takes vanilla maps and uses some impressive procedural generation trickery to dynamically Doom 64ify them, applying new paint jobs, intricate pairings of fog and colored lighting, and other atmospheric greeblies without any need for mapper intervention. This is incredibly impressive, both in its sheer scale and execution. You'd be hard-pressed to find a stone left unturned, and in how it effectively opens up many thousands of vanilla maps up for Doom 64 fans to enjoy with a close reenactment of that game's quirks and oddities. For another, Dr. Pie Spy has gone to the effort of filling in the blanks caused by Doom 64's cartridge size and memory limitations, which, to be entirely fair, many people have tried before to varying degrees of success. But what makes this so special is how seamlessly the new materials blend in with the old, to an extent that could possibly be attributed to some form of time travel if you're the conspiratorial sort. Sure, the shotguns have great new reload animations, and the new textures blend seamlessly into old, but the real show stealers are the titular Unseen Evil, the additional monsters finally getting their time in the sun. The Revenant, Archvile, Chain Gunner, and Spider Mastermind never graced the N64's blurry shores, but here they look as though they had stepped straight off the ROM chip. The sheer ironclad grip on mid-90s Midway pre-rendered art style demonstrated here is utterly unshakable, and can only be applauded in its utterly sincere commitment to the bit. Salmiaki says, yay. Yeah, yay as fuck. That takes a lot of work. Like, a Midway... I'm impressed. Salmiaki says, I really want to see 64 Archvile and Spider Mastermind. Me too. Unseen Evil is a goddamn feat. From its gooey technical innards to its 90s gorgeous exterior, a perfect companion piece to the ongoing N64 Renaissance, providing Ever more adventures for both the cartridge-forged diehards and the bilinear curious to sidle through and witness in a new light or lack thereof. Each of Dr. Pie Spy's releases continues to raise the stakes ever moonward in their high concepts and technical execution. I'm not sure if it's even possible for him to escalate further from this mission statement of a mod, but I can't wait to watch him try. Mackenzie. Yeah, holy shit, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I don't know too much, but like the dynamic map editing stuff, anything like that, whenever they start talking about that, that's... Oh. Salamiaki says, that's super cool. Indeed. Atom Rain, Gamma Vector, by the Atom Mace. Doom 2, Jeezy Doom. The subgenre of tactical, that's a portmanteau of tactical and cool if you weren't aware, mods, has existed for almost as long as Doom modding has. Everyone wants to be a one-person army, ducking behind cover, loading in your last mag to face off against the hordes of enemies. From Twilight Warrior back in 1998, to the dozens of mods released in the 2010s with the advent of the fabled reload key's official inclusion in Z-Doom, gameplay mods that simulate real-world weaponry have become ubiquitous in the modern era. The Atom Mace has released several heavy hitters over the years that flew relatively under the radar, culminating in last year's Cacowards winning Volatile Material, a collaboration with Lost for Words that showcased a love of frantic, John Woo-inspired action. Tracing the journey from Volatile Material back to Mace's solo outings with the Atom Rain series, the latest entry, Atom Rain Gamma Vector, takes bold strides over its predecessors and confidently shows off Mace's attention to detail and kick-ass weapon feel. Interesting. Look at that 3D, you can see the quads. Gamma Vector puts you in the remote-controlled combat boots of TB-2145, a clone soldier. Each of the 14 weapons has a strong visual identity and niche they fall into, with minimal overlap. At your disposal is an array of mostly grounded weapons from fictional arms manufacturers like Protecto and Hogsoft, with appropriately goofy weapon names like Hogsoft Hellpiercer Sniper Rifle or the Edgelord Incarnate Suffering Machine Minigun, immediately letting you know exactly what kind of experience you're in for. At the very forefront of Gamma Vector is a new visual style, pre-rendered weapon graphics with minimal texturing. It's a bold look that immediately sets it apart from Mace's previous work, but it is also one that admittedly took some getting used to. It's clear from firing the starting sidearm that art style has several advantages, the most evident being the animation. Weapons recoil with plenty of frames, reload in non-static positions, and overall feel alive in a way that is difficult to convey with a more traditional art approach. The revolver packs an extreme punch visually, thanks in part to being able to sell the weapon's power via the fluid recoil frames. The sniper rifle features an extra chunky cocking animation, brimming with weight, conveying a sense of heft so palpable that it almost leaves you, the player, feeling exhausted wielding it. The visuals, combined with a mix of effectively timed screen shakes and excellent sound design, ensure each weapon delivers the perfect amount of feedback. Sally Miyaga says, I wish I wasn't aware. Hogsoft is making me smile, though. Yeah, they pack the Hogsoft, what can I say? Gamma Vector is at its best when used with suitably intense combat scenarios. Your entire arsenal is beefy, even when the reloading mechanic is taken into account, making mincemeat of even the most devious and densely populated map sets this side of Sunlust. Given the body of work Mace released and has been associated with over the past couple of years alone, it's precisely the adrenaline rush you'd expect. Atom Rain, Gamma Vector feels like a throwback to simpler times, and doesn't have much in the way of gimmicks or advanced mechanics, putting the focus solely on the weapons. If this is the first iteration of what's to come, I'm incredibly excited for the next Mace releases. From Cardboard Marty, Red Spiral 93, LFW TM069, Doom 2 GZ Doom. Horror theme mods, rare sights in the modding scene, are as varied as the genre that inspires them. Do sudden loud noises and jump scares get under your skin? Or are you someone who finds dread in surviving the unsurvivable, narrowly scraping through just by the skin of your teeth? For every screaming YouTuber playing Ghouls Forest 3 and getting munched by Jitter Squirrel for the first time, a stoic-faced horror veteran is wondering what all the fuss is about. Red Spiral 93 goes in a different direction, evoking the forlorn protagonist stranded in a hopeless situation vibes of survival horror heavyweights like Konami's Silent Hill franchise and RPG Maker classics like The Witch's House. Interesting combination. Red Spiral 93 places you in the shoes of Satoko Fukuhara, an ordinary Japanese schoolgirl who vanishes after a mysterious incident shatters the boundary between hell and reality. The backstory is light, and you won't find any lore or in-depth reading material beyond the blurb on the download page. Lost for Words immediately sells the premise in-game through an RPG-inspired user interface and your character's shaky, anxious handling of her weapons. Armed with a handgun and bokuto, a wooden training sword, Satoko's venture into your map's set of choice is instantly tense. You're unsure if the ammo you have will help you skirt by the next corner, and even if you're familiar with a map, you may find yourself second-guessing whether or not you can survive with the resources you have. All the survival horror genre mainstays are checked, and doing so without replacing any monsters is particularly commendable. Salmiaki says, comparing this Witch's House to Silent Hill is hilarious. In Silent Hill, you can at least fight back. Witch's House is a slapstick horror game. You will die a million times and laugh every time. I don't know what's going on here, though. You won't find any plasma rifles or rocket launchers on your travels here. Lost for Words instead goes for a very grounded, realistic arsenal, harkening back to classic mods like low-tech weapons and its contemporary remake. The weapons all reload, utilizing a magazine-based system that pushes you to use every last bullet before reloading. One of my personal favorite weapons is the revolver, powerful, as you'd expect. The pickup message indicates the Magnum has a heavy trigger pull, cleverly conveyed in-game by having you hold down the fire button just slightly longer than you typically would. The spicy seasoning on top of the relatively normal weapon is the Berserk replacement, now a cursed Hanya mask. Upon donning the mask, Satoko briefly transforms into a powerful yokai, becoming a melee-centric beast with a shrill scream that stuns enemies as an alternate attack. Of course, one aspect of Red Spiral 93 that intrigued me is how deliberately it downplays the true power of its arsenal. Your movement is ever so slightly slowed down, and your strafe speed is likewise nerfed, so immediately you, as a player, feel disadvantaged. As you play more, you realize that your over-under shotgun fills the role of both the regular shotgun and super shotgun, capable at long distances and up close, and even the starting pistol packs a punch despite the limited ammo. Larger pickups become usable inventory items, complete with that familiar survival horror inventory cord whenever they're stashed away in your skirt pocket, ? This delicate balance pushes Red Spiral 93 from being a novelty experiment into a genuinely fun experience, even if you like your Doom experiences more bombastic. Lost for Words continues to impress, as all of the hallmarks of their work are here: fun weapons with fantastic custom artwork, fresh concepts and ideas, and a top-notch presentation that draws you in from the moment you boot into your chosen map set. Red Spiral 93 is a must-try, especially if you're a fan of similar mods like Shut Up and Bleed. After all, it's not every day you get to don a pleated skirt and fend off demons with a wooden sword. By Cardboard Marty. Okay. Oh my god. Alice, Toys of Madness. Agent Ash, Doom 2, Cheesy Doom. Salmiaki says, Alice is back. Haven't we been here before? Curiouser and curiouser. Agent Ash has graced these pages in the past with his magnificent Painslayer, a well-polished homage to People Can Fly's stake-em-up painkiller. With that particular recreation, he displayed the knack for tasteful 3D model usage, polished pixel art, and understanding of GZ Doom's innards that he'd been cultivating since Beautiful Doom many years prior. Now, a few years later, he's applied his well-honed recipe to a very different source of inspiration. American McGee presents American McGee's Alice, an American McGee game. Jumping from recreating a fast-paced arena shooter full of heavy metal album cover imagery to recreating a third-person platformer laser-honed for on Turn of the Millennium Hot Topic set is perhaps a slight change of tone, requiring a little work from the author to adjust and get in the right mindset. Somehow, though, Ash makes it look about as easy as changing your clothes. While a good chunk of the arsenal isn't a million miles away from Doom's traditional arsenal in terms of functionality, their little twists and turns and charismatic theming carry them in their own direction. The pepper grinder, for example, fills both shotgun and chain gun roles with its hand-turned spice-dispensing action, while the teapot is effectively a poisonous grenade launcher which also builds up a heat meter that can be expelled with a flamethrower-esque blast of scalding steam. The far end of the weapon wheel strides a bit further from the reservation, with a Jabberwocky's eye staff ushering forth an impressive beam, and the blunderbuss delivering a far more focused punch than the usual BFG slot fillers. Power-ups get a bit weirder, with Eat Me Cakes embiggening you into a powerful giant, Jack Bombs being the sole inventory items and fulfilling the hand grenade role with their own bit of pyrotechnic panache, and the Berserk Pack's replacement getting just a little bit gothy in its art direction while maintaining its traditional role of melee-centric carnage. It all adds nice theming and some cool toys to play with without completely snapping maps designed for original Doom gameplay in half. I mean, unless you use the new double jump ability, but if you're jumping in a vanilla map, you probably know what you're getting yourself into. Everything is drenched in polish, blending the artwork from the original game with original assets and well-considered fashion. The third-person view from the original game is back, of course, replete with the classic glowing in-world crosshair and weapon-appropriate character animations. However, there's also the traditional Doom first-person view, where every weapon has a complete set of lovingly hand-drawn sprites that sit perfectly between Doom and Alice's art styles, all well animated with few shortcuts taken. The HUD is an entirely new creation, with a well-animated pixel art Alice filling the role of the HUD mugshot. And of course, the sinister Cheshire Cat makes cameos at regular intervals, offering his usual velvety commentary on your latest predicament. Toys of Madness pays an incredibly strong tribute to a cult classic, blending its identity with Doom's in a fascinating and stylish merger that, on paper, absolutely should not have worked as well as it does. If you have fond memories of the original game, strange or non-gun weapon sets, or just kind of read too much Jonan Vasquez as a kid, it's well worth taking a tumble down this particular rabbit hole and seeing just where it leads you. By Kinsey. Alright. Let's see. Oh god, we got a bunch of stuff going on. Mini Mod Safari. Mods come in all shapes and sizes. Here's some more, shall we say, svelte options. Combi Doom ports over the Combi Ring system from everyone's second favorite 32X games, Knuckles Chaotix, or in English, it ties you and your co-op partner together with a magical rubber band so you can pull and fling each other around to get to new areas. Just remember to ask before hurling your buddy into lava. Salamiyaki says, oh my god, lol. Yeah, that's pretty good. Doom 2 intermission map screen does exactly what it says on the tin, closely matching the quality and style of the original Doom 1 intermission map screens. It doesn't change the world, but for a little bit of extra polish for your umpteenth playthrough, it's a nice extra touch. Speaking of little bits of extra polish, Monster Sounds EX adds additional sound effects to Doom's iconic audio palette, reducing the number of duplicate sounds shared between multiple monsters without sounding out of place. A lovely bit of work, provides a little bit of extra awareness of your surroundings without completely changing everything. Skelliant has been banging the dehacked bass Vanilla Plus drum really hard over the last year or so, and one hell of a Marine largely discards the plus in favor of some nice customization options with a hefty serving of some lovely pixel art work. Give it a look. See how its quartet of alternate soldiers strike you. Simple Slots does one thing, adds a switch to last weapon keybind, and commits to doing it as well as possible, working with pretty much all GZ Doom games. An excellent little quality of life that certainly wouldn't hurt to throw in the old auto load. Ura Doom is a mirror mode, adding a nice and extremely disorienting twist to your favorite maps. And if you're feeling zesty, there's an option to switch from merely mirrored to dragged through the other side of the glass for the homesick, or at least the housesick. What does that even mean? Universal mutator that mirrors any map. Oh, it's, oh, right, of course. It turns every map into Slaradnu from my house. Salamiyaki says, I love you, QK from TF2. You can have it now in Doom. Juggernauts. It's an almost unheard of combination, quantity and quality. It's been a hefty year for gameplay mods, and after all is said and done, we discovered that releases by 3 authors made up a whopping 30% of the mods that came out this year. Dr. Cosmobyte started 2024 with an ambitious goal to release a mod every 2 months, experimenting with player classes and the wildly ambitious Stray Jackals, the more grounded affairs with the Nightmare Logic series' 3rd and 4th entries. Somehow, right at the beginning of the year, Lost for Words released 3 different projects on the same day and then proceeded to hit one home run after another with character-based ventures like the explosive Disaster Jester Classified, one of my favorites of the year, and the tomb raiding hijinks of Final Raider Gold. Scallion took another approach altogether, experimenting in the extended dehacked playground with Extermination Warrior Typhon and Black Magwell. With modern ports offering nearly endless possibilities, releasing 1 mod a year is impressive. Releasing multiple is truly exceptional, by Cardboard Marty. I believe Extermination Warrior Typhon is a familiar... Oh. Yes, I'm 18 years or older. Yeah! It's, Extinction Warrior Typhon. Yeah, remember Lieutenant Typhon? I guess it's extended dehacked. Alright. Cool. She's more vanilla now, slightly. I think I'll probably stick with some GZ Doom when I do this, but it's been nice to visit Lieutenant Typhon again. 1,000 times more brutal. In the 13 years since it won a Caco Award, Brutal Doom has seen its fair share of polishing, revamps, and rebuilding from the ground up. The latest version, version 22, incorporates fantastic sprite work by artist Tessifi, giving much needed facelift to many of the mod's stacked arsenal. The changes aren't all cosmetic though, with improvements to fire, explosion, and blood effects to mitigate performance issues. Salamiyaki says, reminds me of how I have a hard time finding sprite reps of Doom because Spriter's resource age restricts them, and I don't know if you need to make an account to get past that. Salamiyaki says, the gore, it's too much. Yeah, I mean, you haven't seen Ball and Yeez. You don't know how weird it gets with the gore mods. Anyways. Weapons feel better than ever, too, with a myriad of alternate firing modes, all complete with Brutal Doom's trademark punchy sound and visual feedback. The bloody cherry on the top of the blood-soaked cake is Horde mode, a wave-based affair that calls back to the classic invasion mode from Skulltag. As of this writing, V22 is not quite finished, but the features on display show why Brutal Doom has continued to endure throughout all these years. Cardboard Marty. Blood and Bone. Blood and Bone. Blood, Guts, and Viscera are at the far front of many popular gameplay mods nowadays, and what better way to eviscerate your demonic opponents than with the newest iteration of Nashgore? Nashgore Next paints the town red, or blue or green depending on the monster, with a bucket full of graphical improvements and visual optimizations under the hood. Visually cohesive wall and flat decals, smears of blood when monsters get sent flying, bloody footprints trailing behind you if you step in the carnage, and all this with a ludicrous amount of toggles and sliders at your fingertips. Want your blood explosions to coat the entire area in gore? There's a slider for that. Do you prefer to pretend your player character is barefoot instead of wearing combat boots? Weird. But hey, there's a toggle for that too. Okay. If you're feeling particularly bloodthirsty, Nashgore Next is a must-have. So if you thought the gore was too much, Nash, get better soon. I hope that Nash's arm is better. Nash is important. Chimeras. A lot of mods aim to recreate the gameplay of one game within the confines of another, with varying degrees of success. Of those, two stood out to me in their sheer gusto. Samiyaki says, someone really likes the idea of having your feet covered in viscera and blood. I watched Kill Bill. A lot of mods aim to recreate the gameplay of one game with the confines of another, with varying degrees of success. Of those, two stood out for me in their sheer gusto in making some very undoomed games work surprisingly well in our land of sectors. Doomer 7 lovingly recreates many of the mechanics of Suda51's legendary adventure game Killer 7, with one particular favorite of mine being critical shots. All monsters bear visible weak spots that demand utmost accuracy for maximum reward. Meanwhile, Cruelty Squad Doom brings over many of the mechanics of the modern cult classic, from the intensity of its unforgiving firefights through to its infamously eccentric reloading system. I love what both of these mods are doing, and I want to see them keep going deeper and harder into intelligently adapting their inspirations to Doom's environments and making both weirder and more wonderful in combination. This is a polite way of saying, let me go bankrupt investing in Cacodemon stocks, says Kinsey. Salamiyaki says, oh shit, I really hope Cruelty Squad Doom looks like Cruelty Squad. Let's give it a look-see. Let's give it a peek-see. That sure looks, well, doesn't replace the textures. But, oh, you can Divine Light Severed. Interesting. Salamiyaki says, almost. Almost. Salamiyaki says, if it was perfect, it would be unreadable. Yeah. Alright. So that's Gameplay Mod Awards. And now we go into other awards. More Death Award, Code Award, Mock Award. Okay, thank God it's here. Portraits of Doom. Dude Award, and Creator of the Year, Dragonfly. Alright. Let's hit it. We're almost done. Salamiyaki says, yes, Portraits of Doom. I mean, it makes sense for it to be in the Artist Cacodemon category. More Death Award. Surprise! Release project with the longest development time. Necromantic Thirst, the French Doom community. When I first poked my nose into the Doom community, I had only the vaguest idea of its international appeal. Picking through the top 100 WADs from the 10 years articles and the Cacowards leading up to the 2010, yeah, you could see that there were pockets of folks of different nationalities that paid tribute to Doom, like the Israeli Hell Revealed or the Czech Kama Sutra. After a short while, I began to realize that there were message boards that explicitly expressed themselves through their own common language and could field enough passion to develop their own internal community projects. The Russian Doom community had long had a few prolific auteurs, Eternal and Shadow Man, but works like Whitemare and the Clan BOS projects demonstrated just how much depth existed in these spaces. We got the Czech Zones of Fear, astoundingly a Japanese community project. I'm excited to see now the Hispania community project, which makes true a hope I had when I saw the first two Doom 2 in Spain only. And then, well, there's Necromantic Thirst. I was familiar with some of the principal members of the French Doom community first through the Plutonia revised project, but I suppose that I didn't really know what the FTC was out there till I started hearing about Necromantic Thirst. This WAD has seen some troubles. Definitely not TNT2 troubles, but troubles all the same. When the project kicked off, its hopeful members cited Hell Revealed, Alien Vendetta, and Kama Sutra, while also looking forward to the future releases of Deusville 2, Plutonia 2, and KS2. I can only imagine how the team felt as the projects they had been looking forward to were published while NT languished. Well, 2 out of 3 anyway. Necromantic Thirst has been in development for about 5 years when in 2012 its then project lead declared it dead and released his portion of the development materials. To put it in perspective, the thread where this occurred is still the top Doom-rated Google search results for Necromantic Thirst. The team may have been demoralized, but as you can see, neither they nor the broader Doom community wanted this WAD to die on the vine. A few intrepid authors even took to the French forums to see whether they could help with development. I'm glad to recognize at least 2 of the non-FTC names that I associated with in this particular revival period on the final author list. In a parallel with this, the 3 Heures d'Agonie series was conceived and executed, spurring interest in lower stakes mapping and giving the French Doom community a series of completed efforts that they could put their name on. 3HA seemed to kickstart a generation of mappers who simply loved authorship, like Datacore and Subject 119, rest in peace. Later on, I recognized a sort of second wave of visibly French community contributors with Yugi Boy 85 and the prolific Roofy, the latter of who appeared to cut their teeth on 3HA3. Original design by Valkyrie Force, Dutch Devil, Death Evocation, and Captain Toenail. Heavily edited by WH. I got a maker's mark, we got a proof. Clearly, Necromantic Thirst wasn't suffering from a lack of willing personnel. Project leadership may have fumbled in 2012, but this community has had incredible shepherds. I'm certain that Frank Frag, Franck Livolant, and WH Wilou 84, William Hubert, have had significant roles in fostering their community to become the force it is today, whether as forum staff, project leads, or ambassadors demonstrating the craft of their community in DW headquartered projects. With them having solo credits alone for over half of this Megawad's map levels, it may seem that NT was their passion project. As I look back over the 14-ish years since I re-immersed myself in Doom though, I feel that the French Doom community has been their masterwork. I think that it's easy for players to underestimate how degenerative it is to work for so long without a single finished product to show for it. Frank Frog and WH Wilou 84 were instrumental in establishing an identity for their community that did not depend on the success of their magnum opus. I have to believe that demonstrating the acceptability of publishing projects that weren't NT went a long way toward making the dev process of this Megawad bearable. 17 years since its inception, it turns out that this particular road to hell is paved with the works of a community that developed alongside it to see it to completion. Necromantic Thirst may be one more flower in the big garden bed of the broader Doom community garden, but it's a big and beautiful one, and its release deepens my appreciation for all of the irises that the French Doom community has planted along the way. Merci beaucoup. KMX XC. That's pretty solid. Code Award. Most noteworthy programming effort of the year. Rum and Raisin Doom. Ethan Guberman Watson and Friends. When QuakeCon was underway this year, it came with a surprise that probably wasn't the surprise if you were looking in the right direction. Kex Doom, a re-release containing Doom, Doom 2, and every official add-on that you can think of. Powering this new release is code that originated from a source port that has remained somewhat obscure. Rum and Raisin Doom by Ethan Guberman Watson. Guberman may be familiar to our readers as the author of the Gateway Experiments Episode 1 and Episode 5, but while the remaining episodes got lost into the void of space, the man instead ended up getting busy on trying to fix a number of issues that he felt plagued the sourceport space. Among the various improvements brought to the table by R&R, the one that certainly caught initial interest was the addition of multi-threading support. As Doom maps grew bigger and bigger, far beyond what the initial versions of the game could support, eventually even source ports themselves started having trouble, an early example being the infamous nuts that made most of the source ports of its era crash horribly. As time went, other beefy challengers appeared, such as Eternal's Frozen Time, which thanks to its incredibly detailed mid-texture bridges, once again caused source ports to slow down more than desired. Multi-threading is the killer feature that squeezes as much performance as possible out of these maps without any sacrifices made to the engine itself, demo compatibility, or anything of the sort. To just show some good stats for a moment, here's a comparison Gooberman himself shared, performance on E1M1 of Rum and Raisin compared to Chocolate Doom back in 2020. Multi-threading has since been experimented on by other ports, but Gooberman's pioneering role in this regard can now finally receive the recognition it deserves. But there is more. Much more. Rum and Raisin itself supports more than just the vanilla mapping standards, but unlike every other port up to this point, this implementation was not like the others. What R&R brought to the table instead is a full rewrite of the Boom standard with an array of additional, more modern community innovations bolted on. Explaining the hows and whys of the technical side of this accomplishment is going to take a little bit of a run-up, so if I lose you at any point, here's the short version so you can read the Mordeth Award instead. Code good, works crazy, results cool. As the first big successful extended standard for Doom modding, Boom became the bedrock upon pretty much everything else that followed was built, both in terms of level design innovations like the community's occasionally horrifying use of conveyor belts in combination with voodoo dolls as a makeshift visual scripting language, and in terms of code additions. However, there was a hidden cost. Between the double-edged sword of the GPL license and several of the original authors passing away over time, it effectively became impossible to include in, say, console ports, where closed source is an obligation of the official SDKs. This both meant that the Unity port's mod support was limited to vanilla functionality, with a little bit of dehacked added in later courtesy of Fraggle, and that every GZ Doom-based commercial game you ever loved will never get within a sniff of your living room, just to give two examples of limitations that could never have been foreseen back in '97. Clearly displeased with this particular part of the status quo, Gooberman thus began a project to do what is called a clean room reimplementation of the Boom and later MBF standard. If you don't know what that means, there's a lot of technical and legal baggage attached to that term, so I'll just give you the layman's. It's rewriting the whole thing without looking at the original code, just imitating the results, to ensure you're in the legal clear. It's how pretty much every home computer from the 1980s through 2006 or so even worked, by doing a clean room implementation of the original IBM BIOS that drives hardware. It's a fascinating story if you ever want to look it up. I probably don't need to tell you how mighty a feat re-implementing Boom's features and keeping it even slightly compatible with the mad science of the community's level designers is, and it stands as a testament to Goober's craft and dedication that it came out of the box in a nigh-perfect state. Not only that, but in the best tradition of all our favorite Doom source ports, Rum and Raisin remains free and open source software to be iterated upon and built from by any community member. And then to make things even more interesting, the whole deal has had a bunch of subsequent community innovations from MBF21 and the like re-implemented, with a whole lot being canonized in the latest official release. This provides a clear path on creating mods for a much wider audience than ever before. Seriously, a lot of people have that console port without having to cast all the fun community extended toys like conveyor belts out of the pram. It's another chapter in the torrid, exciting, and occasionally flat-out weird fraternization between the community that's fed the flame for decades and the rights holder that owns the torch. And I'm excited to see what new faces are inspired by it to emerge from the gloom and into the light. But wait, there is more. In addition to Boom, MBF, and MBF21 support, Gooberman, with help from Caesar, also started work on a new standard based upon the previous ones called R&R24 and now more widely known as id24, thanks to its inclusion in the new official re-release. The added features are many. New line dev specials, fully animated skies, the ability to do intermission screens such as those from the 3 original episodes in any kind of PWAD, and best of all, the ability to redefine new weapons without having to replace already existing ones. A game changer, without considering this ability was previously limited to more advanced source ports such as ZDoom and Edge. But even if you ignore multi-threading in id24, one aspect that is fundamental to underline is, as time goes on, and as people understandably move on from Doom, the clean room reimplementation is code that will be available for the community to use for the foreseeable future, on any system possible, and without any baggage. And for this, we cannot thank Gooberman enough. Granted, the ramifications of all this, for the most part, likely won't be felt for years, as community ports take their time to implement the new features and modders slowly get to grips with them. But as a sheer feat of careful planning and coding prowess, the re-implementation of Boom stands as strong as one of the most impressive feats of recent years. And hey, if nothing else, it means less future port developers will have to grapple with Lee Killo's programming eccentricities. Ease of maintenance is its own reward, by Kinsey and Dynamo. It's true that this is important. Odyssey of Noises. Best original soundtrack for a Doom project. Of Eternity 2 OST. By Tristan, Jimmy, Dragonfly, AD79, and Velvetic. More than just a collection of excellent songs by a cast of community legends, though it is certainly that, Of Eternity 2's musical score is remarkably cogent as an actual album. And even a concept album, no less. The map set itself again adopts the classic Scythe 2 episodic template for its map order, being divided into 6 separate clusters, each set in its own uniquely themed world. The soundtrack follows suit, essentially comprising 6 EPs that not only shine with their own distinct personalities and arcs, but that also work together as something more. Motif and leitmotif, pointed callbacks to memorable musical moments from the original Of Eternity, resonance in song type and genre arrangement, and other sage compositional conceits have all been masterfully employed within and between these 6 smaller EPs to craft the greater Of Eternity 2 suite. The first episode, Withered, serves as a kind of coda to the events of the original game, the Slayer making his exit from the remains of the rogue Archangel's domain, now rapidly decaying without its sovereign. The opening track, The Infinite Labyrinth, is an immediately spine-tingling callback to the overture intermission theme from Of Eternity, soon bursting forth into the proper inaugural track, End of the Line, awash in twinkling keys over swells of Hammond organ and flowing bass. Just like wilted leaves dancing on a chill breeze just as drops of cold rain begin to fall, evoking an autumnal feeling of warm but wistful memories, as of something cherished but now lost, a theme which grows and insistent as the episode goes on. The next stop on the journey, Sanctuary, depicts an equatorial land with a Mesoamerican feel, dotted with heavy stone ziggurats and underground temple complexes dedicated to blood sacrifice in service of the powers of nature. The tracks for this episode favor heavy, deliberate percussion with a markedly ritualistic feel, imperious kettle drums, ringing authoritative snare strikes, and so on, and sharp, lilting woodwinds with a callous bite, steadily building in tempo towards a crescendo of boisterous rock elements in the episode's centerpiece, Dust Devil, electric guitars, and bittersweet string accompaniment cascading down like retribution from the gods or perhaps someone else, to wash the sinful empire away. And petrified, enormous, echoing towers of concrete and rusty rebar loom menacingly over a verdant landscape far below, jealously guarding an Edenic mountaintop paradise. After a breezy opener amidst nature's splendor in the floating islands, the tones soon drastically shift toward a much stronger emphasis on down-tuned, sludgy guitar riffs, in line with the unfeeling industrial air as the Slayer battles through these abandoned shells. Unexpectedly, though, at the summit, the mood drastically shifts again with Downpour, a laconic, reflective, and above all silk-smooth lounge jazz piece, accented with a mournful backing choir and the subtle pattering of rain, expressing a wry irony and memory of a culture that closed itself off from everything outside and vanished from history as a result. Moving on, Bastion sees dour castles of rough-hewn stone, brooding darksomely against a backdrop of lush, vernal countryside, and a picturesque low-fantasy tableau reminiscent of Arthurian legend. The tracks in this episode are perhaps the most thematically on the nose with respect to the setting they accompany, with an unabashed Renaissance fair vibe that the composers obviously had some fun with. The evocatively named Geestrandig perhaps best epitomizes this rich divergence of the soundscape with its rumbling brass, melodious flute, and meditative plucking on harp and mandolin, creating a melancholic aura of lingering pride and fading glory. Nearing the end now, Hyperborean is set at a naval base of polished steel and heavy masonry, sprawling along rocky wooded coast, all rimed in ice. Tracks featuring sheets of crystalline, frigid synth notes, underpinned by gritty guitar picking and the sounds of moaning winds, alternate with bounding prog metal numbers, all virtuoso keyboard solos and wailing lead guitars, erecting an initial barrier of boreal fury around the heart of this episode in Journey to the Other Side. The surprisingly and disarmingly sensitive, slow-swelling ballad has a deeply nostalgic air, buoyed along on currents of gentle yet stolid bass lines and gauzy mists of shimmering synth, drifting like curtains of falling snow. The story concludes with Celestial, depicting a sinister citadel city of black basalt swathed in an unending night far beyond time. The episode opener, Otherworld, is a pall of thick, dark ambiance, hanging ominously overhead like a massive bank of storm clouds, with following tracks erupting into a downpour of dense, muscular riffs, interlaced with arch-Gothic keyboards and organ lines briefly illuminating the dark like lightning bolts, perpetually escalating in intensity towards some bona fide death metal stylings, blast beats and all, in a dreamless eternity. The true finale is, of course, the origin, an operatic, fist-pumping symphonic metal reprise of the game's main theme, the perfect closing to one chapter which, through its powerful use of leitmotif, suggests that it could possibly also serve as the opening to another, Given Time, by Demon of the Well. Yeah, God, I hope so. And now, Mock Award, most creative, unusual, or artistically compelling project of the year, Portraits of Doom by Pekadum Mizimiz. Congrats, Pekadum. Pekadum, let's paint a happy little Romero over here. Okay, this opening shot on the harbor is certainly nice. Gonna check out this building, and, well, this is an impeccably decorated office. Well, isn't this an impeccably decorated office? So many little details, the desks and furniture. Alrighty, I'm done here. Time to head back, and, well, this area changed a lot since I passed through. This is just limit removing, right? I need to double check. Yeah, okay. Hey, there's Dave Taylor. That's some awesome sector art. Now I'm going through some warehouse. Dang, this place sure does make the most of the limited space. Oh, hey, there's John Carmack. Now I'm going in through this lush forest. That's a pretty sweet fight sequence at the end here. Next level, I'm going to go through this teleporter. Whoa, okay, what is going on? These maps are really all by one person? That's more or less, yeah, that's the experience. Yes, art is in the eye of the Caco demon, close enough. And Pekadum Mizimiz packed canvases of many forms into this particular museum, so stepping back from the dramatization above, each map in this release houses a sector portrait of 8 alumni, contains a timed, non-secret area with an evolving story, is bursting from the frame with rich set dressing, and contains fluid, satisfying gameplay. This is all wrapped in an episodic adventure that kicks off with Doom 1 monsters, but transitions into a new game plus that adds the Doom 2 bestiary and recontextualizes the maps with shifted progression and environmental changes to serve the advanced continuity. However, stepping back again, away from the raw features, each map has a unique hook, its own microcosm of form and function bolstered by distinct visual flair and game engine quirks, presenting the player with a memorable experience and all crafted with exceptional care. Reiterating the reaction above, it's a marvel that such disparate locales ultimately sprang from one artist, and the few shared design decisions, combined with the overarching episodic framework, make the transitions between them feel earned rather than merely slapped together. As is often true with art, the same materials can yield varying results with numerous interpretations, and that level of engagement runs through Portraits of Doom's core. It wears many costumes so that you may see it differently, but each time with renewed appreciation and leaving you undoubtedly entertained. On a personal note, I recently finished the book Masters of Doom by David Kushner. Long overdue, it was fascinating to finally read about the people and circumstances that spawned my all-time favorite game. Thinking back on these folks that all played a part in Doom's conception and shaped the future of computer gaming made me reflect once more on their respective sector portraits in the SWAT. One could further delve into the possible connections between each portrait and map. Sandy's felt rather on the nose. But here they are, nonetheless, now enshrined in a piece of this little world that they helped create, one that continues to give back so much even decades later. Some of them may not even realize how that confluence of events and talent left such a ripple across time, much as it could for any person or event. Is the thinking too much about it? Possibly. That's another facet of art and the writing process for this entry, frankly, but if you decide to play this and cast an eye to their faces as you're passing by, you could certainly appreciate the aesthetic. But perhaps a moment's reflection will be worth a lot more. Bye, Vile. Yeah, no, Portraits of Doom absolutely fucking won the Cacowards. Congratulations again, Pekadum Mizimiz. I can't stress enough. This was a real winner. Alright. Let's see what we've got. Sally Miyagi said, that one's my favorite of the ones you've streamed so far. It was a really good one. Rapid replays. It's sad but true. The total demo count for 2024 failed to exceed last year's turnout, finally ending a multi-year streak. Could this mean that Doom speedrunning is dying? Au contraire. It's difficult to imagine such a world, but regardless, why dwell on quantity when there's no shortage of quality? Check out the notable 2024 demos thread to see why. Vile. Welcome home, Great Slayer. With all the excitement happening during this year's QuakeCon, it might be easy to forget that the youngest member of the Doom family finally received official modding support. Long before the announcement, Doom Eternal has had an incredibly dedicated modding scene, crafting all kinds of devilishly difficult master-level hacks, complete with custom enemies, and even beating id Software to the punch with their own Horde mode mod. The tools on offer go far beyond Doom 2016's Snap Map feature, allowing modders to freely import models, create custom AI, and much more. If you've ever wanted to triple jump as the Doom Slayer in Super Mario 64's Bob-omb Battlefield, chill out in the all-too-familiar GM construct, or play a brand new id Software created arena, now is the prime time to jump in and see what the next generation has to offer, or maybe create something of your own. I'm interested in it. Sally Miyake says, devilishly difficult, Seymour. Anyways, that's by Cardboard Marty. Breakfast. Whether it's in video form, like Mount Pain and similar channels, or in text form, it's always appreciated when other people celebrate the Doom community's work. People in the community will tell you about how certain alternative awards have failed because they were driven by salt and bitterness. But the Cacowards is driven by syrup and butter, offering up a delicious-looking pair of golden waffles to its winners, on a plate that looks suspiciously similar to a Cacoward trophy base. I'm pretty sure you can't eat those waffles, but if you're hungry enough, anything is possible. Good work, Waffle House, and we hope this trend continues. Wait, what the fuck? First annual Egg Awards. What's happening? Hi, Doomworld. In anticipation of everyone's favorite award ceremony, we at the Waffle House decided to do some write-ups about our favorite WODs that came out this year. These are in no particular order, and we hope that you enjoy reading them as much as we did writing about them. Let's see, we got House of Dead Skin, we got Sleepwalking, we got Umbra, we got Quinary Conundrum. I guess I'm gonna have to play this one. We got Firefly, we got Liminal Doom 2, we got Hell Frontier. This one's not on there. Headless Chicken. That one's on there, but that's fine. Rust the Infernal Machine. That one's on there. Going Down Turbo. Yep. Portraits of Doom. Who could have guessed? Salmiaki says, I hope Liminal Doom is actually liminal. We've been here before. We know what's down this road. What are we still waiting for? Does this enormous list suggest the boundless enthusiasm for Doom and its relations, or the hubris that will inevitably lead to the community's downfall? Is this the same boilerplate text as last year's column? The answer to at least one of these questions is yes. A Boy in His Barrel, Action Doom 3, Adventures of Square, Episode 3, Annie, Autumn Flock, A Vector 2, Back to Saturn X, Episode 3, Serial Killer, Cypher, Coldwire, Convergence, Crimson Horror, Cybershade, Dancing in the Abyss, Dark Moon, Dark Universe Episode 2, Delirium, Deus Vault 2, Dissension 2, Doom the Golden Souls 3, Doom Refired, Drake O'Brien Ovational Megawad, Dwelling, Earthless, Elementalism Phase 2, Epoch, Eschatology, Final Doom the Way It Did, Form vs. Content, Flashback, Gossip, Happy Time Circus 3, Hardfest 3, He Came From Beyond, Heck Revealed 3, Heretic, Curse of Darkness, H-Pack, Hunter's Moon, Interception 3, Interstellar Enforcer, Japanese Community Project 2, John.Wad, Kama Sutra 2, Kuroneko Project, Kuiper, Laocoon Quick Maps. Salmiaki asks, so did A Boy in His Feral finally come out? Nope. Midnight Isle, More Death, Episode 2. The crazy thing is, More Death is still working on this. I've seen gameplay updates from More Death. Not this year, but I've seen them. They exist. Nova 4, Obsidian Doom Part 2, Concerto or Virgil's Sacrifice, Ozonia 2, Panophobia, Paralysis, Perdition's Gate Resurgence, Planar Havoc, Plutonia 3, Ramp 2025, Realm of Intensified Chaos, The Realm of Z-Magic, Revelations of Doom, Rush 2, Rusty Drill, Sigma X, Somber Destiny, The Space Pirates Second Attack, Strife, Mothership, Sunder V2, Supernatural, Super Wolfenstein 3D, Threshold of Pain 2, Time Tripper Circuit 2, Tomb Fetus, Touch Grass, Treasure Techland, UAC Takeover, Undo, Unfinished.Wad, Utter Heresy. Salmiaki says, oh, so these are all whips then. Yes, every time. Doom 64, On Dreamcast, the hardware wizards have done it again. If you've ever wanted to journey into a parallel universe where Doom 64 was released on Sega's final console, now you can. Did you know December 10th marked the 31-year anniversary of Doom? I did! Did you know More Death Episode 2 has still not released in 2024 despite over 26 years of development? I did! Salimiyaki says, Touch Grass after Tomb Fetus is masterful work. I think so too. And then Salimiyaki says, holy fuck! To which I can only reply, yeah. We're waiting for More Death. It'll happen, maybe. I believe. More Death is around. More Death is the reason I got into Doom World, because my account bugged out and I had to contact him on Discord. He's around. He's still working on it. Eternity Engine is still getting updates. Salimiyaki says, I believe in the theory that every single game series has some variant of a Duke Nukem Forever. It doesn't have to be official. It really doesn't. Creator of the Year, Joshua Dragonfly O'Sullivan. In 2018, Dragonfly bit off more than most human beings could chew. In response to a call for collaboration from Ukiro, creator of Otex, at the end of November 2017, he committed to making an entire megawad in a year, one that would serve as a flagship showcase for Otex and for Doom modding itself. Not just a standard Let's Make Maps project, but something that would impress the entire community and be worthy of Doom's 25th anniversary. Just over 1 year later, after coordinating guest mappers and MIDI composers, working directly with Ukiro, and running probably the most clockwork perfect hype train the Doom community had ever witnessed, he released it early in the morning on December 10th, without a hitch. Just another successful day in the dev cycle of one of the most popular and acclaimed megawads of all time. 5 years later, on that same date, he dropped Eternity 2 cold. No dev blog, no months of screenshot teasers, nothing but its announcement one day earlier. It's a megawad that surpasses its predecessor in every way, created by a large team, kept completely secret, delivered exactly on time for a date nobody even knew they were supposed to hold Dragonfly committed to, created while he was also lead level designer on a prominent commercial retro shooter, Proteus. It's easy to be blunt here. Most people could not have done this. Doom's history is riddled with projects that failed for dozens of different reasons or were held back for many messy years. Even most successful, well-run projects, and certainly ones of Eternity's caliber, would never meet a strict deadline if they had one. The authors may dream, but inevitably a project will be pushed back time and time again until at last it staggers across the finish line in drunken triumph. To manage a successful project of this scope this well, it takes leadership skills, charisma, connections, experience, and an understanding of the development process, both the business side and the craft side, at an essentially professional or expert level. It looks like it just happens, but that's because someone worked tirelessly and skillfully to make it happen at every step of the way. If you've ever tried to collaborate with anyone, if you've ever released any project with ambition behind it, you understand how many pitfalls there actually are. And I don't need to tell you, O reader in 2024, that the results are astonishing. The entire megawad feels like a product of a singular vision, the kind of cohesion that normally could be best achieved with a single author, despite the number of people working on it. Every single person involved in Eternity 2 put in the best work of their modding careers. Dragonfly was even willing, in both megawads, to sacrifice the spotlight to take a more grounded and steady role as leader and be outshone by other mappers who had more time to work on individual maps for the good of the project. He dove into a large array of mapping and music collabs with other team members, coordinated map entrance-exit continuity throughout the megawad, and he set a new and very high bar for MBF21 mapping, the potential of which is still being uncovered. You cannot achieve a feat like the Eternity series unless the people you work with believe in you absolutely. You would be hard-pressed to achieve it even if they do. All this is not to snub Dragonfly's mapping and composing work on Eternity 2, both of which are substantial. His maps form much of the megawad's meat and overall pacing, and he shines as a texturer and architectural craftsman. My favorite map of his is Quetzalcoatl, map 09, a sandbox patchwork of exploration and set-piece fights dominated by a gorgeous central structure, but Colossicus, map 13, with its towering brutalist architecture, is a close second. His MIDI span a wide range of moods and instrumentations to fit all 6 of the megawad's highly identifiable episode themes, though the masterpiece of the bunch is inarguably I Wish I Was Where I Was When I Wished I Was Here. Best track title ever, incidentally, a 19-minute brooding ambient track that accompanies the treacherous journey of Ukiro's magnificent Kenosis. Map 36 for the entirety of its daunting runtime without getting stale. These contributions matter, and Eternity 2 wouldn't be the megawatt it is without him, even if he hadn't been its managing director. But the reason we're focusing on project leadership for this year's COTY award is simple. Dragonfly is the most successful project leader in the history of Doom modding, and how many people can say they're the best of all time at something? So I put it to you. Could there be a more obvious choice for Creator of the Year, but not Java? Salamiyaki says Proteus will be streamed by us at some point. It probably will. Anyways, I think we've done it. Every single piece of the 2024 Cacowards has been covered by yours truly. As usual, the video will come up sometime tonight. I need to get FFmpeg off the ground to split this bad boy into two different, videos. But then we'll go for it. I'd like to thank everybody who joined me, and I'd like to thank those of you watching on YouTube who will get some use out of this. I don't know who you are, but you blew my last Cacowards video the fuck up, so I'd like to thank you again for watching. And I'll see you whenever I see you. Till then, stay safe out there, everybody, and have a great day. Bye-bye now.